Hey guys, thank you for 400 subscribers. Please share this novel. Much love. Why should I stop being a villain? Chapter 1 Storm. The whole world was relishing the death of the most villainous man ever born, one who was titled the Evilest Villain by his friends and foes alike. Why, you ask? He committed murders, burned people to death just because they were in his way, and tortured the families of his enemies. But one should ask, if just killing one's enemies is wrong, then what about all those protagonists who just cruise over others like they are just bugs in their valiant paths? The world celebrates their deeds as heroic ones. In the middle of a ruined forest lay a man whose body was riddled with wounds all over. There was a spear stuck in his chest, and one could guess his death was only moments away. But unlike the condition of his body, his face was calm. There was no anger, no fear, no sadness, but his eyes showed regrets. However, his regrets were not about the way he lived his life, but about the fact he could not complete the vow he made years ago. Just a few meters away stood a man with white hair who was surprisingly fine, even after that battle, surrounded by 3 women who looked only a bit tired due to the fight they just had with a dying man. The white-haired man spoke. How does it feel dying? Do you feel the pain of the people who suffered from your acts? He shouted and continued, do you now regret being so evil your whole life, harming the people around you? I hate myself for being your sister. If you were never born in our family, we would never have fallen so low. One of the 3 women spoke, who had black hair with blood smeared all over her clothes. Hearing those words, the dying man's eyes lit up. Even in his dying moments, the killing intent he exuded was so terrifying that the black-haired woman stepped back subconsciously, even forgetting he had no power to even move in his current state. But who can blame her? The man in front of her was the epitome of fear and evil you could have found in this world. Ha 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 ha, cough, you bunch of hypocrites, said the dying man, barely moving his mouth full of blood with the last of his life force. Just leave him. He deserves to die alone, with no one with him in his last moments, said the white-haired man while comforting the black-haired woman. Yes, we should leave. We need to handle a lot of work after this. We need to announce that Asher Greville was killed by Kevin so that his credibility will soar and the succession will be much smoother, said the blue-haired woman. Yeah, you are right. I should not lower myself to even think that I am related to that human, said the black-haired woman who was leaning in the arms of the white-haired man called Kevin. Soon after this conversation, they left Asher, who was reminiscing his life. He closed his eyes to shut down his thoughts. Even though Asher was not a person who would experience sorrow or regret, if you ever met him in his whole life, you would describe him as indifferent and cold. But he could not help but remember his past and said, "Forgive me, I couldn't keep my promise to you." He closed his eyes and to begin his eternal slumber in the darkness. Suddenly he saw a blue light with some ancient text on it saying, "Do you want to turn back time, my child?" He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yes, what am I even doing? Have I gone mad from facing death now?" He asked himself with a slight smile on a pale, white face that looked incredibly handsome, even in his dying moments. Suddenly, he saw himself in darkness, and in front of him appeared a blue screen which was hovering in the air and it said, Fate Devourer System. Initializing. 24%. 57%. 80%. Authority, Deus Time Control. Rank? Used. Goddess of Time wishes you the best. Asher woke up in his bedroom and saw that he was alive and unharmed. His bedroom was large and stylish, with every ornament coated in gold, silver, or diamonds. If someone saw it, they might think Asher was a king. The first thing he noticed was that he was young again. Asher had died at the age of 27, but was now back in his 13-year-old body. Ha 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 ha. Asher laughed hysterically, causing his personal maid, Emmy, to come in to check on him. "Young master, are you all right?" Emmy asked. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just make sure nobody enters the vicinity of my room for 3 hours," Asher told her so he could sort out his thoughts. "As you wish, young master," Emmy said before leaving and making sure nobody disturbed him. As Asher watched his maid leave, he began to recall the events that had led to his current situation. Suddenly, a voice announced directly in his mind. "Welcome, host, to the fate-devouring system." Surprised, but maintaining his composure, Asher asked, "What are you and why am I back in time?" The host was selected by the goddess of time, who used her power to help you turn back time. "I am simply a blessing from the goddess, meant to guide you moving forward," the voice replied. "But why did the goddess help me? Is there a reason or motive behind all this?" Asher asked, keeping his demeanor cold. "I'm sorry, but I cannot share that information with the host yet. When you reach certain milestones, you will be rewarded with knowledge and understanding," the voice said. "What is this fate thing you mentioned about the system?" Asher asked. "The host's destiny was altered, and your fate was consumed as a result. Even the goddess cannot intervene with the thread of fate. You were supposed to die in that forest, and your destiny would have continued on, but by returning to the time when you were young, your fate was lowered significantly. As a result, you will surely die in the coming years," the voice explained. "So I'm back in time. But I'm going to die in a few years. Is this a joke?" Asher asked with a frown. "Don't worry, the system will help you recover your fate points. Because your fate is low, you must plunder the fortune of others and take their fate points in order to recover yours," the voice said. "So I just need to take other people's opportunities and what was supposed to be their future?" Asher asked. "Yes, and number. You can also gain fate points by doing good deeds and helping others, or by defeating your enemies, either by killing them or taking their opportunities. I recommend the host follow the path of doing good, as it will be more convenient to gain fate points that way," the voice said. "First of all, what should I call you?" Asher asked. "Just call me System, as I am not a living entity. I am a part of what you received as a blessing from the goddess, since she cannot help you directly," the voice said. Asher was still cautious of the goddess of time, as he knew nothing about her intentions. He was a man who trusted no one else but himself, and even in his dying moments, he did not regret not being trustful because it's better to be cautious than betrayed. "You said I can get fate points easily by being a hero and a good person, right?" Asher asked. "Yes, host. By following this path, you will surely make fewer enemies." "Well, in that case, I'll be a villain. It's more fun that way," Asher said, shrugging. "The host has chosen their path, but it will be filled with blood and hatred. I've lived my whole life hated by the entire world. Every path I've walked has been filled with blood," Asher said, staring at the ceiling and lost in thought. Idiosis inverted question mark. Asher broke out of his thoughts and asked a question he had been thinking for a while. "System, how will you help me get fate points, and what is my current amount?" Host can say the command status and you will get your current strength details and skill screen shown to you. Status, vertical bar. Fate Devourer System vertical bar. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 1, EXP 01000. Bloodline, locked, blessing, goddess of time sealed. Body constitution, mortal stage. Shop, quests, synthesis. Dash. Attributes. Strength, 11. Agility, 9. Endurance, 10. Intelligence, 29. Mana, locked. Stamina, 12. Charm, 25. Fate, 14. Dash. Skills. Dash greater than time dilution, rank S, LVL1, active skill. Host can dilute the time to the ratio of 5:1 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Dash greater than Ash Sword Art, rank A+, greater than rank D, passive skill. Original Sword Art of Asher von Ravengreville, which was honed for years for the sole purpose of killing the enemy. Cooldown, none. Dash greater than Mana Flow, rank C, greater than sealed, passive skill. Helps the host in manipulating mana to his will. Dash. When Asher saw the skill time dilution, his indifferent face changed for a second, but it quickly returned to normal. This skill was very powerful. Just thinking about it, he realized that this means his speed will increase by 5 times at any point in the middle of a battle. This will surely be one of his trump cards, Asher decided while thinking about the future events that will change just because of this one skill. and seeing this LVL1, he was sure he could upgrade this skill to become even more powerful. What are these attributes based on? Asher asked while reading the attribute part of the panel. These are the quantized value the system has given you. For reference, the average adult has a stat of 10 in all except fate, which is at least 100 for each individual. Harg, I remember when I was young, I never bothered practicing mana control or doing the early training like other heirs, Asher said, remembering his past self for never giving enough attention to hone his powers. Asher was the heir to the Greville family, which was one of the most, if not the richest, family in the whole world. Nobody could deny his wishes, and his parents never forced him to do anything because they thought he would train when he joined the World Academy after turning 15. They wanted their child to grow freely, unburdened by all the power struggles and harm, and in the end, that's what happened in his previous life. But that will change now. He will change his fate with his own hands and his own methods, and nobody will be able to stop him this time. Obviously, his charm and intelligence were far above others of his levels, which helped him become the most dangerous man in his previous life. This life I will keep my promise with you, Asher said while still looking at his status screen. Idiaris's inverted question mark as host's body constitution is low and your bloodline is not awakened yet. I have lowered and sealed the respective skill. Okay, but tell me about level and shop part. What does it mean? Host can level up by killing beasts or your enemies. You can also level up from completing some quests. Shop feature allows the host to buy several things using fate points which will help you gain power more quickly, but it's still locked as host need to first plunder enough fate to unlock it. Quests are missions offered by the system and they have penalty or rewards when you fail or complete them, but host can deny the quests as long as it is not the main quest. What do you mean by main quest? Are they any different or will they stand in my way? Asher was asking this because he thought the system will force him to act a certain way by putting a leash on what he can do or what he can't. Don't worry, main quests are part of your goals and they will not hinder your progress and they will not change your way of doing things. Host can decide however he wants to clear the quest. System will reward you according to your success and penalties are not applicable to main quest because failing them itself will be a penalty to you. Hearing this, Asher was relieved because he did not want to become anyone's puppet. He liked controlling others, not being controlled himself. What does synthesis do? In your journey you may encounter several opportunities like skill scrolls. Host can merge them if they are of similar affinity and you will get a stronger version of that thing. Hearing this, Asher could not help but laugh out loud. Imagine getting 2 rank S skills and merging them. What he will get may cause havoc, but he was not an idiot who can't see through things. And let me guess, synthesis will also cost fate points, right? Yes, and due to this function will be locked for now. Asher understood all the function of this newly acquired system and how will he go from here on to increase his power and reach. Suddenly he heard a sound, ding ding. Dash. Greater than. Objective, awaken your mana. Time limit, 1 month. Rewards, bloodline change, 1-time use. Rank, penalty, none. Dash. What is bloodline upgrade? Asher asked, but he was not bothered by this quest because he planned to awaken himself as early as possible anyway. As host, previous bloodline awakened was a rank S mana control, but now if the host changes it you will get a new upgraded and more powerful bloodline. What the fuck? Asher thought in his mind. Asher's mana control allowed him to control his mana. His consumption and output proficiency of mana was top-notch in the whole world and it allowed him to get powerful really quickly after that incident. He was relaxed because he can repeat those same steps now, but getting a whole new bloodline even more powerful whose rank was apostrophe meant that it will be above rank S, which only some of the strongest hunters had, and he will get a whole new bloodline ability, but he was not sure. He was a bit unsure about this because he was very well versed in his rank S bloodline and a new one might cause his progress a bit of a delay, but he put that matter aside for now. System: as I am currently LVL1, what do I get when level up? Host: get attribute points and skill points, but you can also increase your attributes and skills yourself as well. All the APs and SPs are part of your blessing that you can only get gradually over the time, and when you increase your fate points, System advises the host to focus majorly on self-growth, as that will help you defeat the enemies in the same realm more easily. Host, the system will go down until you awaken your mana, as I cannot sustain in your manaless body because I am now a part of powers. System wishes the host good luck. After a while thinking things through, Asher decided to take a bath first to relax his mind a bit, so he called his maid Emmy to sort out his bath. Emmy, being the diligent and loyal maid, quickly but carefully did the job, as she did not want it to cause discomfort for her master. Asher sat on his lavish bathtub, which a clean porcelain white tub with beautiful design, and it screamed wealth. Relaxing in the steamy bath, Asher thought of how he needed arrange things to awaken himself. Awakening was really not that complicated, but you needed huge funds if you wanted to awaken privately, or you can go to the World Association to awaken yourself, but you needed to sign a contract with them which stated some terms to work as a government employee for some tenure depending your awakening results. But why would Asher become a dog for the association? He was the heir of Greville family, one of the richest family which worked in various industries, and one of those was mana stones, which was a specialty of the Greville family. As mentioned earlier, you can awaken privately, but for that you needed the mana gem and mana rooms, which kept a constant and pure flow of mana in it. Mana gem was a special mana stone which was only found rarely among rank C and above monsters, and its drop rate was very low, so association usually shared a single mana gem among 1,000 civilians to awaken them, but Asher can easily find a high-quality mana gem for himself with his family funds. In the past, his father Arthur von Greville, the current head of the Greville family, gave him the rank a mana gem for his awakening when he turned 15 before he joined the academy. Asher stood up from the bath, his smooth black hair complementing his spotless face. Standing at 5 feet 6, he was slightly taller than his peers for his age. Despite being young, his handsome face attracted many beauties, like a flame to moths, but despite being so attractive, people also feared him. This was because, when he was 6 years old, a kid had pushed Asher into the adult pool at a social event out of jealousy over the girls around him. Luckily, Asher was rescued by one of the teenagers who were gathered there quickly. When Arthur von Greville heard the news, he nearly killed the kid's entire family, but it was quickly stopped by his wife, Sylvie Raven Greville, who later calmed the situation, saying it was just a child's mistake. But nobody was relieved, as they knew Sylvie's personality and that she never settled grudges easily. The people there were sure that the kid's family was already done for and wanted no part in helping them, as no one wanted to be the enemy of the two powerhouses known as the Ravens and Greville. There were only a few families that could rival or oppose them, but what actually chilled everyone was the 6-year-old's calm and indifferent demeanor after almost drowning. Asher had always carried a cold face from a young age, but people thought it was common for children from elite families to mask their emotions. Everyone expected him to be startled by his near-death experience, but he just coughed up the water and walked towards Sylvie, leaving the doctor who was checking on him. "Ash, are you fine?" Sylvie asked, worried. "Mom, can you tell the attendants to fix my clothes? That kid pretty much ruined them," Asher said, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Other children his age around the party were pretty scared due to the whole commotion, but even the adults, when they saw his blood-red eyes, were taken aback with cold sweat, forgetting he was only a small kid. "Don't worry, Ash, Mom will handle things here. You go and change, okay?" Sylvie said while kissing his forehead. She was a very doting mother. After this day, Asher got the nickname the Cold Devil, and many people usually kept their distance, not wanting any problems with him at any social events whenever he attended them. Asher welcomed this change, as he didn't like people disturbing his personal space too much either. After this incident, his parents never tried to awaken him early, but rather let him enjoy his life and grow up with loving memories because they were worried about his child's cold demeanor towards everything. They believed that their love for him would slowly but surely melt his stone heart. Asher walked out his bathroom and took out his phone and called his father Arthur von Greville. "Hello Ash, "What did you call me for?" Arthur said in a surprised voice, as Asher rarely called him and his mother, as they always met for dinner anyways. "Dad, I want to try awakening," Asher said in his usual tone. "Oh, you want to try awakening? Yeah, I will." Thud. "Wait, what? You want to try awakening?" Arthur jumped out of his chair, startling his butler who was arranging his documents for him. "Did something happen to you, Asher? Tell me, did somebody harm you in any way?" Arthur said in cold voice. He never thought his son, who disliked practicing martial arts and will always deny the Arthur's sword training, would ask for something like this. Arthur Greville, despite being an extremely loving father towards him, did not wanted his son to lag behind others of his age and would always try to persuade him to just watch him train, but Asher, who liked doing business more than fighting, always denied him. He would have tried to be harsh on him, but his wife Sylvie gave him a death glare when he once tried to do so. "Dad, it's not like that. I just found my motivation to awaken myself, but if you don't want me to do it, then never mind. Bye." "No, wait," Arthur shouted on his phone. He got the chance he always wished for, and would he waste it now? Hell no. Arthur was a smart man. He knew if he questioned his son anymore he would definitely lose his motivation he'd just found towards awakening. "I will tell Stephen to arrange everything. Don't worry, everything will be ready by tomorrow." Asher wrapped up the call and decided to call Emmy and ring the bell in his room. Emmy was his personal maid, who was 20 years old. She had curly brown hair and a slender figure. She was a beauty who would probably make you turn back and look at her a few times. Although she was a maid, she was also the personal guard for Asher, directly appointed by his mother. She was raised as an assassin for the Raven House and came with Sylvie when she married Arthur Greville. "Young master, you called for me?" Emmy asked Asher. "Arrange the car, we are going out for a drive after an hour," Asher asked while taking out a notebook from his drawer. "As you wish, young master," Emmy said while going out to get things done. After Emmy walked out of his room, he decided to note down some future events and relevant people that will happen in the near future. "I clearly remember what will happen in the next 14 years from now and what will happen in 3 months from now," Asher said with a smirk on his face. Asher was not the one who would change the future only a little bit so that future will remain predictable. It was just not his style. He was the person who liked chaos, and peace was never an option with him. He was a villain through and through. If he didn't have something in his control, then he would probably make it so that everything was under his control. And after the 1 hour of him writing some stuff down in a language which only he would understand, for others it would simply seem like some doodles of kid, he walked out of his room in a white t-shirt and black jeans. "Emmy, is everything ready?" "Yes, young master." "Where do you want to go?" Emmy asked while signaling the other bodyguards to move to their positions. "Go to Harkin's agency. I want to buy some things." Asher, while walking towards his Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was a black-gold combination. Asher got in his car and Emmy sat in the front seat to protect him in case of any danger. The car moved out of the Greville mansion, which was quite big, covering what did seem half a kilometer around it. The Greville mansion was surrounded with gardens and security everywhere, and all the servants of the house had their accommodations built around the mansion itself so they can live with their families and do their jobs at the same time. Asher was moving towards west of Saran City, capital of Somaria. If you looked above in the skies, there were floating islands in the sky of Saran near its center above a huge building in which was covered with crystal mirror-like barriers in the shape of an oval. This building was called the World Academy, the place where Asher was looking, thinking about all the chaos he was going to create. "This time that academy will be the place where this world will shake under my name," Asher thought while staring at one of the floating islands. After half an hour of drive they arrived at 50-floored building which was called the Harkin's Agency. This was where all of Somaria's property-related transaction and land-related auctions were done. Saran, despite being the capital city, had a lot of unclaimed land in the forms of mountains. Most of the mountains were filled with beasts and were used as training grounds by the World Academy and the rest of the elite families of Saran to get them used to fighting in similar environments. Usually the mountains which were empty of any beasts for hunting purpose were sold to others for their own commercial use, so once in a while some mountains were sold if the previous ownership wanted to sell them. and Asher was going out to buy one such property which would become one of the most problematic source for the Greville family in his previous life. Asher arrived at the Harkins agency and got out of his car with an entourage of bodyguards behind him. Emmy had already made a reservation, so Harris Harkins, who was supervisor of the Surround branch of their company, was already down in the hall waiting to greet the infamous heir of Greville family. "Greetings, young Master Greville," Harris asked with hurried but calm voice because he was aware of the Cold Devil and his retaliations. "Relax, Mr. Harris, I am here to see some properties to buy. Can you show me what lands are available for auctions?" Asher asked Harris with his same indifferent face. Harris was obviously nervous because he couldn't read the expression of this young boy, and he did not wanted to get in trouble with the Greville family, which was too great compared to their Harkins family, so he hurriedly told his secretary to arrange the best VIP rooms for them to chat. "Please come this way, young Master Greville. I hope some of the property are to your likings." Asher followed them to the 47th floor, which was reserved for VIP only, and sat down on the sofas in very cozy but professional-looking room. He was served some snacks and desserts, but he didn't bother eating them, which made the secretary a bit worried, thinking it was not to his likings. "Mr. Harris, can you show me the catalogue for the upcoming auction, please?" "Yes, young Master Greville, this is the list of properties which will be auctioned the coming week. If you like any one of them, just tell me, we will give it you without auctioning it." Harris, clearly being an opportunist he was, wanted to build a connection with Greville rather than immediate profit. What a clever man, Asher smirked in his mind. "Don't worry, I wanted to participate in the auction anyways. I was just seeing if there is any property which piqued my interest." Asher wanted to grab the opportunity from his opponent's hand in front of them to relish their despair when they later find what they just lost. He clearly remembered what the system has told him about fate points, and he was going to do just that. Harris disliked how he lost an opportunity for expanding his network, but he nevertheless catered to Asher in hope of making a good impression on him, thinking, "This Cold Devil will go big anyway, so I should get some connections with him." Asher, who could see through his facade, just kept his usual face and left after the chat was done. Asher got back to the mansion and changed to get comfortable and arranged some business-related documents. Asher in his previous life thought of increasing his power and training a tiring task. He rather liked just using his brains to flourish their business, but knew that being weak was not a great thing in a world where the strong ruled. So he decided he would start his awakening and training when he turned 15 before joining the World Academy. The day ended and both the Greville couple were back home. The dinner was set on table, which was quite large for a family of 4, but this was a common thing for all elite families, as they would usually greet their guests at the table when they visited them. Arthur Greville was ecstatic from the sudden found motivation of Asher, but Sylvie thought her husband forced Asher to try awakening a year and a half before the agreed date, so she decided to ask Asher, who was in front of her cutting his steak. "Asher, I heard you wanted to try awakening. Did your dad force you to agree?" "Don't worry, if that's the case I will make sure he never talks to you," Sylvie said, while glaring at Arthur. Arthur almost choked on the bite he has just taken and started coughing. "Don't worry, Mom, I just wanted to start my training a bit early. You can say I just got some motivation to strengthen myself before joining the World Academy. And it would not look good upon the Greville name if the heir was a lazy guy, now would it?" Asher cleared the issue before his father, who was choking on his food, got more scolding from his mother. Sylvie, despite being a strong woman who was referred as a demon from the people who knew her, was just a soft and caring mother for Asher. Her heart always wanted her son to smile and be like other children, but she didn't know what could melt the heart of her son. "If you wish to awaken, I will not stop you, but as you are awakening a bit later than others, you might find yourself a bit behind, but don't let it get you, okay?" Sylvie said to Asher, worrying he might compare himself to others and get depressed. "Whatever results you get from awakening, don't forget you are the heir of Greville and nobody can look down on you," Arthur said while clearing his mouth as he finished his food. "You geese don't need to worry, I know what I am doing, and knowing me, do you think I will get depressed?" Asher said as he was getting up to leave room as he finished his dinner, while subconsciously a smile emerged on his face. Asher left the room, but there was a weird silence in the room. "Honey," he smiled. "I thought I hallucinated for a second. But did we saw the same sight?" Arthur told Sylvie, as they were both surprised, as they did not remember when they saw their son's last smile. He always carried an indifferent face regardless of the situation he was in. "Arthur, make sure his awakening doesn't go unhindered and get him the best resources you can arrange. I don't care about the cost, just make sure he gets the best," Sylvie told Arthur with a hint of excitement in her voice. Sylvie did everything to see her son smile. She never told no to him when he asked for something, and due to this many people thought she was spoiling him too much. But for a mother whose only wish was to see her son happy, she didn't care how the world saw her. "Did you think I would be petty after that sight? Don't worry, I will make sure he gets the best of the best," Arthur said while calling Stephen, the head butler of the Greville family. Stephen was a man who was in his 50s and had seen Arthur grow up as a child, but he was surprised to see him so excited to do something in the past 15 years. The times he remembered his state similar to this was when he married Sylvie and when his kids were born. Idiris's morning arrived, and Asher got ready for his awakening, which was arranged quite quickly despite his sudden request. Asher and Demi got in the car and arrived at a teleportation gate near the southeast part of Saran, which was quite bustling with people going around. The car stopped around the two big semicircular-shaped stones with some blue glowing carvings on them, placed with one of them behind the other, forming a circle if you looked at it from the front side. This was the teleportation gate, which was used by the people to go to certain floating islands and faraway places. Emmy got out of the car and signaled their security group to clear the premises. Asher got out of the car and moved towards and stopped at the circular runic carvings just below the teleportation gate. Their destination was the famous Mage Tower of the Mage Association, which was located on one of the floating islands in Saran. "Why did Dad bother going to the Mage Tower for awakening? We could have done it in our mansion as well," Asher thought, remembering that in the past life, he awakened in their estate's mana room instead of going to the Mage Tower. "Well, I don't dislike it, and the Mage Tower will have a better mana room anyway." The reason Arthur chose the Mage Tower was that their mana rooms were the best in the whole world, and the awakening result would be easier depending on the mana quality concentrated in the room as well. "It seems like Dad got quite excited over me awakening so much so as to go to the Mage Tower for a simple awakening," Asher said when he arrived at the Mage Association's floating island. "It should at least be this much for young master. You simply deserve this," Emma said in a proud voice while puffing her chest out. She always looked at Asher like a little brother who deserved everything in the world. Her mental image of Asher was of an innocent puppy whom she had taken care of since he was a 5-year-old. If someone had heard her thoughts, they would have screamed how the hell this cold devil looked like a puppy to her. Asher was amused at her response. She had been quite loyal to him in the past life as well. As they were walking out, they got into another car from the teleportation gate and started driving to the Mage Tower. They reached the Mage Tower in 15 minutes as there was no speed limit on floating islands. As everybody who was there was not a civilian but above F-rank hunters, they were able to cope with and react to high-speed cars running through the island. Asher got out of the car and saw the sight of the marvelous white tower soaring high in the sky. The tower consisted of 100 floors, all imbued with space magic, so the interior was way bigger than what it seemed outside. Arthur was waiting with Stephen, who carried a big square black suitcase, which carried a mana gem that would be used by Asher to awaken as a hunter. "Asher, come here, we need to move to the 90th floor for the awakening," Arthur said while moving happily towards the lift. If anyone had seen him acting this way, they would have forgotten that he was the fearful head of Greville, who was renowned as an S-rank sword master. They moved towards, passing through several floors and finally arriving on the 90th floor. Typically, the mana floor of this floor was reserved for the S-rank hunters of the world. Arthur used his special privileges and pulled some strings, and with a little bit of threatening, voila, it was done. "Dad, you know that this will cause some headaches in the future." Asher knew Arthur has probably pissed quite a bit of people to use these exclusive rooms just for an awakening. "Ha ha 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 ha, don't worry, this much trouble is nothing for us. and if somebody wanted trouble they can always come and greet my sword," Arthur said with confidence. Asher and Arthur arrived in front of the door, which had gravel labeled in gold on it. It was clear that this whole floor was a luxury above others, just looking at the mana concentration outside the room, which was comparable to the mana room in their estate. "So this is your son, Arthur, quite a dashing fellow to look at," an old man walked in front of them and said while his eyes were on Asher. "Asher, meet the old man of the Major Association, Edward Amories, one of the SS rank hunters in this world," Arthur said while introducing the old man. Edward Amories was actually one of the Major Association elders who was acquainted with the Greville family and helped Arthur arrange the mana room for Asher. Asher gave a look towards Edward and he could feel a strong mana force emanating from his sheer presence. Seeing how only the pressure of an SS rank hunter was capable of killing him made him remember that he was no longer one of the strongest men in the world, but he knew he could make it to that pedestal much earlier in this life. "Hello, I am Asher von Raven Greville," Asher said while still wondering why this old man was here. "Oh, are you wondering why I am here? Ask your father about this," Edward said while smiling towards Asher. "Yeah, I forgot to tell you. Old man Edward will help you accommodate the mana gem during your awakening," Arthur said while signaling Stephen to hand over the suitcase to him. "Let's go inside the room first because the thing inside it is quite a shocker for this old man, too," Edward said while smiling towards Arthur. Arthur and Asher followed Edward into the room. It was a white marble room with runic language all over the borders of the room. Even not knowing what the runes did, Asher could guess they were mana-gathering runes and were probably some of the best ones because the Major Association monopolized almost 90% of rune masters. Asher could have guessed that his awakening this time was pretty different from his previous one, maybe due to his parents being happy that he tried to awaken early or some other reason because his previous one did not require another person to help him, especially an SS rank hunter who specialized in magic. But when Arthur opened the box, oh boy, he was shocked. What Arthur had just pulled out was an S-rank mana gem, which was not even sold anywhere in the world and was only used during item exchange of equivalent worth. A mana gem was a highly rare mana stone, which dropped when you killed monsters which were formed in dungeons and only above-ranked sea beasts formed a mana gem. People used mana gems for their awakening because it was a pure form of mana with less impurities than a mana stone, and there would be no injuries while forming your mana core during your awakening. In his previous life, he used a rare A-rank mana gem, which was so costly it alone could buy a couple of lands in Saran, but despite being only one rank above, an S-rank mana gem was incredibly rarer than an A-rank mana gem because there were fewer S-rank beasts compared to A-rank, and even a marginal amount of those S-rank beasts dropped a mana gem, so the supply was so low that even S-rank hunters had difficulty getting an S-rank mana gem. Asher, though grateful, could see that his father had just used his own mana gem, and this was pretty much the case because when you form your mana heart, you can increase your level in two ways. First, gradually absorbing mana from your surroundings and consolidating it in your mana core, increasing its power. Second, you use mana gems to move that mana inside your body and gently nourish your mana core with it. But absorbing mana through a mana gem is not advised because it will not allow your mana capacity to naturally grow. It will be filled before it could have grown bigger. Mana gems should only be used as assistance when you reach the peak of your rank and encounter a bottleneck to cross the threshold and rank up. Arthur was already at the peak of S rank, and this mana gem, along with a few more, would have helped him become SS rank like in his previous life. But he was losing one of his S-rank mana gems for Asher. "Dad, I can use an A-rank gem just fine, you don't need to waste this," Asher said, meaning what he said. It didn't matter to him what gem was used in his awakening because his special bloodline would balance it out. "Don't even try to convince me, your mother would probably beat me to death if I cheap out here," Arthur said, giving him a look that said it can't be helped. "Sigh, okay, if that's what you want, let's start," Asher said to Edward, who was just smiling, looking at the soft father and cold son duo. Asher took off his shirt and sat in a meditation position. Arthur took out the S-rank mana gem, which was a blood red, with a radiant-shaped fist-sized gemstone. He placed the stone in Asher's hands and signaled Edward to start. A normal awakening was not difficult. The person usually absorbed ample amounts of mana from the gem or the room they were in. The mana gem usually helped complete the formation of a mana core in the heart. Civilians were generally awakened at the age of 12, as declared by the World Association for Common People to follow. For common people, the awakening process involved forming their mana core in the initial stages and gradually growing it over time. Depending on their talent, a person's mana core could be formed between the ages of 13 and 19. The World Association would then pick talented individuals under 15 to join them and send them to the World Academy. They would evaluate their results upon graduation and scout them accordingly. Rich people, like Asher's family, did not have to wait for their children to form their mana core. They could afford a mana gem solely for a person to use and awaken their children immediately. This was also a way for people in power to control newly awakened hunters. Little boy, focus on my mana movement inside your body and guide the mana from the gem accordingly. Be careful not to lose focus during this, as it may damage you severely, Edward said. While placing his hands on Asher's back, Arthur was not worried about anything happening to Asher because he believed in his son's talent and Edward would stop the awakening if something went wrong. Asher, who already knew how to form a mana heart, let Edward guide the mana through his upper chest area and stir it in the direction of his heart, just like normal blood circulation. Asher guided the S-rank mana gem's energy, following Edward's guidance. Even Edward was surprised by how quickly Asher got used to his mana circulation. He was now sure another genius had been born into the Greville family after the birth of that monster. A milky white energy started gathering near the center of Asher's heart and soon a grain-sized crystal formed. Asher kept giving more mana and circulating the rest of the mana through his body. The awakening process had two parts. First, you needed to form a mana core in your heart, which was called mana heart formation. Second, you needed to guide the rest of the mana through your veins and remove impurities from your body. As mana was the fuel and the body was the vessel that contained it, it was very important to make your foundation as strong as possible during the awakening. Asher wanted to improve his foundation even more than the last time. Edward saw that he had formed the initial mana core in his heart and was cleansing the impurities, so he stepped back and let Asher continue. Black, goo-like substances began to come out of every pore in Asher's body. Due to the special room, the impurities disappeared as soon as they touched the floor. The process of laying the foundation was more painful the longer it took. A normal person would only endure it for 5 minutes before ending the ceremony. A genius might endure it for nearly an hour. After some time, Arthur started to worry about Asher as it had been nearly 4 hours and he was still sitting there. Blood was coming out of his pores to replace his newly formed blood from the formation of the mana heart. His veins were bursting and repairing at the same time. All the fat on his body was now gone. What kind of monster is he to endure this much pain without even showing a hint of change in his expression after lasting this long? Edward thought to himself. The last record for the longest foundation process was held by none other than Asher's grandfather, who was one of the 11 SSS rank hunters in the world and endured for 4 hours and 30 minutes. They were anxious, but hoping that Asher would somehow break his grandfather's record. During all of this, Asher was experiencing mind-numbing pain, which was familiar to him. In his previous life, the methods he chose to become strong always involved some kind of self-harming ability that caused him so much pain that he was always barely maintaining his sanity. Asher's ability to stay calm and indifferent, coupled with his high intelligence, allowed him to keep himself sane. Asher's whole body was now burning red, steam coming out of his body. Blood was pouring out of his body, staining his pants with a crimson red. Even though the mana room was removing any residual that came out of his body, the stench of iron was heavy in the air. Asher was at the 4-hour, 30-minute mark. He had beaten his grandfather's record and was on his way to set a new record. Arthur was happy to see his son's talent. He was already thinking about Sylvie's happy face when he told her about this. Asher, who was focusing all his attention on cleansing, finally stopped at a total time of 5 hours and 12 minutes. He opened his eyes to feel his newly set foundation and stood up to move a bit. He knew he had outdone his previous self, who had lasted only 3 hours and 20 minutes. By no means that was bad. Even a genius would last around an hour. And even in his previous life, Asher would have been in the spotlight. However, there were already quite a few highly talented youths who had lasted around or more minutes than Asher. His generation was praised by the whole with the nickname of Generation of Monsters. Nobody knew why so many talented individuals were born in the same generation, but now, Asher had outdone those talents and also broken the record of his grandfather, Nathaniel von Greville, who was also known as the Sword God. Congratulations, Arthur, another monster like Nathan Greville has been born into your family, Edward said to Arthur, gesturing with his hands in a wave-like motion towards Asher. Suddenly, all the blood-stained clothes were cleaned of blood, and all of Asher's sweat was gone. Asher nodded his head to appreciate Edward's consideration and Edward just smiled back at him. But it seems like I need to tell Father about this before we announce it publicly, Arthur said, taking some things into consideration. No need to announce it, just tell it to Grandfather. I don't want too much attention right now. It will be a fun surprise for the whole world when the World Academy starts, Asher said with a smirk on his face while he was putting on his shirt. And Dad, I am quite tired from all this. Let's go back home and discuss this issue at a later date, Asher quickly said before Arthur could say anything, causing him to close his mouth. Sigh. Okay, then we will do that, Arthur said with a sad voice. He was very excited to announce his son's heaven-breaking talent to the whole world, but he couldn't do it if Asher was against it. And thank you, Mr. Edward, for your help this time, Asher said, conveying his gratitude. Oh, don't worry, this old man also got to see your monstrous talent, Edward said while laughing. Asher left the room, leaving Arthur and Edward who were chatting happily. He wanted to call out the system, but he waited until he reached his home, where he would not be disturbed. Him and Demi left without Arthur because he would probably head back to his office before going home. Asher reached the Greville estate and told Demi to make sure nobody disturbed his rest. When he got back in his room, though he was feeling very tired, he called out to check the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the first main quest. Do you want to redeem the reward for your quest? Asher was already waiting to check what he would get instead of his rank S bloodline mana control. Somewhere in his mind, he didn't want to part ways with his mana control, but he knew to get stronger, he needed to sacrifice something. Do it. Claiming reward, one-time bloodline change, rank used. Warning beep beep. What happened? Asher asked, not knowing what was happening. Host, this bloodline you will get is too powerful to assimilate with your body. You will experience unimaginable pain which may render your brain useless and killing you in the process. Do you wish to continue? Asher already knew his answer. He thought, pain? I have handled it my whole life. Continue. Idiasis inverted question mark. Host, the system will create a sound barrier around you. I wish you good luck. A circular, translucent barrier formed around Asher as he sat down with his legs crossed. Initializing, bone marrow replacement. 0.9%. Asher felt so much pain that even his indifferent face showed lines forming on his forehead. Asher's bone marrow went through massive changes as a black mana erupted around him, assimilating with the bone marrow tissue and changing it. Commencing bloodline injection. 1%. A chilling, light blue energy erupted and forced its way into Asher's mana heart, moving up towards his spinal cord to his brain. At the same time, a boiling red energy emerged and moved towards his abdomen, heading towards the blue energy. Asher's brain was experiencing two polar energies that were not harming it, but the pain he was experiencing was too much. Asher thought the system didn't take his past life into account when it said he would need to endure pain, but he didn't know the system had warned him after carefully assessing him. Asher screamed in pain for the second time in his life. He was no longer in a meditating position, but rolling on the floor and clutching his head so hard that blood started pouring out. He no longer maintained his indifferent expression as his eyes rolled back, his back arched off the floor and his toes ground against it. His sanity was fading with each passing minute as the system's warning about the possibility of death during the process proved true. His mind went blank and he couldn't even hear his own screams anymore. But just before he lost consciousness, he heard a sound. Ding ding. Bloodline acquisition successful. Recalibrating host's stats. Congratulations, host, you have done a remarkable job. Cough caw oof gasp gasp. He was gasping for air. Asher was still coughing up blood as he moved to sit on his bed. His mind was numb from what had just happened, and he didn't even hear the system notifications. His breathing was ragged, removing sound barrier. Asher saw that his wounds around his head and face were healing. It seemed that the pain he endured was worth it, especially considering his new regeneration rate. This type of healing was only found in B-rank hunters and above, and Asher, who had just recently awakened at rank G, was now capable of doing the same. In this world, hunters were ranked from G to SSS, with only 11 SSS rank hunters. They were ranked based on their ability to perform in similar rank dungeons and their mana core rank, as you may have a mana core of rank B but your combat ability and utility were taken into consideration while giving you your ranks. After gathering his nerves, Asher called out to the system to check his new bloodline. Status. Recalibration done. Generating status. Fate Devourer System. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 1, EXP 01000. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time sealed. Body Constitution, Mana core rank E. Shop, Quests, Synthesis. Attributes. Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 14 plus 70. AP, 0. SP, 0. Skills. Dash greater than time dilution, rank S, LVL 1, active skill. Host can dilute the time to the ratio of 5 to 1 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Dash greater than Ash Sword Art, rank A+, rank C, passive skill. Original sword art of Asher von Ravengreville which was honed for years for the sole purpose of killing the enemy. Cooldown, none. Dash greater than mana flow, rank C, LVL 1, passive skill. Helps the host in manipulating mana to his will. Dash greater than absorption, rank S, LVL 1 active skill. Absorb highest stats of killed foes. Restriction. 1. Must be killed by the host and direct touch is required to absorb. 2. Highest stat of the other beings should be greater than the host's stat. 3. Fate points cannot be absorbed. Cooldown, 1 hour. Asher started laughing as he saw his new bloodline ability. Truly fitting for a villain like me, but while he was looking at his newfound ability, he noticed that his previous bloodline skill, Mana Flow, was still there. System, did you make a mistake? Idiaris's inverted question mark. No, the skill Mana Flow was retained at rank C due to your memories. But your previous Mana Control was rank S which is different from Mana Flow rank C. You retain the memory of how to utilize this ability but this not the best version of your original skill. As this is not your main bloodline ability you need to actually train the skill. Fate Devourer System. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 1, EXP 01000. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time sealed. Body Constitution, Mana core rank E. Shop, Quests, Synthesis. Attributes. Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 14 plus 70. AP, 0. SP, 0. Skills. Time dilution rank S, LVL1, absorption rank S, LVL1, Ash Sword Art rank C, Mana Flow rank C. This was not difficult for Asher at all. Yes, the drop from initial rank S to rank C was big, but he can level it up nevertheless. His mana control was one of the best in the world in his previous life. However, now he can mask his actual bloodline ability with this. He was delighted to see that one of his main skills was retained for him to use in this life. It didn't matter if mana flow was a passive skill, as this will affect all his skills and growth equally. This skill could also be viewed as a % buff to all his skills, increasing their power but decreasing the consumption for the same. Some of the major changes he saw were his stats, which were more than 4 times the previous ones. When a person usually awakens, they get 2-3 times stronger, depending on their talent, but Asher got more than 4 times the stats in some attributes. His charm and intelligence were also very high. However, he also noticed that his fate increased by 70 as well. System, why did my fate increase? While moving his arms around to see the new changes he had, as host has awakened earlier than destined, you have altered some of your fate. This would have been a lot of fate points usually, but your fate thread is now very thin, so host needs to do many alterations to his destiny to increase his fate now. Although Asher had the idea it was his early awakening that caused his fate points to change, but he wanted to get an idea how much fate he will get doing such changes to the future. He looked at his new bloodline ability, which will remain a secret from others. This was too powerful. Even after those restrictions and still being LVL1, you could only imagine what this ability will become in the future. And his new rank SSS bloodline, which he knew nobody except one guy in this world right now had such capabilities, and the one guy that was none other than Kevin Whiteheart, the man who killed Asher in his previous life, who had a very powerful SS rank bloodline. Asher's eyes displayed a dangerous glint just as remembered that name, but before his bloodlustful killing intent started coming out of his body, he calmed down. Soon, a wave of tiredness hit Asher. He was very tired after awakening, and the new bloodline acquisition left him devoid of any energy. He wanted to sleep badly, so he dropped down onto his bed and closed his tired eyelids to get some rest. Under the black-looking ceiling, you could see 2 figures close to each other. There were multiple bodies everywhere of people who seemed to have died while fighting someone. They were sitting in a huge altar-like place. Near the altar, you could see those 2 figures saying something to each other. I am sorry. A girl whose body was riddled with wounds was muttering something while being in the hands of a boy who slumped down carefully holding her. Her arms had multiple weapon wounds, legs burnt, and her skin was black for some reason, and with pitch-black eyes, devoid of life. His condition was not good either. There was a sword wound in his chest, which nearly missed his heart. His hair was disheveled, and he was screaming some words at the girl. Blood tears were flowing out of his eyes. Don't drown in revenge. Like me, the girl said to the boy with her dead-looking eyes, which had given up on this world. It seemed like she could not even hear the screaming young man. Promise me. Me that gasp that you will cough. Become undefeated so that nobody could harm you, and forgive me. Just like that, the body of the girl took its last breath. Idiaris's inverted question mark. It was 7:08 in the morning, and Asher suddenly woke up with cold sweat. Arg! Asher groaned as he picked himself up and massaged his head because of the headache he was getting. Calm the FCK down, I can change the future, Asher shouted to himself while clutching his head with his trembling hands. It seemed like he stopped having those dreams after coming back in time, but the recent painful experience awakened his bad memories. He stood up and changed his clothes to some new casual ones and went outside to have breakfast with his family. He took the stairs down to the living room and entered the dining room. Arthur and Sylvie were already waiting for him and were chatting with each other. Sylvie saw Asher entering and got excited. Congratulations, Ash, on your awakening. It seems like you broke the record of your grandfather, Sylvie said, but it seems like you don't love your mother anymore. I had to hear this news now. HMPH, Sylvie said in a sulky voice. Asher laughed internally at his mother's little act. He found it cute how his mother behaved like a young girl in front of him. In the future, he could not enjoy such interactions, but now he could. Times like these are not so bad, Asher thought to himself. It's not like that, Mum. I was very tired yesterday, and I told Dad to not announce this news because I don't wish for too much attention right now, Asher said with his usual calm face as he pulled his chair back and sat down. Yes, you should respect his wishes, Sylvie, Arthur told her while patting her back. Okay, fine, it's all good if you plan to announce it on a later date, Sylvie said while eating her breakfast. Did you tell further about the whole thing? Sylvie asked Arthur. Yeah, I contacted him, but it seems like he is still busy exploring the recent SS rank dungeon outbreak which appeared in the Lost Lands, Arthur said with a serious voice. In this world, there were a total of 5 countries named Somaria, Dismar, Fascia, Belvoria, and Halcyon. The planet was called Earth, which is at least 10 times bigger than our Earth, consisted of each of these countries, which were way bigger than Russia. Dismar was in the northwest, Fascia in the southwest, Belvoria in the southeast, and Halcyon in the northeast, and Somaria, which was in the center. These countries were so big that when the first monster outbreaks happened hundreds of years ago, some land was discarded and was now called the Lost Lands. These lands were deemed too dangerous by the High Council and were only cleared by S-rank hunters and above. Asher remembered clearly that the current SS-rank dungeon his grandfather was exploring would be the cause of his death in the coming 2 months. He needed to convince him somehow to stop the exploration, which was going to be a bit difficult. Ding ding. Quest issued. Objective: save Nathaniel von Greville from dying. Rewards: 100 fate points. Penalty: -20 all stats, -80 fate points. Does host want to accept the quest? Y/N. Asher didn't mind the quest because he was planning on doing the same anyway. The loss of his grandfather was the biggest reason for the downfall of the Greville family. Arg, I need to convince that old man to stay home. This will cause me some headaches, but I am still gonna do it, Asher thought in his mind. Sigh left the mouth of Asher and Sylvie noticed it and asked him. What happened, Ash? Anything troubling you? Sylvie asked with a hint of worry in her voice. I was thinking about meeting grandfather on my birthday, this coming month, but it seems like I would not be able to. Sigh. Asher made little bit of a sulky face intentionally. Oh, he must be missing the old man. Arthur thought in his mind, thinking he saw through his cold face. Asher purposefully did this little act so that he can trigger the emotions of his parents and they will make sure Nathan attends his birthday. Then Asher just needed to stall him for a week or more. System open the quest. Asher was already thinking of ways he will approach this. Quest issued. Objective: save Nathaniel von Greville from dying. Reward: 100 fate points. Penalty: -20 all stats, -80 fate points. Do you wish to accept the quest? Y/N. Asher already knew his answer, said yes in his mind. Quest added. You can now view in there, Quest tab. Asher remembered about the auction he was going to attend today. Mom, I want to start a new company called Aztech using my personal funds under the Abyss Guild, Asher said after finishing his food. Okay, just tell Stephen about it and all the paperwork will be done. I will also provide you with some funds to start, so feel free to try your hand in various sectors, Sylvie replied as she stood up to leave for work. The Abyss Guild is owned by the Greville family, and its guild master is Nathan Greville. Nathan is often busy handling SS-rank dungeons and venturing to dangerous places, so Arthur handles the entire guild administration and everything related to hunters. Sylvie is the CEO of Abyss Enterprises, the industrial branch of the Abyss Guild that ventures into various sectors. The Greville family's net worth was estimated to be around 250 billion aurum, or, note that $1 equals 1 or. The Greville family controls much of Somaria's economy, thanks to part of Sylvie's business-related talent and her use of the Raven family's information guild to eliminate opposition. Jonathan Raven, head of the Raven family, dotes on his daughter and has allowed Sylvie to grow Abyss Enterprises to its current heights. "Thanks, Mum. I will make sure your investment doesn't go to waste," Asher replied as he stood up from his chair. "Don't worry, I believe in your talent, but if you need any advice, come to me or ask your father about it," Sylvie said as she hugged both Asher and Arthur before leaving. Asher said goodbye to his parents and began typing important information related to his new company, Aztech, which would be his first step towards achieving his goal. "Emmy, tell Steven to check the file I just sent him and arrange the car. We're going to the Harkins auction house," Asher said to Emmy, who nodded and left to make all the preparations. Asher wore a designer all-black suit and looked dashing, with a sharp jawline and crimson-red eyes. He resembled a handsome devil who would fulfill your wish, but take your life in return. His charm was very high, and stats like charm were inherited values that were mostly decided at birth. While a person could increase their charm, there were limits to how much they could improve it. However, Asher could also increase his charm using the system's AP. If he wished, he could spend his attribute points on increasing his charm. Asher left the mansion and got into his car. Emmy signaled the driver to head towards the auction house. They passed through a bustling area, which caught the attention of many as they saw a group of high-end cars passing by. A kid on the road was fascinated by the cool cars and asked his mom to buy such cars as well. The mother could only smile and say that they were too expensive for them. They arrived at the Harkins private estate, which had been turned into an auction house. Emmy got out and walked with Asher towards the VIP entrance. She had already arranged everything, so Asher received the best VIP room. Asher sat down on the sofa and signaled for Emmy to sit beside him. "Emmy, I told Steven that you will handle the administrative work for my new company. Do you mind?" Asher asked while looking at the catalog handed to him by a female assistant stationed there to assist the VIPs and make them feel comfortable. "How could I refuse the young master? If you feel that I am capable of doing this, I will make sure I don't let your expectations down," Emmy replied confidently with bright eyes. Asher was happy to see his loyal maid, who was ready to accept his sudden request. He needed to gather his own team of people to achieve his future goals and make sure most of his future actions were hidden from his family. This was one of the reasons Asher created his own company, so he could move more freely in the future. At the same time, outside the auction house, 2 sports cars stopped and 2 young women and 2 young men got out. It seemed they were heading towards the auction house. "Marcus, you're sure spending big today?" the other young boy told him excitedly. "Of course, a man should never be cheap when escorting a beauty," Marcus said while gesturing towards the 2 young girls accompanying them. At his flirtatious words, both of the girls blushed a little. It seemed like Marcus was taking some girls on a date to the auction house to show off his wealth. "But are you sure? It seems like we may not be able to buy any land here." The young boy accompanying Marcus spoke to him in a low voice. "Don't worry, who would stop me? I'm a member of the Williams family. They have to give me face here," Marcus muttered to his friend while laughing out loud. Indeed, Marcus was part of one of the elite families named Williams, but he was just a son from the branch family. When Asher almost died in his previous life, the blue-haired woman who talked to Kevin was none other than the famous heir of the Williams family, Eva Williams, who was called the genius scholar in that future by the whole world. In the previous timeline, Marcus Williams bought this property, and when the opportunity arrived, Eva Williams cleverly took the rights of the land from Marcus Williams, and her family became one of the major contenders against the Greville family. This opportunity was actually a dungeon. It was a low-level E-class dungeon with low-level monsters, but this dungeon world had multiple mana stone caves. Even though mana stones were useless for awakening, they were used everywhere in the world. They were used as a power source, to enchant items, and to charge up teleportation gates. This world basically used mana stones as a fuel source, and Abyss Enterprises' main industry revolved around the constant supply and distribution of mana stones. The Williams family was also one of the few elite families that did similar business to the Greville. In his previous life, this dungeon cost the Greville family around 30% of its net worth of 250 billion ore. This time, Asher would cut off the major business opportunity for the Williams. "Come on, ladies, let's go inside." Marcus waved at the girls, who were admiring the whole auction house. Marcus took them to a VIP room, and his room number was 6. Meanwhile, in VIP room number 1, Asher was sitting on the sofa, waiting for the auction to start. After some time, Harris Harkin got on stage and said, "Welcome to our auction, ladies and gentlemen. I, Harris Harkin, will be your auctioneer for today." Murmur murmur. Other guests were surprised to see Harris himself hosting today because he was usually a busy person. But it seemed like today was a special day. Harris hosted today because he wanted to increase his network with the Greville family, so he decided to host the day Asher was coming. Seeing the chattering of the audience, Harris quickly started the introduction before wasting more time. "Today, we have several mountain ranges and 2 special surprises for you guys," Harris announced excitedly. This news made the people who attended the auction happy. Marcus and his group were also happy to see this change from the usual. "This was done because we have some special guests in the VIP room today," Harris announced. Hearing this, one of the girls got curious and asked, "Is it because of you, Marcus?" She said with shining eyes. Marcus was dumbfounded, but he saw the opportunity and decided to grab it. "Of course. The Williams family is respected wherever we go, no matter who we encounter," Marcus said, spouting whatever came to mind. Both girls started praising him, which pleased Marcus, who was only there to show off to these girls. "Are you buying these lands?" the other girl asked. "Of course, I will buy one land and one of the surprises Mr. Harris will show today." Marcus originally planned to buy land, but decided to impress these girls more. Even the young boy was impressed by his friend Marcus. "So let's start with our first land in a mountain range northwest of Saran. The starting bid will be 1 million ore, and the increment will be 100k ore each," Harris announced. People started to bid on this land, and Marcus also decided to play along. 1.5 million ore, 1.8 million ore, 2 million ore, 2.5 million ore, Marcus said from his VIP room. 100 million ore. A voice came from VIP room 1. Nobody knew who was sitting there, but they were shocked at the bid. Even Marcus got startled by the amount. Going once, going twice, sold to bidder VIP room 1 for 100 million ore, Harris announced happily. "Idiasis inverted question mark a while ago, just before Marcus arrived with his group, Asher got curious about something and asked the system. System, does killing the person tied with the opportunity also give me fate points? No, killing the person who would claim the opportunity will not lead to any fate points unless they are themselves connected to the host's fate. So, if I go around killing my future enemies, will I get fate points? Asher asked in his mind. Yes, but the host should not kill their future enemies with a fate value higher than their own. And I would advise you to take their fate values as much as you can before killing them. Killing such a person will cost a huge amount of fate points. Killing a person breaks their fate threads and you cannot intervene or benefit from that. Asher got annoyed at this explanation because some of his plans would work better if he just killed some of the people early. What if there's no opportunity to take from the hands of a person? There were people who were already strong and were directly linked to his fate. There were no other ways to weaken them, apart from killing them. The host can also increase their fate by humiliating others. If the person hates or negatively views the host and the host defeats them in any way, and you can take their fate as your own, another situation may arise, but the host's level is too low to access that information. This was a headache for Asher, but he just needed to play around with some people a little before killing them. But seeing that he could get his fate up just by making people hate him, he thought to himself, making others hate me is something I was born with, but if I have more fate points than my opponent, I would just kill him to make things easier. System, can you tell me the fate points of other people? Asher was curious about this. Yes, if they are in the vicinity of the host, I can calculate the value, then calculate the value of the guy that was going to buy the land. What was his name? Asher tried to jog his memory and remembered. Marcus Williams. He was the one who gave Eva this land as I remember. Measuring fate. Ping. System window. Name, Marcus Williams. Fate points, 2000. What the hell? Asher almost broke his indifferent face. His eyes rose and his breathing changed for a moment. System, why is his fate value so high? He said in his head, don't get confused, this is the average value a normal person carries around. It's just that the host has such a low fate. When I mentioned that every person in this world has at least 100 fate, it meant that even a dying man in his last moments has 100 fate points. Asher laughed at himself for assuming something like this without clarifying first. Status. Fate Devourer System. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 1, EXP 01000. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time sealed. Body constitution, Monarch core rank E. Shop, quests, synthesis. Attributes. Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 84. AP, 0. SP, 0. Skills, Time Dilution, rank S, LVL1, Absorption, rank S, LVL1, Ash Sword Art, rank C, Mana Flow, rank C. And here I am with my 84 fate points. System, can I get some fate points by humiliating this kid as well? Asher asked while thinking about something. Yes, but you will only get fate from him this time because his fate is not linked with yours except for this moment in his life. If the person is largely involved in the host's life, you can get more fate points multiple times. Asher picked up the catalog and saw all the lands in the mountain range that were being sold today. He did not remember exactly which land it was because the Williams family bought the whole mountain range later when they found out about the dungeon. Seems like I'll buy everything today, Asher thought and ordered Demi to do something. Emmy, go find out if there's a person called Marcus Williams attending this auction and find out his motive as well. Yes, young master. Emmy nodded at his request and disappeared into thin air. Emmy was an A-rank hunter of wind element as her main element. She was greatly talented at spying and collecting information due to her high stealth and movement speed. She could even pick up vibrations of sound waves and hear people from a far distance. Emmy arrived after overhearing the talks of Marcus and his group and narrated it to Asher, who thought of a simple plan to humiliate this kid. He told Emmy to sit down and she sat down beside him. 100 million ore, Asher said. Going once, going twice, sold to bidder VIP room 1 for 100 million ore, Harris announced happily. Moving on, this is the second land of the mountain range. Bidding will remain the same at 1 million ore for the rest of the lands as well, and the increment will be 100k ore, Harris said while gesturing to his assistant to move the view to the next land. The hologram projection showed the second piece of land and its bird's eye view. The bidding started again, but the voice from VIP room 1 said once again, 100 million ore. The other people who attended were shocked at who was wasting so much money in this auction, but none of them said anything against him. They knew that a person who could bid such an amount was no common man and one needed to be an idiot to mess with such a person. Going once, going twice. Sold to bidder VIP room 1 for 100 million ore, Harris announced, and the next bid started. 100 million ore, 100 million ore, 100 million ore, 100 million ore, 100 million ore. All 7 lands were bought by Asher in this manner. Marcus watched this whole scene with a white face. He was angry at the person in VIP room 1. But he also knew that a person who was capable of spending such money so easily was a big shot. Congratulations to the person in VIP room 1 for winning the entire mountain range for themselves, Harris excitedly said, gesturing towards Asher's room. For other people, only an opaque glass was there, and they could only imagine, based on the voice of the bidder, that it was someone young. Hey, wasting so much money on these worthless lands, he sure is an idiot. Marcus scoffed angrily. He was saying these things to save face in front of the two girls. "I don't want to use my family name to threaten them, or this guy wouldn't even be able to buy a single land," he said while shrugging towards his friend, who was agreeing with him. The two girls were a little put off by his behavior, but they didn't say anything. "Let me reveal the surprise of today's auction," Harris announced. The hologram changed, then showed two beautiful villas in Saran. They were beautifully made with expensive white marble and surrounded by beautiful flower gardens with many rare flowers in them. These villas were the dream of many men and women alike. All the guests got excited over them. "But, I would like to gift these to VIP Room 1, Harris's words made many people angry. They didn't like this sort of behavior because it went against the whole concept of what an auction was supposed to be, but nobody voiced their dissatisfaction first. Why? Because they needed to know who the person sitting in VIP Room 1 was before opening their mouths. They were all experienced people who had seen enough of life not to make stupid mistakes, but one young man, who clearly wasn't one to think hard, said, "Mr. Harris, this behavior of yours is not ideal. Do you not give the Williams family enough face?" Marcus said, clearly angry. Even if the auction went on, the person in VIP Room 1 was going to win it anyways, but Marcus wanted to save his image a bit. Both the girls were excited when they saw the images of the villas and started saying how much they loved them. If Marcus let it go just like that, he would break his image of a rich young master he just created. The other people gasped after hearing the name Williams. Everybody knew they were one of the elite families and not just anyone could look down upon them. Hearing the Williams family name, some of the people also started voicing against such conduct. "It's right, Mr. Harris, you should value the integrity of the auction," several people voiced together. Asher smiled at the situation Marcus created for him. Seeing the people start chattering so much, Harris wanted to intervene. But suddenly, "Can I get the name of the person who is sitting in VIP Room 6? A voice came from VIP Room 1. "Ha ha ha, of course, I am Marcus Williams," Marcus arrogantly replied. For the next 5 seconds, no reply came from VIP Room 1, and Marcus thought they were intimidated by his background. "Don't worry, I wouldn't abuse my name, just keep the auction going and keep it fair." So, Marcus, who was trying to impress the girls, was suddenly cut off by the new hologram that appeared behind Harris. A devilishly handsome young man could be seen sitting on a couch. He had black hair and red eyes that seemed to threaten to devour every existence sitting there. His cold eyes and indifferent face sent a chill through the whole audience. Even Harris was intimidated by him. "You said you were from Williams, right?" Asher said while keeping his indifferent face. "Abuse your name? Why the bloody hell would I get intimidated by a kid who is just a branch family son? It's Asher Greville, the heir of the esteemed Greville family." One of the men sitting spoke. Those who didn't recognize the young man were scared beyond belief just by hearing the name Greville. The Greville family was known throughout the world for obliterating anyone who stood in their path. Their influence was growing so strong that some other elite families chose to form an alliance so they could keep up with them. Seeing the young man, Marcus realized who he was. Every rich kid knew about Asher Greville. Their parents always made sure their children never offended anyone who shouldn't be offended. And if you made a list of such people, Asher was probably at the top. Everyone knew about him and his title, the Cold Devil, which was not just for show. Asher, from the age of 10, had suggested many ideas for his mother to implement in her new business. His high intelligence helped him contend with adults who had years of experience behind their names. Even though he was known for avoiding awakenings, his acumen for business was terrifying. Marcus's face was pale white right now. Even if he were killed by Asher Greville right here, nobody would stand up for him. He was just a branch family of Williams. I didn't know it was you. Forgive my mistake." He scaredly voiced his apology. Even his friend was scared shitless, almost thinking of escaping the room right then and there. But the girls were enchanted by Asher's charm and had a red blush around their cheeks. Compared to Marcus, he was like a god who had descended to the mortal realm, but the cold gaze of his red eyes frightened them. "Oh, we are sorry, young Master Greville. We didn't know it was you in that room," One of the men who was speaking against Asher a few seconds ago was now trying to save his life. Even if Asher decided to spare Marcus, he could use his connections to kill all the people here, and nobody wanted his retaliation, so they also decided to apologize rather than test their luck. "We apologize, young Master Greville," a lot of people said together. Emmy scoffed at the spineless cowards who were raising their voices like angry beasts moments ago and now were behaving like lambs. "Serves all of you right for underestimating our cute young master," Emmy thought with a proud look on her face. Cute? This young man was far from looking cute at this moment. Even his gaze was enough to send chills to the people who were sitting there. Ping. System window. Rewards, 100 fate points. Rewards, 46 fate points. Enough, Asher spoke with his commanding voice. Marcus and other people gulped and waited for his next words. "Mr. Harris, I would like to leave now and I will buy the 2 villas for 150 million each. I don't like free things," Asher said while standing up and leaving with Emmy. Harris could only smile bitterly as he thought that gifting those villas would be his ticket to get in the good books of Asher Greville. Asher spent 1 billion at this auction, and the profit that Harris got was not small at all. Except for the villas, all the land he bought was way above their worth in his eyes. Yes, those small villas were actually 100 million each. Why? Because they were located near the World Academy, the centralmost part of Saran. Asher only bought those villas because a past memory resurfaced in his mind when he saw those villas. Asher got out of the auction house before telling the female assistant who was catering to them in their VIP room to tell Harris to send the bills to his secretary, Emmy, not his family. He was going to register these lands under his new company, Aztec, and for the villas. "Seems like they suit your taste, so I bought them." Asher's face had a smile, but nobody could see it as the only person with him at the moment was Emmy and his driver, who were seated in the front seats of his car. Status: Fate Devourer System. Name: Asher von Raven Greville. Level: 1, EXP 01000. Bloodline: Devil's Absorption. Rank SSS. Blessing: Goddess of Time Sealed. Body Constitution: Monarch or Rank E. Shop: Quests, Synthesis. Attributes: Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 230. AP, 0. SP, 0. Skills: Time Dilution, Rank S, LVL1. Absorption, Rank S, LVL1. Ash Sword Art, Rank C. Mana Flow, Rank C. He looked at his 230 fate points and thought, "So now I am better than a dying man at least." Asher thought while looking at his status. Meanwhile, Marcus, who was sighing in relief after exiting the auction house, was now depressed. The 2 girls who came with him decided to leave separately from the 2 boys, saying they needed to go somewhere. Marcus knew he had fumbled his chance and his image was thoroughly crushed, but he calmed down thinking at least he was alive and well. Asher was thinking of killing Marcus if he annoyed him one more time, but luckily for him, Asher's mood was a bit better when he saw those 2 villas, especially when he saw a particular decoration of those villas. In his past life, when he killed people, Asher felt no guilt or remorse. It was like his soul was devoid of emotions whatsoever. He never felt happy or sad. Anything that annoyed him deserved death in his mind. Fortunately, his high intelligence allowed him to act in a certain way, so he seemed like a cold yet normal child to his parents and his known ones. "It's time to increase my level a bit." Asher saw his LVL1 status and decided he should increase his level. "Emmy, take the car to one of the F-rank dungeons under the Abyss Guild," he told Emmy. "But young master, you have just recently awakened as a hunter. You should train for some time before fighting the monsters." Emmy usually never questioned his orders, but when she heard this, she knew Asher should not fight the monsters so early. "Don't worry, I will take you inside with me. I just want the experience. Do as I say," Asher said in a commanding tone. Emmy was an A-rank hunter and she could save Asher anytime in the F-rank dungeon. She hesitated for some seconds but still nodded after listening to his reasons. She still sent a message to Arthur, just in case any issues arise. The driver turned the car to go to one of the latest F-rank dungeons, which had recently been acquired by the Abyss Guild. In the whole world, 60% of the dungeons were owned by the World Association. The World Association had 3 SSS rank hunters. They had the most hunters in the world and could be called government officials who were there to make sure nobody could take advantage in this society where the strong eat the weak. They were responsible for maintaining public order and implementing laws to keep the other elite families in check. But despite having 3 of the 11 SSS rank hunters, they could not enforce their words on the elite families carelessly. 4 of the SSS rank hunters were from different elite families. All the SSS rank hunters were like the pillars of this world and they maintained an equal power distribution among the authorities. This was another reason for Asher to save Nathan. His death allowed the World Association more freedom and they introduced some new laws to lessen the grip the elite families had on the economy of the world. Asher's car arrived in front of a well-guarded place filled with people carrying weapons. They were the hunters of Abyss Guild and were guarding the entrance of the dungeon. Dungeons were closely guarded and monopolized for the resources that were found in them. One of the hunters who was holding a document came up to greet them. The brown-haired guy came up to Asher and said, "We greet the young master. We have already arranged for your entry, and your nano armor is arriving in a few minutes." The brown-haired guy told Asher, continuing, "You can wait for it in the lounge. We have prepared everything for your convenience." Asher and Demi moved to the nearby lounge, where hunters usually rested or gathered before going into the dungeon. These lounges were created to encourage bonding among hunters and help them relax before entering the dungeon. Asher moved to a premium area that was clearly better than the other seating options. He was given some information about the dungeon they were about to enter. Asher took the document from the table and read it. It described that the dungeon was a blue gate and contained G-rank wolf beasts and an F-rank boss monster. Dungeons were generally ranked based on the rank of the boss monster and the quality of the mana present in them. There were no G-rank dungeons in the world. The rank started at FSSS. Dungeons were classified into 3 types: blue gates, yellow gates, and red gates. Blue gates were dungeons that did not have any restrictions on entering or leaving. No matter the rank, a person could enter and leave without even killing a single monster inside. Most newly awakened hunters were brought to such dungeons. Yellow gates were similar to blue gates, but they enforced a rank restriction and only allowed a certain number of people to enter. Nobody could enter until the people inside came out. Red gates were the most dangerous dungeons. When you entered, the portal to exit the dungeon disappeared and would not reappear until the dungeon boss was killed. There was no rank restriction to enter, but until the number of people inside decreased, people outside were unable to enter. If dungeons were not cleared for a long time, the space boundary that separated the dungeon and the outside world gradually weakened. Unstable mana will increase over time and slowly corrode the dungeon. This phenomenon was known as a dungeon break. The monsters inside would come outside. To prevent this from happening, dungeons were meant to be cleared on a regular basis. This was also the reason that every hunter, no matter their rank, was needed. If only talented individuals were in a guild or association, who would clear the rank-restricted gates. There were several academies, in addition to the World Academy, that trained people. The World Academy was the dream of every person who wanted to be strong in their field, but if they couldn't enter it, there were other academies to choose from. After some time, Asher's nano armor arrived. This world was technologically advanced, and even though mana allowed people to create miracles, humans still combined mana with technology to create a better environment for the masses. The nano armor was one such invention. Asher was handed a black bracelet, which was actually the nano armor. It was composed of tightly packed carbon atoms strengthened by mana. It spread throughout the body, covering the wearer and protecting them from harm. Although thin and light, the mana-enhanced atoms made it sturdy as well. While it was an expensive item, it safeguarded the wearer's life in crucial moments and did not hinder their movements. It also always adjusted its size to fit the wearer. This was one of the inventions that reduced the casualty rate in dungeons. It was created by the Artisans Association, which was responsible for major technological advancements in weapons and hunting. The Artisans Association was one of 3 associations in the world and was led by an SSS rank hunter known as the best blacksmith in the world. Asher put on the bracelet and activated it with a small amount of mana. He and Demi then approached the dungeon entrance, which was a blue gate with security devices to catch any trespasser. The entrance was in the shape of a closed gate, but one could pass through it like air. If there were restrictions, one would be blocked. Dungeons were like small worlds of their own, with their own environment and boundaries. Young master, we have cleared the schedule for this dungeon and you can hunt freely in there, the brown-haired man said, signaling the hunter behind him to hand over the sword they were holding. We have prepared the best E-rank swords for you, both of which have imbued mana stones, he added. One was black and other was blue. They were of equal sizes but different grip. Asher took both of them his hands to compare them. Asher chose the sword with a black sheath instead of the blue one. Both swords were equally powerful and a bit overkill for an F-rank dungeon, but he preferred the black one more. The weight was just right, not too light or heavy. Every swing increased the damage done by the wielder. Asher and Demi passed through the gate, with Emmy staying close to Asher and determined to protect him. Asher told her, "Emmy, don't intervene unless my life is in danger." This made Emmy take a few steps back and stop emitting her A-rank pressure. Asher and Demi entered the dungeon and encountered their first G-rank monster, a gray-haired wolf. Although it was one of the weakest monsters, it was still dangerous for a newly awakened hunter. Asher had an E-rank mana core, thanks to his S-rank mana gem, but his body was still absorbing the mana and his overall strength was comparable to a peak G+ rank hunter, who could rival an F-rank monster easily due to high stats. Every rank of hunter had 3 levels, early, mid, and peak. For example, E, and D+. The monster in front of Asher was a mid-G rank monster. Asher summoned mana inside his body and the bracelet absorbed it, covering his body up to his neck in small, matte black scales. The wolf sensed Asher and started running towards him. It jumped to capture him. Asher unsheathed his sword and jumped to his right. Bam! The wolf missed Asher as he dodged his attack. He growled at Asher, showing his killing intent. The wolf never sensed Emmy, who was there because of her high stealth skills. Seeing the wolf was charging towards him again, Asher moved his right foot behind his left and waited as the wolf jumped on him again. His body dodged the wolf again, but this time Asher used his footwork to slide on the right side of the wolf and swung his sword in an upward stroke. Swish, thup, he sword beheaded the wolf and clean cut. The wolf's lifeless body was slumped down on the ground with blood flowing out where the cut was. Ping. He didn't use his bloodline ability on the wolf as Emmy was right there, and although he knew she was loyal to him, but he didn't wanted his parents to know that his bloodline ability was a different one. He wanted them to believe he received a rank S mana control bloodline. His rank SSS bloodline allowed him to break through ranks just by absorbing his prey, and who knows what more he will get after he upgraded it as the system told him. It was the best if nobody knew about this, and even if somebody found out, if they were not important to him, he will just kill them. Emmy was amazed by seeing Asher calm experience even after the battle was done. She remembered when she killed her first monster, her hands were trembling with fear. "Let's go further, and leave the wolf's body. The hunters outside will collect it," Asher said as he swung his sword downward to remove the blood on it. Emmy, who was still amazed by Asher, nodded back at him. 9 to go, Asher thought as he saw how much experience he gained after his first kill. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 1, EXP 101,000ths. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time sealed. Body constitution, Mana core rank E. Shop, quests, synthesis. Attributes. Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 230. AP, 0. SP, 0. Diaresis inverted question mark. Both of them moved further into the dungeon and arrived at a group of 4 wolves. Behind them were 2 paths. The dungeon was a cave with multiple paths filled with wolves. Young master, this may be a bit difficult for you. I can kill 2 of them for you, said Emmy. Although Asher had easily killed a single wolf, attacking a group of them was different. One could be attacked from behind while attacking one enemy. Experience was required to fight a group of monsters. Asher did not have any attack skills, and Emmy's reasoning was right. But Asher was far from normal. His experience in killing was way above Emmy's, who was an A-rank hunter, and mainly dealt with assassination and cleaning. Don't bother with it, let me try first, said Asher with his usual indifferent look. If you feel like I am in danger, you can kill them, but don't interfere unless absolutely necessary, he added. Emmy could not refuse his orders, so she nodded and removed her presence and moved a bit closer to Asher to react to any mishaps immediately. Asher moved towards the wolves, who noticed him but did not charge at him immediately. They sensed the blood of their own kind on his body, which made the human they were facing seem strong. Though these monsters do not have the mental ability to think this far, their beastly instincts allow them to sense danger. 2 of the wolves started to circle around Asher to get him in the center so they could attack him together. Unlike last time, Asher did not bother waiting for an attack. He bent his knees a bit and channeled some of his mana around his legs, then jumped towards the 2 wolves at high speed. His speed was comparable to any F-rank hunter despite being a G-rank. The additional boosts of the system were showing their effects now. The 2 wolves wanted to dodge, but before they could, Asher reached one of them and slashed his sword. The wolf immediately died, with its blood spurting out of its neck region. Seeing one of them die, the wolves growled at Asher. 2 of them charged towards him from the front, but he backstepped from his previous position. The other wolf, who was near him now, slashed its claw towards him. Asher blocked the claw attack with his sword. The sound of the claw and metal colliding was heard. Shing. He used mana around his arms to strengthen them and took his sword a bit towards him before pushing the wolf away. As he pushed the wolf, he immediately charged towards him and diagonally slashed at the wolf, whose face was cut in half. Seeing his brutal way of killing, the 2 wolves took a step back and became wary of him. Asher was quite bored with the fight. It was not enough to get his blood pumping. I should probably stop playing around now. Seeing a bit more will not make Emmy suspicious of me, thought Asher. He knew that everything happening here would be reported to his family. If Asher used his original fighting style, he would have a lot of explaining to do as to how a person who detested training became such a sword expert suddenly. He immediately changed his footwork and channeled his mana into his hands and legs. He dashed forward towards one of the wolves to his right and slashed its stomach as it was trying to back off from his attack. Before giving it any time, he launched his sword straight into the heart area of the wolf. He did not even wait to confirm if his attack killed the wolf or not, and sidestepped to dodge the attack of the wolf next to him. He was aware that the last wolf would try to surprise attack him and prepared accordingly. The wolf was dumbfounded, seeing that its surprise attack had missed, but before it could even turn its body, Asher slashed his sword downward, and its head rolled off the body. He removed the blood from his blade and unsheathed it while coming back towards Emmy, who was standing there dumbfounded. How? She muttered to herself. Emmy knew that Asher was a talented genius, and she even knew about his achievement during his awakening, but talent and experience were 2 different things. One could be talented in sword fighting, but if they never battled with it, mistakes were bound to happen. This was also one of the reasons Arthur allowed Asher to go into the dungeon. He believed that Asher was rushing towards things too early, so he decided to show him what it really meant to be a hunter. He was right about it, but he could never know that Asher's sword mastery was above his as well. Though his body could not handle it right now, his sword art was truly terrifying. Asher, who maintained his usual face, just looked at his maid, who was making quite a funny face right now. Let's go, he said, walking further into the dungeon without waiting for Emmy. "Yes, young master." Emmy hurriedly followed behind him. They moved and found 3 more wolves, which Asher killed easily. Blue notifications popped directly into his mind, notifying him of his rewards. He ignored them and moved towards his last 2 targets. Asher breathed out while moving towards them with his sword pointed at the ground. The strong stench of blood around him alarmed them. These 2 wolves were bigger than the last 8 wolves. They were peak G rank monsters. Emmy would have stopped Asher earlier because these monsters were the same rank as him, but seeing his battle prowess, she decided to let him fight. Asher was not bothered by the 2 wolves. He simply dashed towards them. Swish! He swung his sword at the wolf on his right, but the cut was not deep as both wolves jumped away from his trajectory to avoid his attack. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr towards him. He stayed calm and stretched his left foot as he crouched a bit and rotated his body clockwise, performing a low horizontal slash, swish. He maintained the momentum and sliced the head of the wolf, which was still midair above him. Ping. Thup. The body of the wolf dropped to the ground. Asher's face was covered with its blood. His cold-looking face didn't make it much better. He was giving an aura of death subconsciously, which made the other wolf unable to move. Even Emmy had a chill in her spine. He didn't wait for the wolf to get out of his frozen state and immediately slashed it in half. Ping. He ignored the notifications for the time being and said, "Let's go back for today." Honestly, he could still fight and level up more, but he thought this was enough for today. He would need a lot of explanation to do if he fought more peak G rank monsters, as there will be more peak G rank monsters from this point of the dungeon. Explaining will be too much of a hassle. I will just come alone to hunt and use my bloodline ability as well, Asher thought. His aura, which he released earlier, had surprised Emmy, but she recovered quickly. Cleanse. Emmy chanted the basic spell which was used by all of the hunters. As its name suggests, this spell was used to clean themselves and their equipment of beast blood and dirt. Thanks. Asher nodded and moved towards where the portal was. They came out of the portal and told the hunters to collect the carcass of the monsters for their use. He moved towards his car and sat down and opened his status while on the way home. Status: Fate Devourer System. Name: Asher von Ravengreville. Level: 2, EXP 02000. Bloodline: Devil's Absorption. Rank: SSS. Blessing: Goddess of Time. Sealed. Body constitution: Mana Core. Rank E. Shop: Quests, Synthesis. Attributes: Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 230. AP, 5. SP, 2. I will save the points for now. Asher decided to save the points rather than using them right now. He was thinking of unlocking synthesis before upgrading his skills. Right, my birthday party will be the place where all four of them showed up together for the first time. Asher smirked while remembering this event. I will let this event play like it happened in the past, but this time the impact will be even larger, he thought. He was remembering how his previous birthday party had gone. He typed some information on his phone and sent it to Emmy, saying, "Emmy, find this kid for me, and after you find him, don't make any moves, just inform me first." Asher told her, "Time to return the favors of the past," Asher said while remembering the person he was searching for. Idiaris's inverted question mark. Asher returned to the house and took a bath to relax his body. He was a bit of a clean freak. "I hope you find the kid soon," Asher thought, remembering the conversation with Emmy in the car. It was nearly 5 in the evening and there was still quite a bit of time, so Asher decided to do his mana training while waiting for dinner. "Tell them I am doing mana training, if anyone asks," he said to his other maid as Emmy was busy with the task he had given her. He later moved to the backyard area of the mansion. There was a one-floor building that was quite big. This was the training area of the Greville family. It was covered with mana runes all over it. Even though they were not as good as the major association's ones, they were still the best you could get with money and power. Only a few people and SSS rank hunters enjoyed this privilege. Asher sat down and moved the mana around his body. His mana was black. His previous mana color used to be blue, but it changed after his new bloodline. The black hue covered his whole body and started to leak into the surroundings. Asher activated his mana flow skill and started to collect all the black hue tightly to his body, covering it like armor. This was the first step in creating aura. Aura is the mana that covers your body and strengthens your muscles. All weapon-wielding hunters practice their aura to their limits. Even mages practice their aura, but their application of it is different. Because Asher was still at the peak of G rank right now, he could not hold his aura for long, but activating his passive skill allowed him to hold it a little longer than others. He was rapidly decreasing his mana core reserves and filling them from the surrounding at the same time. Although it may sound easy, without his mana flow skill, nobody, even Asher, would not be able to practice such methods. He continued the same for more than 4 more hours and came out drenched in sweat. He immediately went to take a shower and came out after 10 minutes. "Young master, the dinner is ready," the other maid informed him. Both of his parents were waiting for him at the table. "I will be there in a minute," Asher told her and moved to his room. He knew his parents were going to ask him to practice sword arts and train before going to the dungeon next time, but he was not too bothered by it. He left his room after changing his bathrobe for comfortable clothes. He arrived at the dinner table and saw Arthur, who was grinning at him. He was very excited to see the reports of Asher given by Emmy. "I knew it. My son was a genius in swords as well," Arthur said, even though he was sad that Asher started a bit later than others. But it was still fine because his overwhelming talent could easily make up for a few years. "Ash, I saw the reports of the dungeon hunt today," Sylvie spoke up first. She had a normal expression and the usual motherly face was nowhere to be found. "I am happy to see you are so exceptional in today's hunt, but you know that without proper training, such acts can result in major mishaps," she said. Asher listened quietly and waited for her to finish, then spoke. "Don't worry, Mum. Emmy was with me and if I believe I can do something, it means I can do it. I've already proved it to you guys multiple times. Though business and being a hunter are separate fields, I know my limits well." He rested his case a bit arrogantly, but what he said was true. From a young age, he had always performed well in whatever task he took on, and his parents knew it well. "Sigh, Sylvie, don't worry too much. We shouldn't stop his ambitions," Arthur consoled her, looking a bit sad, but his inner battle freak side was excited to see his son's actions. "Okay, fine, I will train if grandfather comes and trains me personally, and I want to enter dungeons alone after the training. I will only enter F-rank dungeons, so there's no need to worry," Asher said before his mother could question him further. Sylvie stared at Asher for a few seconds, but then decided to settle on these conditions. "Fine. If you do your training, I will not stop you," Sylvie said. Although she was reluctant to agree, she knew that in this world, only the strong ruled. Even though there were laws, nobody would go after a powerful person for killing a weak and powerless one. "Okay, enough of this topic. Amelia and Damien are coming back right before your birthday party," Arthur said, breaking the silence. Coincidentally, their academic term is ending early and she performed quite well on her exams, so she can now enter the World Academy at the same time as you and Damien, Arthur told Asher. Asher smirked to himself after hearing his words. He knew Amelia would come right before his birthday party, and some guests would be coming with her as well. "How could I be a bad host and not serve my guests well?" "Don't worry, I will go and pick her up from the airport," Asher replied to Arthur. "Oh, Damien will be happy to see you after such a long time. I remember he was still reluctant to leave his only best friend behind to go with Amelia," Sylvie said to Asher and smiled. Asher just shook his head at Sylvie's remark. "I didn't mention that you did your awakening to her. She will be quite surprised to hear this news," Arthur said to Asher, remembering his conversation with his daughter. Asher finished his dinner and wrapped up the talk with his parents. He went to his room and checked his phone for some time. He opened the Pistagram app and opened a private profile. He tapped follow and waited for a few minutes before seeing that the person accepted his request. He opened the profile and saw multiple sketches of nature and cute drawings of kids playing around. It seemed like whoever the person was, they liked this sort of art and drew it beautifully as well. Asher took his time to see all of these sketches. He messaged that person. "Your art is beautiful. Okay, will you do a sketch for me? Depends. Maybe a black cat with a pink cat in a lazy background. I charge, but I will pay, don't worry. Pay first then, greater than link./pay/." He chuckled at the response but sent 10k or to the link. "Give me your pay link." "Why, you added 20 by mistake." "No, I did not. ... Okay, your painting will be done soon. THNX. Sending the last message. Whoever went offline. Asher laughed at the response and closed his eyes to get some good sleep. Diaresis (?). 2 weeks have passed, and Asher's birthday is only 2 weeks away. It was early in the morning, and he had just woken up, so he decided to do his mana training after having breakfast. He continued training for 5 hours and, when he came out, it was 12 in the afternoon. He found Demi waiting outside the training grounds for him. "Young master, we have found the kid with a nearly similar description to the one you described, but the information is not exactly the same. According to the information you gave me, this kid was supposed to be an orphan with no family members, but he has a twin sister," Emmy told Asher. "Sister?" Asher asked, surprised by this new information. "Yes, according to the report, this kid has a sister, although she is quite ill and usually stays at home," Emmy said while pulling out a hologram projection from her watch. "This kid has committed murder, theft, and many more things. Although he used all the money to treat his sister, he is quite weird. He is 10 years old and, although they live in not so privileged surroundings, he has managed to survive. The way he carries himself is quite similar to you, young master, and his eyes ... No wonder you found him quite similar to me, didn't you?" Asher asked calmly. "Forgive me, young master, I don't mean to doubt the integrity of the head of the house." Emmy got on her knees and waited for Asher's response. "Get up. Although this kid has similar traits to the Greville family, he is not my father's child, but you are not wrong, he is indeed a Greville, like me," Asher responded. "How?" Emmy muttered softly to herself. Although she believed that Arthur would never cheat on Sylvie, she was a maid who came to the Greville house with Sylvie, and her loyalty to her was greater than her loyalty to Arthur. So, seeds of doubt began to arise when she saw the kid with the traits of the Greville family. "You are forgetting that there used to be another person like my father in this family," Asher said, clearing the clouds from her mind. "No way," Emmy was shocked. "Yes, they are Ravar Greville's children. We are going to go meet them." "Emmy, make sure this news does not reach anyone else, no matter who, until I say so," Asher said with a hint of coldness in his voice. "Yes, young master," Emmy immediately replied. "Let's go," Asher told Emmy as he moved towards his room to shower and get ready to go out. He wore a white jacket over a black t-shirt, black jeans, and got in his car. "Tell the security to not follow us when we are in the vicinity of those kids," Asher told her. He didn't want any chances of information leaking out. "Should I drive?" Emmy asked Asher for confirmation. "No need," Asher said in a bored voice. The driver was ready to move out of the car, but when he heard Asher, he was a bit delighted. He was a 40-year-old man who worked to provide for his family, but he was not married and only provided money for his sister's kids. He had been driving for Asher since he was 5 years old and was glad to see that Asher trusted him enough. Asher didn't really think much about this. His driver was the one who sacrificed his life in his previous life when he was weak and targeted by many people. He was sure that there would be no issues with him regarding information leaks. They were moving out of Saran and heading towards the border area of Saran. The people who lived there were those who could not afford city life. They were some people who had lost arms and could no longer go into dungeons to make money, or orphans whose parents died in dungeons. Although laws were followed in such places as well, they were quite lax compared to cities. Murder and crimes were rare occurrences, but unless you were caught, You were pretty much a free soul in such areas. Inside an underground bunker filled with various machinery and weapons, there were two men gathered around a person whose whole body was filled with black veins. He looked like a mess. His whole body is experiencing mana rejection. If this goes on, he will surely die, a man in a white lab coat told the man standing beside him. The man beside him had black hair and red eyes. He had several bandages wrapped around his waist and the cut marks on his forearms. His condition looked like he just fought a hard battle. "Nate, do you know a method to save him?" the man asked. "I can't. Asher's mana core is broken. He overchanneled his mana in the fight with the association. I told this bastard to wait for a few more years to fight that man, but he never listened to me." Nate's voice was full of anger and concern. "Wait, I can rebuild his mana core with my bloodline ability." The man beside him replied. "Lucas, are you out of your goddamn mind?" Nate shouted at him. "Fixing his mana core, which is already broken, will result in you emptying your own mana core until there's nothing left. This is not like your own core where you can just rely on your ability to channel nearly unlimited mana." Nate tried to convince Lucas before he did something stupid. "Doesn't matter, I have already experienced losing my loved ones once, not again." Lucas stared right into Nate's eyes. "What do you mean by before?" Nate asked, as he knew Lucas was an orphan, and his mother died when he was too young to remember. "Shut up and concentrate on Asher now," Lucas said as he started channeling his own mana into Asher's core, trying to fix it. Lucas's eyes started losing focus, but he continued fixing Asher's core. His mind was getting dizzy. Emptying your mana core meant destroying your mana heart and using up every bit of your lifespan. "Lucas, you can still stop. We can find some other way to fix him." Nate couldn't bear to watch his friend die. "And what way? Will he live that long?" Lucas said, seeing a blurry figure of Nate. "But you know Asher is not stable. If even you die now, it will be up to me to take care of him. I am not confident that I will be able to keep Asher sane. He might just destroy this world if nobody kept tabs on his mental health," Nate said reluctantly, but he knew that Asher was no longer the same. He overclocked his mental capability to handle mana, and though it gave him immense power, his gradual loss of sanity was concerning. "Even though I met Asher long after that incident," he stopped but continued. "You and I both know that Asher changed after that day. Maybe he didn't change, he just unleashed his true self. But that doesn't mean I will leave him like that sister of his," Lucas said, barely maintaining his consciousness. Hearing the mention of that woman, Nate remembered the death of his brother. "Don't blame her too much, Lucas. My brother died that day, but if he was given another chance, he would still do it. She was just manipulated by that Rothschild bitch." His eyes burned with fury as he spoke. Asher's body was slowly getting rid of the black veins. His mana core was slowly fixing itself. Lucas's body was slowly losing its color. Blood was dripping from his eyes and nose. He was going to die soon. "Nate, don't let the world know about my death. Just destroy my body right here after my death. Asher will need time, and my existence will give him the time he needs. Even though I am still weaker than him, nobody will openly attack us until they know I am dead," Lucas muttered to Nate, his eyes unable to see anymore. He was using his senses to transfer the mana to fix Asher's core. Nate didn't reply, but Lucas knew he would comply with his wishes. Asher's body was now devoid of any black veins. Although he was still in a deep coma, his life was no longer in danger. He would still need some time to wake up. That was the day Lucas von Greville left the world. The car arrived at the outskirts of Saran, and people were startled to see such an expensive car. Many of them immediately started to disperse, not wanting to be involved with anyone of high status. Asher and Demi got out of the car and started walking towards their destination, passing by many one-story houses packed closely together, connected by multiple alleyways. As they kept walking, Asher saw many small children running around and playing with each other. Although life was tough, these kids had already adapted to it. They eventually arrived at the end of an alleyway, where Asher saw a one-story house with cracks in its walls. Emmy walked up to the house and nodded to Asher, signaling that this was their destination. Ping. Quest issued. Asher saw the details and accepted the quest without giving it much thought and closed the interface. Asher moved forward towards the house, but suddenly a child, who looked to be less than 10 years old, appeared in front of him. The child had black hair and sharp red eyes, and looked a bit similar to Asher. "Do you need anything, sir?" the child asked calmly. "What is your name?" Asher asked. "My name is Lucas. Do you need anything from me?" Lucas knew that the person in front of him was rich, just by seeing his clothes and manners. He had done many crimes and knew that answering him calmly and not agitating someone like him would be in his best interest. Although he was a young child, his life and circumstances had made him mature beyond his peers. "I see. Can we talk inside your house?" Asher asked, showing no emotion on his face. Lucas was troubled by this request. If he were alone, he would have had no problem inviting them in. But his ill sister was also there, and he did not want to bring her into any trouble. Seeing his hesitation, Asher decided to calm him down. "Don't worry, we're not here to harm you or your sister," he said, openly letting Lucas know that he already knew about him. Hearing this, Lucas was alerted, but he did not make any moves. He knew that the other party already knew about him, and the fact that they had not attacked him yet made him believe Asher a bit. "Okay, you can come in," Lucas said, leading them inside his house. The interior of the house was covered with grey tiles, and the room was a bit hot. The walls were painted a dull blue shade, and the only window was cracked and covered with a piece of cardboard. Despite its small size, it was enough for 2 kids to live in. There were 2 beds on the edge of the room, and on one of them lay a little girl with black hair, sleeping. She had a pale complexion, and her rough breathing could be heard across the room. Lucas saw Asher and remembered what his mother had written in her diary just before she died. When he was 4 years old, she had mentioned a big family with the same hair color and eyes as him, and she had warned her kids not to look for them unless they came for them. She had said that there were many families that did not like illegitimate children, and since she had never mentioned their father, she had been pregnant with his kids before he died. She knew that her only support was gone, so she decided to raise her kids on her own rather than risk their lives by going to the Greville family. "You know that you and your sister carry the blood of the Greville family, right?" Asher asked him with his usual indifferent face. Lucas could not tell what Asher was thinking because he never showed any changes in his expression. He was nervous because of his mother's warning, but he decided to answer him regardless. "Yes," Lucas nodded in response to Asher's question. "Then why did you?" Emmy started to question Lucas, but stopped when she saw Asher stop her. "You had a reason, right?" Asher waited for Lucas's response. Lucas was quiet for a moment, but then decided to narrate what his mother had told him and warn them to be careful not to reveal their origins. His mother, while on her deathbed, had forgotten that they might not be able to survive on their own in this cruel world. Her mentality was already weak from raising 2 kids alone. It was very difficult for a single mother with no support to afford and protect them. She had moved to the outskirts of Saran to get away from city life, where everyone knew about the Greville family. She had always believed in not using Ivar Greville for his money and had waited for him to marry her. Although she had felt insecure about Ivar's background and fame, her love for him had given her some strength. When she learned of Ivar's death, the fear that her children, the only proof of her and Ivar's love, would die scared her. A woman alone, raising 2 kids with her shattered mentality, never imagined that she would die early, leaving her 2 kids behind and alone. The fear clouded her mind, and her judgment led Lucas to never meet the Greville family in Asher's previous life. Lucas had also been thinking about reaching out to the Greville family to save his sister, but he had decided to wait for 2 more months before risking it. His perspective on the Greville family was negative, as he had followed what was written in his mother's diary from a young age. "So you decided to contact us in 2 months to save your sister?" Asher asked Lucas. Listening to his response, Lucas nodded his head. "But she will die in a week," Asher said with his usual indifferent voice. Hearing this, Lucas's face turned pale, his heartbeat quickened, and his hands were trembling. He had done many things to save his sister up until now, such as killing small gangsters stealthily to rob them, stealing money and other necessities. Although he had been caught stealing a few times, he had just endured the beatings and kept doing these acts. Hearing that all his efforts were going to waste, and that his sister was going to die soon, scared the young child. "Can you save my sister? I'll do anything you say. I can do any dirty work for you." Lucas was heavily breathing. Objective: save Lucas's sister Livia. Rewards: 500 fate points, levels +5. Penalty: Lucas' loyalty will become 0. Do you want to accept this quest? Y/N. Calm down, you don't need to worry about her. Don't forget you are a Greville. Never, I repeat, never lower yourself in front of anyone, Asher told him with his eyes exuding coldness, but strangely it didn't scare Lucas. Even without this quest, I was going to save her anyway, Asher thought in his mind. Quest added to the Quest tab. Ping. Objective: get Lucas to follow you. Rewards: item duplicate X1, rank limit none, 2500 fate points. Asher smirked at the amount of fate points he received. This guy really is my lucky star, Asher thought while looking at young Lucas. In the middle of a dense forest, many camps could be seen. Various structures had been built for the accommodation of people. This was the temporary base of the Abyss Guild, located in the lost lands of Samaria. Various people could be seen transporting huge monster corpses through the established teleportation gate. Several people covered in armor and blood were resting after a probably tiring exploration. A mile ahead, a man in his 40s could be seen resting on a big rock with a reddish greatsword resting beside him. Guildmaster, Vice Guildmaster Arthur has contacted you, a man wearing armor reported to Nathan Greville. Huh, and why is that damn son of mine, who clearly hates me for handing him all that paperwork, contacted me now? Nathan said with his eyes still closed. He has invited you to your grandchild Asher Greville's 14th birthday party. The man replied. Did nobody tell him that this old man is exploring a damn SS rank dungeon? Why the hell would I have any time to attend such things? Nathan said, ignoring everything his guild member had just said. Guildmaster, he has sent a video message for you. The man said, playing the recorded voice. A hologram appeared, showing Arthur sitting in his office. Father, I know you will probably ignore the invite, so I will not force you, Arthur said. Yeah, that's how you should behave, you crazy bastard, Nathan thought. Don't worry about Asher, he will just be sad, so I will support him in his tough times. Please handle all the guild work yourself because I will have to resign regretfully, the hologram said before closing. Nathan opened his eyes, which were gleaming dangerously. This fucking brat dares to leave that huge pile of paperwork to this fragile old man, he said, with two veins popping on his forehead. How are you fragile? The guild member thought, not having enough courage to say it to Nathan's face. Tell all the guild members I will be out for 2 weeks and tell them to stay away from the vicinity of the dungeon for the meantime, Nathan said. Boom. Nathan jumped off the big stone, leaving a crater behind. It seems I haven't beaten him enough to fix that battle maniac head of his, Nathan scoffed while darting off towards Saran at an incredibly high speed. Sigh, but you could have used the teleportation gate. The guild member left behind said, watching Nathan take off towards Saran. Lucas was overwhelmed with emotions as he saw Asher appear. He was a young 10-year-old who had experienced difficult times, and he worried that Asher and his sister might be harmed. However, when he heard Asher's response, he was relieved. Who are these people, Lucas? His weak twin sister, Livia, asked as she opened her crimson-red eyes. They are people who will take us with them and treat you well, Lucas told her directly. What? Livia jumped out of her bed. Don't worry, I will explain everything to you, Lucas said as he calmed his sister. This is my twin sister, Livia. Lucas introduced her to Asher and Emmy. Liv, they are from the family our father was from, Lucas explained to her so she could understand the situation. What? But mother said to stay away from them, Livia said as she hid her head under the thin bedsheet. Don't worry, I am here to take you to the place you deserve to live. Asher spoke before Lucas could explain further. However, Asher's indifferent face did not help much in this situation. Livia was even more terrified of Asher now. She looked at Lucas, asking him for help. Lucas moved closer to her and she whispered to him, "Are you sure they will not hurt us?" Livia worried about her and her brother's safety. "Don't worry, if he wanted to harm us, he would have done it already." Lucas tried to calm his sister down. Lucas was strangely comfortable with Asher, even though nobody in their right mind would think of being with Asher as comfortable in any way. He always radiated an "don't trouble me" aura, and his cold demeanor kept people from getting close to him. Livia was a bit shorter than Lucas, and her body was weak due to an unknown illness. She was a bit more normal for her age than Lucas, since most of her time was spent lying in bed and chatting with Lucas. Her eyes were innocent, unlike Lucas's sharp eyes, which were a bit like Asher's. Although Lucas's face was not as emotionless as Asher's, the way he carried himself was a bit like Asher. His rough life until now had made him let go of any emotions like guilt and remorse. All that mattered to Lucas was his goal of taking care of his sick sister. "I am Asher Greville, the current heir of the Greville family and your cousin. Your father, as you know, was the little brother of my father and his name was Ivar Greville." Asher introduced himself in an attempt to calm Livia a bit. He did not know how to behave in front of children. "I will tell you more about your father and introduce you to the rest of the family later, but right now, we need to leave this area. You might not know it, but your condition is quite serious and you need to be treated as soon as possible." Asher explained their situation to them. After hearing this, Lucas and Livia looked at each other and nodded, signaling their approval. Asher turned to Emmy, who was standing there watching their interaction. He told her to carry Livia to the car, as she might not be able to walk properly in her condition. Lucas followed behind Asher, keeping his distance to Livia short in order to assist her whenever she needed his help. Asher didn't mind Lucas' behavior and was confident that after saving Livia, she would trust and follow him faithfully. When they arrived at the front of Asher's Rolls Royce, both Lucas and Livia were surprised to see such a fancy and cool car. They had only ever seen hunter vehicles in their area and luxury vehicles like this were new to them. Lucas sat quietly, but Livia, who was in Emmy's arm, was looking around the car with shining eyes. She seemed to really like the car and, seeing this, Asher spoke to her. "Don't worry, you can have even better cars from now on." His words surprised Livia, who stopped looking around the car, embarrassed by her behavior, although she never demanded anything from Lucas, as she knew how hard he worked to take care of her. Even Lucas was surprised to see his sister react this way. The car began moving in the direction of the Greville mansion, taking its time so that the kids could calm their nerves and enjoy the ride. Asher thought to himself, "I can use the item duplicate on the healing elixir and use it on Livia, saving the other one for future use." He remembered the rewards for his quest this time and asked the system, "Can I buy these item duplicate things from the shop?" "No, some quest rewards are unique and cannot be obtained again or purchased from their shop tab." Asher reminded himself, "I need to be careful handling unique items in the future." Asher called out to the system in his mind. Status: Fate Devourer System. Name: Asher von Raven Greville. Level: 2, EXP 02000. Bloodline: Devil's Absorption. Rank SSS. Blessing: Goddess of Time Sealed. Body Constitution: Mana Core. Rank E. Shop: Quests, Synthesis. Attributes: Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 2730. AP, 5. SP, 2. Skills: Time Dilution. Rank S. LVL1. Absorption. Rank S. LVL1. Ash Sword Art. Rank C. Mana Flow. Rank C. How much fate do I need to unlock their shop tab? Asher asked the system in his mind. Host needs to gather 10,000 fate points to unlock shop tab. Quite a large amount to gather, Asher told himself, and with this I can stop grandfather from going back. Asher was relieved. Convincing Nathan Greville was really annoying task, and now with Lucas and Livia, he could use them as a purpose to stall him for 2 more weeks. Asher and the twins arrived at the Greville estate. They were both amazed by the huge mansion. On the way to the mansion, they passed through the lands of the Greville family and saw multiple gardens and other attractions that created a feeling of calm and serene environment. They noticed that, despite the estate being large and spacious, the security was tight and did not allow any kind of trespassing. Livia had her mouth open the whole time. The small girl sprang up on the seat with her knees bent and stared at everything they drove past on the way to the mansion. It seemed that she had forgotten about Asher's presence. Lucas was also excited to see such things, but he kept to himself and only stared out the window from his seat. At some point, Livia finally snapped back to reality and looked back at her own actions. She became embarrassed and started fidgeting with her fingers. "Oh God, they will think of me as an unruly girl now." Her thoughts were racing, not even realizing that the car had stopped and they had reached their destination. They arrived at the mansion and Asher got out of the car with Lucas, leaving the embarrassed Livia in Emmy's care. Lucas was happy to see his sister showing so much emotion. Even though Lucas tried to provide everything for her health and well-being, not having a parent figure and his absence for long periods of time had dulled her emotions significantly. She used to be very energetic when she was young, but after their mother's early death and her own illness with an unknown disease at the age of 6, it had taken a lot out of her. She was only able to stay home and, not knowing where Lucas was for days at a time, thoughts of losing her only brother and being all alone crossed her mind often. However, she was unable to even get out of bed to help Lucas. "Emmy, take both of them for a bath and have them changed into clean clothes. Assign a maid to them and tell her to treat them as if they were treating me." Asher walked towards his room, leaving the twins with Emmy, who was taking them to guest rooms on the first floor. Many servants were surprised to see the twins and their eye color. Random thoughts crossed their minds, but nobody voiced them. They were experienced workers and knew that careless words could cost them their lives. Emmy assigned 2 maids to take care of the twins and warned them to serve the twins carefully and tolerate no rudeness. Lucas and Livia were wearing dirty white t-shirts and black shorts. Their appearance was also not clean. Livia's hair was a mess and Lucas had a lot of small wounds on his stomach and back, although there were some scars. Unless they were caused by an attack powered by mana, they could be healed with special potions. The maids took them to a huge circular bath and gave them new underwear to wash them properly. Lucas was a bit embarrassed to be washed by others in his underwear, but he did not complain. Livia, on the other hand, was staring at the huge bath with her mouth open while the maid was washing her hair. She still could not believe what had happened to her and Lucas. She was scared of being in this new place, which was so big and beautiful, even better than her dream castle, but her innocent excitement took over her fears. She opened her mouth at the sight of the luxurious bath. Some of the shampoo fell into her mouth and she made a weird face, which made Lucas and the other maid washing him start chuckling. Seeing their reaction, Livia was again embarrassed. The sheer number of times her face had turned red today was more than in her whole life. After a good bath, their faces could be seen more clearly now. For now, they were given Asher's and his sister's old clothes to wear. Asher had already told them that he would take them shopping after today. Although the clothes were old, they still seemed too soft and expensive to the twins. It was the summer season in Saran. Asher came out of his room and changed into more comfortable clothes. He called the twins downstairs to give them a little tour of the mansion so they could get familiar with their new surroundings. He saw the kids coming down with Emmy. After a good bath and changing their clothes, their inherited attractiveness was already showing. Lucas inherited his father Ivar's facial features, and he also looked like Lucas when he was young. Asher had seen various pictures of Ivar in the family album and he could already see the similarities. Livia also looked very cute in her white hoodie and pants, and she seemed to take after her mum. Just by looking at her, you could imagine how beautiful their mother was. "Both of you look good now. Do you want to take a tour?" Asher told them. Livia was still a little bit uncomfortable with his indifferent look, but she nodded at his question nevertheless. She was holding on to Emmy, and her crimson-red eyes seemed to stand out on her pale face. Emmy took Livia in her arms. Although Livia wanted to say she would like to walk, she allowed Emmy to carry her like a small child all around, but her cheeks were still red. Lucas wore a branded t-shirt and trousers that complemented his looks quite a bit. He and Livia followed Asher as he introduced the ground floor to them. He introduced the large kitchen with many chefs who were preparing dishes for them. Asher signaled for them to give the kids some snacks. He took them to various rooms, each with its own purpose. It took them 20 minutes to see the various places in the manor. "This place is so big, even the smallest room is bigger than our house," Livia said to Lucas while still admiring it. Lucas just smiled at her. He was a bit worried about her health, as she was taxing her body a lot, but he did not stop her. "Follow Emmy, she will show you your new rooms and will assign some maids to take care of Livia. I will introduce you guys to my parents later," Asher said while patting Lucas's head. The twins were a bit worried about meeting Asher's parents, but he did say he would let them live with him, so they relaxed a bit. Lucas didn't mind working under Asher as a servant as long as his sister was taken care of. "You guys can play around a bit and go to sleep. We will meet my parents tomorrow." Asher left them to go to the training ground. The twins followed Emmy and got to their new rooms. Lucas wanted to stay with Livia, but Emmy convinced him that he could stay with her until night, but he still should get his own room. "Liv, are you fine?" Lucas was worried as he heard Asher say that she would die by the end of this month. Although he did not know how Asher knew it, he believed him nevertheless. "Don't worry, I am just a bit tired, but if they try to force you to do anything bad, we can still try and go back to our home." Livia had a little idea about her condition, but she did not want to burden Lucas with it her whole life. "I know, just get some good sleep," he said, and then left Livia alone to go to his room to sleep. As Arthur and Sylvie were busy today and would come home tomorrow, Asher decided it would be better to inform them in person about the twins. He would have much more freedom and his actions would go unnoticed when his parents' attention was directed to the twins. "Amelia." A young man called out to a beautiful girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail, "I have booked our flights, but do you really want those three to come with us?" The young man asked the girl, "Damien, they were our classmates this semester, and making a connection with Eva Williams and Elena Rothschild doesn't sound bad, does it?" Amelia told him, "You're inviting them to Asher's party. I don't know if he will like them knowing Kevin's personality, too." Damien knew that his best friend Asher disliked such people. "Brother will just ignore them, just like he ignores me as well." Amelia scoffed, but there was a hint of frustration in her voice. "His personality is a bit cold, but it doesn't mean he hates you, Amelia." Damien tried to convince her. Yeah, you will support your best friend anyway," Amelia said, and left Damien standing behind, scratching his head and not knowing how to respond to her. Arthur and Sylvie arrived together at the Greville estate after long days of work. "I'm fed up with all this paperwork. It's a waste of my talent," Arthur said while driving his car with Sylvie by his side. He liked driving his own car every once in a while to cure his boredom. "What a battle freak," Sylvie sighed. "What do you mean, freak?" Arthur gave Sylvie a questioning look. "Whatever. By the way, we need to officially announce Asher as the heir to our family," Sylvie told him. "Amelia will be a bit upset with this decision, but when she hears about his talent, I hope she'll understand." Arthur spoke. "Don't worry, she's a smart girl, and I believe in my kids," Sylvie told him, trying to ease his concerns. Although they knew that Asher's cold nature affected Amelia greatly, they still gave both their children equal love and could only hope that time would reconcile the two siblings. A white sports car arrived at the Greville estate. Arthur and Sylvie got out and walked towards the common hall. They saw Asher sitting with two kids and were surprised to their core when they saw their eyes and hair. "Who are these kids?" Arthur asked Asher. "Oh, hello Dad, come here and meet Lucas Greville and Livia Greville," Asher told them with a smirk on his face. Emmy was panicking, seeing Asher and his mischievous words. He had carefully said those words to corner Arthur, who was confused about what was happening. Sylvie was also confused, but she never had any doubts about Arthur's loyalty. "Asher, can you explain this properly?" Sylvie gave Asher a stern look, indicating that she would not tolerate such jokes. "They're Uncle Ivar's kids. I found them while looking for something related to my new company," Asher casually lied, confident that Emmy would not reveal his secret. Before the couple could react, boom! What happened? Arthur shouted at the strange explosion that occurred outside. Something crashed into the garden area of the estate, creating a small crater. A bulky man in his 50s could be seen in the middle of the crater. A voice came from the crater. "Damn brat, come out and get ready for an emergency teaching session," Nathan shouted. "What the hell is that old man doing?" Arthur shouted at the ruined site of the beautiful garden. "No, the flowers," Livia screamed in her mind. She really liked the gardens around the mansion, but one of them had just been destroyed. "Ha, Emmy, get the servants to fix this mess after this," Asher told Emmy while going outside to see the ruckus. Nathan was wearing his battle suit and with his huge great sword, he looked like a mighty commander leading a war. His presence alone exuded so much pressure that Asher told Emmy to shield the kids. They were unawakened and such minor pressure could harm them. Nathan noticed the two kids and took in his pressure to not harm them, but when he saw their eyes, his anger started to emerge and he shouted, "You cheating scoundrel, don't worry Sylvie, I will do my job and end his life." Nathan started walking towards Arthur. "Who are you calling a scoundrel, you senile old man? They are Ivar's kids." According to Asher, Arthur spoke before Nathan could start his rampage. Arthur and Sylvie were still shocked by Asher's words and Nathan's expression showed various emotions including shock, grief, and others. Hearing the name of his dead son reignited his memories of the past. "Asher, will you explain?" Sylvie decided to stop the chaos from escalating further. Asher told them about how his uncle and Arthur's younger brother Ivar Greville had a lover who got pregnant but didn't know how to convey the news to him. At that time, she received the news of Ivar's death and, in her moment of grief, took her unborn kids and sought refuge outside of Saran. He explained the story that Lucas had told him the day before. Nathan was silent the whole time and Arthur and Sylvie had sad expressions. Ivar was the youngest person to become an SS rank hunter. His talent was even slightly greater than his father and older brother Arthur. The world thought that he would become the youngest to reach SSS rank within the next 10 years, but when Asher was around 3 years old, an SS rank Red Gate dungeon was formed in the city of Saran. It was a highly unstable dungeon that could have resulted in a dungeon break. At this time, Nathan and other SSS rank hunters were clearing the SSS rank dungeon that appeared in the Lost Lands. Most of the SS rank hunters of Samaria, including Arthur, had followed them to clear it. SSS rank dungeons were one-time dungeons, but if they were not cleared within a certain time, the resulting dungeon break could have caused a lot of destruction in Samaria. Ivar was one of the SS rank hunters left behind in Saran. The SS rank Red Gate dungeon had the unbelievable restriction of only allowing one person to enter. There were some other SS rank hunters in Saran as well, but nobody wanted to undertake what seemed like a suicide mission. If nobody stepped up, the dungeon break would have destroyed a significant part of Saran. Dungeon breaks were not just monsters getting out. The result of a gate breaking was a huge mana explosion, depending on the rank of the dungeon, and then monsters came out of the space cracks where the dungeon gate was located. In the history of SS rank dungeons, it was the first time a Red Gate dungeon with a restriction limit of 1 appeared. Red Gate dungeons were also a one-time clear dungeons which will disappear in some hours after the dungeon boss was killed. Ivar Greville took it upon himself to clear that dungeon and entered, but the boss of the dungeon was a 9-headed SS rank Hydra. Although Ivar cleared the dungeon, the injuries and poison took his life soon after he exited the dungeon. His right hand was gone, with his skin having numerous purple veins and the most of his back having its skin ripped off. He was hailed as a hero by the association, but when Nathan and Arthur heard this news, they were devastated. Losing Ivar was a huge blow to the Greville family and the whole world, as he was a talent never seen before. Even though he couldn't beat Nathan's Awakening Foundation, as he missed it by 5 minutes, His speed of ranking was the highest in the world. The twins were anxious as no one was talking and the long silence increased their worry. They were worried if they would also be accepted as family, like Asher did. Nathan noticed the twins' anxiety and spoke up. "Hello, you cute brats. I am your grandfather Nathaniel von Greville, and also one of the strongest people in the world." He smiled as he introduced himself. Although he was very old, due to his high rank, his aging was much slower than others. He looked like a fit man in his 50s. "Hello, I am Lucas, and this is my sister Livia." Lucas spoke while Livia just nodded from Emmy's arms. "Both of you are so cute," Sylvie spoke as she looked at the twins. Arthur and Nathan then talked further with the twins, telling them about Ivan and how he died heroically. They also noticed that Livia was quite weak and ill, but they thought they would just take her for a checkup tomorrow. Sylvie became attached to Livia and placed her on her lap, stroking her hair. Livia accepted Sylvie's embrace, as she felt quite comfortable with her. "I need all of your attention," Asher spoke, stopping the chatting group. "We need to cure Livia, as she is suffering from mana poisoning, and from the looks of it, it's already in its last stage," Asher told them. "What?" Arthur stood up from his seat, and the rest of them were shocked as well. Mana poisoning meant that a person forcefully ingested a lot of mana in their body. The mana would not pass through the core and, instead, the unrefined mana corrupted the mana veins all over the body. This method usually did boost one's strength and power, but there was no cure for corrupted mana veins. "Her condition is serious. No doctor can save her now," Asher continued. "But how did an unawakened being get mana poisoning?" Sylvie asked while looking at Livia, who was sitting on her lap listening to the conversation going on. She was very scared when she heard that no doctor could cure her. Seeing the panicking Livia, Asher explained the cure before explaining the cause of her disease. "But we can use our family treasure, there, rank SSS Pure Healing Elixir, which was given to us for Uncle Ivar's contribution," Asher explained to them. "Idiasis inverted question mark Why are you so sure that we cannot heal her through normal means?" Arthur was not sure how Asher knew about her illness. "She is suffering from mana poisoning," Asher told them. "But how? She hasn't even gone through her awakening yet." Sylvie spoke this time. Nathan was quiet the whole time. He was observing Asher as, somehow, his grandson seemed a bit different from what he remembered last time. "It's due to her bloodline. I already sensed it because of my bloodline ability," Asher spoke without showing any emotions. She was subconsciously absorbing the mana, but rather than forming a mana core, it's corroding her body. "The only reason I could sense it was because my current rank is low and my mana-controlling bloodline can sense such small disturbances around me," Asher told them. Arthur could now accept the reason for why Asher knew about Livia's illness. The Greville family mainly had mana-related bloodlines, one of the most coveted bloodlines in the world, but when a person was born with a strong bloodline, they may suffer from such implications. Usually, this problem could have been sensed early if Livia had been living with the Grevilles from a very young age, but the circumstances made it inevitable. "It seems like the only explanation for her illness," Nathan finally spoke after carefully assessing Livia's body with his mana sense. "Her mana veins are utterly damaged, and if we don't use the elixir on her, she will become a crippled person." He gave his judgment on the matter. "Then we should use the elixir on her. It was due to Ivar's contribution that we even got it, and his daughter deserves at least this much from us," Sylvie spoke instantly while still patting her lovingly. Others in the room also nodded their heads, listening to her, and easily agreed. They would have used it on her even if it was not Ivar's contribution that got them this elixir. Although there were only 4 more such elixirs in the world, 3 were under the World Association, and 1 belonged to the Major Association. Rank SSS items or artifacts could only be achieved as a first clear reward for clearing rank SSS dungeons, which were not so many in this world, and sometimes the World Association would take custody of them because of their higher contribution during the raid. "Arthur, open the family vault," Nathan ordered Arthur. "Sure." Arthur left them and arrived in his study room and opened a hidden room using his mana. He arrived in a room which had a small teleportation gate, This was the teleportation gate that was connected to the Greville family's hidden family vault, which consisted of their treasures. The only one who knew the coordinates of this hidden facility was Nathan Greville. The treasures hidden here were some of the most powerful ones, and some of them were even hidden from the knowledge of others. The room seemed like an enclosed building with no visible entrance. The only way out was most likely the teleportation gate used by Arthur. He arrived in front of a vault that was 5 meters huge and was encrypted with a blood seal rune. He took a dagger out of his space storage and dripped a few drops of blood on it. Multiple parts of the vault started moving, making mechanical sounds. The door revealed an opening which Arthur got in through. Immediately, many high-graded treasures could be seen enclosed under rigid glass frames. Although it looked like you could break these glasses with normal attacks, they were also strengthened with mana. He arrived at a corner and saw a small golden vial. This was the rank SSS Pure Healing Elixir. He took it out and left the vault area, returning to his study room. When he came back, he saw Nathan and Sylvie chatting with the twins, who were getting more comfortable with them. Asher saw his father coming down with a golden vial in his hand. He saw his chance and spoke. "Dad, can I see the elixir for a minute?" he asked Arthur. "Sure, take it." Arthur passed the elixir to him. "System, can you create a copy of this item without alerting others in the room?" Asher spoke in his mind. "Yes, but the created copy will be stored inside the system's dimension storage if the host doesn't want to alert others. Can I access it anytime?" he asked in his mind. "Yes, but you need to unlock the shop function fully, which will be unlocked when the host reaches level 10 and gather at least 10,000 fate points." "Okay, do it." Asher gave his confirmation. A bluish-green light enveloped the elixir for a moment while going unnoticed by everyone in the room. Ping. "Here, you can have it." Asher passed it back to Arthur. Arthur took the vial and passed it to Livia, who was staring at the pretty bottle. Lucas was already thinking about the enormous worth of that small vial. He knew about item ranks and how expensive they were, but he didn't know what the worth of this small item would be. He was already thinking of ways to repay the Greville family for this. Lucas was a cruel and clever man, but if his family was involved, he would become the most docile and kind person you could think of. He was already seeing the Grevilles as his family. "Don't worry, drink it and you'll be fine," Sylvie told Livia while assuring her. "But is it fine for me to use it?" Livia knew that whatever this small thing was, she and her brother could never afford it in their lives. "Don't worry about such things from now on. You're a part of our Greville family and carry this name with pride from now on," Nathan spoke to Livia to assure her. She took the vial in her hand and Sylvie opened it for her. She drank it immediately. The taste of this elixir was like sweet nectar, which calmed her thoughts down. Some blue mana started forming around Livia and entered her body. Her body slumped into Sylvie's hands. "Don't worry, she'll wake up tomorrow," Sylvie calmed Lucas, who panicked seeing her unconscious. "Mom, I'm going back to my room and probably won't join dinner, so carry on without me." Asher spoke. "Where are you going, brat? I heard you beat my record during your awakening." Nathan stopped him from going. He still sensed something was wrong with Asher, so he decided to have a talk with him. "Yes, I did. But I'm quite busy right now. We can speak later." Asher ignored him and kept moving to his room. "And you said this brat of yours was missing me?" Nathan spoke while veins were popping in his forehead, but he couldn't do anything to Asher because Sylvie was sitting right there. "He's just tired. Let him rest, old man." Arthur just shrugged. "Nathan, this damn brat. Follow me to the training grounds." Nathan dragged Arthur with him. Sylvie took Livia to her room and sat there with Lucas to listen to his story. He narrated his deeds without omitting anything. Sylvie just stared at him and hugged him. Lucas found the warmth of Sylvie comforting. This made him remember his mother, and tears started dripping down his eyes. The night went by peacefully, and Asher left early for his training. He came out in the evening and saw that Livia was now awake and her face was not pale anymore. The rank SSS elixir didn't have any side effects, as normal potions and healing elixirs were deadly to unawakened people. Direct consumption of mana was deadly to normal humans. That's why Asher said only the rank SSS elixir could heal Livia, as any other healing elixir would not help her at all. Although her body was still weak, her mana veins had been healed and she could now awaken normally like others. Asher came into the room, drenched in sweat but still looking incredibly handsome. Some of the maids even gulped upon seeing him. His charm was deadly to the opposite gender, but he didn't care about how others viewed him. Asher, Amelia is coming back in a few days. Make sure to clear your schedule on the day her plane lands, Arthur told him, and Asher just nodded. But before he could go back to his room, Nathan appeared in front of him suddenly and looked at his eyes. Why does his presence keep tingling my instincts? He thought to himself. My dear grandson, why don't you come train with me? Nathan asked him. Not now, but if you agree to train me for 2 weeks straight after my party, I might change my mind, Asher said as he kept moving past him. But, I need to go back to work. Nathan tried to persuade him. That's a shame, can't be helped then. Asher shrugged indifferently. Nathan sighed, seeing his grandson's behavior. He was worried about Asher and, knowing his personality, he was concerned that things could go wrong in the future given his overwhelming talent during his awakening. Why don't you take some rest and train him as well? Sylvie tried to intervene between the two. Arthur, still sore from his beating the previous day, was already planning his revenge. He wouldn't interfere between them, but he tried to provoke Nathan by saying, Don't worry Asher, I can train you better than his old bones and his senile mind. He ignored Nathan's obvious reaction. No need. Fine, I'll train him for 2 weeks. Nathan couldn't help but accept Asher's proposal. Idiaris's inverted question mark. Nearly a week has passed, and Livia was fully cured now, although she will still go through many checkups for confirmation. Today was the day when Asher was going to pick up Amelia and her friends. Status. Asher called out to look at his updated status information. Fate Devourer System. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 7, EXP 07000. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time, sealed. Body Constitution, Mana Core rank E. Shop, Quests, Synthesis. / Attributes. Strength, 32. Agility, 27. Endurance, 40. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45. Stamina, 40. Charm, 57. Fate, 3230. AP, 30. SP, 12. / He decided to not use any attribute points until he felt it was necessary. He was sure he would break through to early F rank, that is F rank after his training with Nathan, and he was planning to use his skill points after getting a couple more skills. Asher was moving towards his Rolls Royce and saw Lucas and Livia staring at his car collection. After staying in the mansion for a week, they were quite comfortable and relaxed in their new environment. Big brother, can we also ride these cars? Livia asked Asher while Lucas was also looking at him waiting for his response. One of Asher's hobbies was his car collection, although he couldn't drive it until he turned 17, but he still liked collecting many supercars. Not today, but when we go hunting after your awakening, then we can ride them, Asher told them without showing any emotions. The twins were already accustomed to his indifferent reaction and knew that his behavior was the same for everyone, not just them. Okay. The twins said together and went back in with their assigned maids. Let's go, Asher signaled Demi and they got in their cars with the security following them. They were moving towards Saran Airport. It was 10 a.m. in the morning, and Amelia's flight would land at 11 a.m. Arriving at the airport, Asher decided to wait in the VIP lounge. People saw him and couldn't help but get astonished seeing his charm. Many women were thinking of approaching him, but the security around him and his indifferent face made them think against it. Wow, look at that guy, he's so handsome, some people started muttering among themselves. Meanwhile, in the VIP section of a private jet, a black-haired girl with beautiful red eyes could be seen sitting with a brown-haired guy facing 3 people who were enjoying the delicacies in front of them. Amelia, you really hate traveling by teleportation gate? The blonde-haired girl asked the black-haired girl. I don't hate it, but I would rather enjoy my ride back to my country than arriving back in an instant," Amelia said, holding her cold drink. "Yes, those inter-country teleportation gates really give me a headache and dizziness. I really dislike that feeling, and traveling like this is much calmer," the blue-haired girl spoke while putting down her book. "Oh, seeing you reading books all day, I didn't think you would like this sort of thing, Eva," the brown-haired boy spoke while mocking her. "Damien," Amelia frowned at him, but Damien just shrugged her, giving his can't-be-helped look. Now, let's calm down everyone, no need to fight," the white-haired boy spoke. He looked handsome and his blue eyes really complimented his face. "Kevin is right, guys, let's enjoy the ride," the blonde-haired girl spoke again. "I would have enjoyed it, Elena, if only he was as polite as Kevin," Eva told her. Her comment really annoyed Damien as he didn't like the goody-shoes acts of Kevin. He wanted to travel back alone with Amelia, but she told him they should bring Elena, Eva, and Kevin with them as well. He tried to reason with her, but ultimately gave up and agreed on the matter. "So Miss Eva thinks of me as someone polite, I see," Kevin flirted with Eva, which made Damien even more uncomfortable, but he would not intervene unless it was Amelia. Eva ignored Kevin, but a tinge of red could be seen on her ears. "Should we explore Saran with Amelia?" Elena voiced her opinion. They were coming to Saran to explore the city before their term in World Academy would begin in the next year. "Yes, we could." Before Amelia could finish her sentence, Damien interrupted her. "I don't think this would be possible. Amelia is also meeting her family after 2 years of studying. You should not interrupt her reunion," Damien rudely spoke to Elena. He disliked all three of them and did not want them to spend more time with Amelia. "Don't you think the decision lies on Amelia? Who are you to tell us all this?" Kevin replied back at Damien. Although Amelia was a year younger than everyone present, but due to her excellent performance from a young age, she entered together with people older than her. Her childhood friend, and Damien was going to speak again, but Amelia stopped him. "Let's not argue more. The flight is about to land and we can discuss more after we land in Saran." Hearing her, Damien could not argue more with Kevin, who gave him a smirking look. It was 11:10 a.m. So Asher got out of the VIP lounge to pick up Amelia. He saw a group of youngsters coming towards them with some security around them. He could recognize every single person in that group, and seeing this sight, a slight wave of killing intent slipped from him for a very small interval, but he reeled it in before anybody could notice it. The group of youngsters was full of attractive people, and people around them were already staring at them. They were attracting so much attention that it was difficult for Asher to not spot them. Amelia saw an incredibly handsome young man with hair and eyes similar to hers. She immediately recognized Asher, and Damien, who also noticed his best friend, said, "Oh, I didn't expect Asher to come himself to pick you up, Amelia." He was surprised to see Asher deviate from his indifferent behavior in the past. Although Amelia didn't voice it, she was also happy to see him pick her up. She always thought Asher hated and disliked her. Maybe he changed after 2 years I didn't see him, she spoke in her mind. "Yo, Ash, long time no see." Damien held out his hand to shake hands with him. "You still look as energetic as ever," Asher said as he shook hands with him. "You've grown well in the 2 years since I last saw you," Asher told Amelia. "Why yes," Amelia replied softly. "And these are your friends?" Asher gestured towards the trio behind her. All three of them were surprised to see Asher. His devilishly handsome face coupled with his cold, crimson eyes was enough to attract any woman. He was even more handsome than Kevin, who was also surprised and a bit jealous of his charm. Listening to Asher's words, the three of them woke up from their stupor, facing his indifferent face. Even Elena, who was the most confident of the three, was tongue-tied for a second, but she still spoke. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Elena Rothschild and these are my friends, Eva Williams and Kevin Whiteheart." She introduced herself and her friends. "The pleasure is mine, Miss Rothschild," Asher said with an indifferent face. "I would like to take my time chatting with all of you, but I am a bit busy, so I will take Amelia home." He continued, "I've already prepared rides for the three of you, and they will take you to the hotels I've booked for your group." He gestured to his security to take care of them. What? Why would they stay at some hotels? They can come back and stay at our estate with us, Amelia protested. Elena, Eva, and Kevin were a bit provoked by his words. They were not normal people. All three of them belonged to elite families. Hearing that they had to stay at some hotel, they felt annoyed, but they waited for Amelia to fix the situation, believing that she could persuade her brother. Do I need to repeat myself? A wave of chillness rose in the surroundings as Asher sent a cold gaze towards Amelia. She was scared seeing his eyes and couldn't utter a single word, but she gathered her courage and said, "But they are my friends," and before she could finish, Asher signaled to his security to take their luggage. "I have said my piece, and this is the last time I will say it. Don't make me repeat myself." Asher's cold and indifferent face stopped Elena from speaking. Tears formed in Amelia's eyes, and her head dropped towards the ground. Damien found Asher's behavior extra cold today, as he had never been this harsh towards Amelia in the past, so he decided to talk to him later about this. "You are being too harsh on her," Kevin said to Asher after seeing Amelia just looking down in front of him. Hearing him, Asher arrived in front of Kevin. Kevin was a bit shorter than Asher, so he was forced to look up, but seeing his red eyes, he subconsciously took a step back. Elena and Eva were behind Kevin, but they also felt fear from him seeing Asher so close to them. "How I handle things in my family doesn't concern the Whiteheart family." His voice was full of coldness. Kevin was about to swing at him. Everyone knew that Greville's young master was an unawakened individual and he was not going to lose face in front of Elena and Eva. Seeing him channeling his mana, Emmy immediately moved behind him and put him on the ground. The other security guards were also behind the security team following the trio. They were also blocked from making any moves. Seeing Kevin pinned on the ground, Elena immediately shouted, "How dare you harm him?" Elena was about to continue, but, "Stop," Amelia shouted, tears in her eyes. "Let's go back home," she said, moving to sit in the Rolls-Royce belonging to Asher. Asher signaled for the security team to release them. "Emmy, let him go, and Miss Elena, I recommend you go to your accommodations quietly instead of causing a commotion here," Asher said, before turning to Damien, who was slightly happy to see Kevin being put in his place. "Let's go," Asher said to Damien, who calmly followed him and sat in the car. "This is only the start. I will end every bastard who stood against me in the past." Asher smirked while entering the car. Idiasis inverted question mark ping a system notification popped, but Asher ignored it and decided to check it later. Seeing Amelia and Damien leaving with Asher, the security also followed them, but Asher still left some of his team behind to take the trio to their hotels if they wanted to. Elena was burning with anger inside her. As the only daughter of the Rothschild family, nobody had ever threatened her like this before, but she held her anger in and looked at Kevin with a worried face. "Kevin, are you all right?" Elena helped Kevin get up. "Yeah, don't worry, I am fine," Kevin spoke with his eyes full of anger as he wiped the dust from his clothes. As a member of the Whiteheart family, which had recently become an elite family, he had never thought that he would be humiliated like this. Seeing his emotions, Eva immediately tried to calm them down. "Let's not do anything rash. The influence of the Greville family is very strong in Somaria, especially in Saran." Seeing her explanation, Kevin calmed down a bit. "Yes, Eva is right, Kevin. We should talk to our families about this incident before doing anything," Elena said while holding Kevin's hands. "Okay, but that guy was too cruel. Amelia will only suffer with him," Kevin said while looking at Elena. "We cannot interfere in their family, Kevin, and we only met Amelia this last month during our last year group assignment. She may not like us interfering with their family matters." Eva tried to reason with Kevin. Kevin wanted to say something but he got interrupted before he could speak. "Let's move from here. People are gathering here because of the commotion earlier," Elena said and pulled both Eva and Kevin along. "Tell your young master that we don't need his accommodations," Elena said to one of the bodyguards Asher left behind to take them to their hotel. "Victor, book a place for us to stay," Elena said to her personal bodyguard. He nodded at her request and went to make the arrangements for their travel. In the meantime, the three of them decided to stay in the lounge to relax their minds. The three of them attracted some people curious gazes towards them, but people didn't react for Kevin the same as Asher. As Asher, who despite being 13, looked like a 16-year-old because of his height and boosted growth due to his awakening, Kevin looked like a 15-year-old because he was smaller and looked more like a child than Asher. Asher's cold and indifferent face also gave an aura of maturity around him that attracted people to him. In the black gold Rolls-Royce, Amelia was sitting with her head down, and Asher did not speak anything to break the silence. So, Damien decided to question Asher to help Amelia a bit. Ash, I know you don't like being bothered, but you still should have given them some face. All three of them are from elite families, and this might bring trouble for you later in the future. Although he liked the treatment Kevin got, he still knew the repercussions of such actions. You think I don't know this? I know, but I cannot allow any outsiders on our estate at this moment. Asher spoke without looking at Damien. Amelia's ears perked up a little, listening to Asher's reason, although she wanted to ask why, but she didn't want to talk with Asher at this moment. What, something bad happened? Damien spoke immediately. He was curious why Asher answered in such a way. No, nothing like that. You will soon realize what I am talking about. Asher gave an indifferent look at Damien. And Amelia, I don't know how you wasted your years studying at your academy, but it seems you still don't have any sense of who to make friends with and who not to. He reprimanded Amelia in a cold voice. Come on, don't be harsh on her. Although I also dislike the three of them, they are not that bad, right? Damien was trying to mediate between the siblings, but every effort was going down the drain. Amelia wanted to cry at Asher's scolding, but she held her tears in. I know how to judge people, Amelia spoke in a low voice, and you want me to believe it after seeing all that? Do you think bringing those three with you on your private flight, favors will arise of Greville being friendly with other elite families? Asher told her with his indifferent voice. His manner of speaking was hurting Amelia even more, but she still thought about what he just said. And did you even think that this behavior of yours could become an excuse for our countless enemies to join forces with each other to counter us? His words were true. Amelia herself realized her mistake. I am sorry. Amelia was about to cry, and Damien saw this and he could not handle it. Ash, it's enough. Why do you keep scolding her? And was there a need for you to embarrass her in front of her friends? He tried to question Asher, although he knew slightly why Asher would react like this. He did not know why he didn't want them to not be back in the derivatives. Sigh, only because of you I am leaving her alive. Asher thought in his mind, the only reason he even tried to bother getting Amelia away from those three was because of Damien. If Damien did not have an unrequited love for Amelia, his actions would not be this soft for her. You will realize when we get home why I didn't want to take them with us, and stop annoying me if you want to impress her. Asher did not even bother looking at Damien, who was slightly red because of being caught off guard by Asher. Even the half-depressed Amelia was looking up to see Damien's reaction. Cute, she thought as she was distracted by Damien's act. She was also slightly aware of Damien's interest in her, but she did not want to break their friendship, so she decided to simply ignore it. The rest of their time reaching the Greville estate was full of silence. Nobody spoke a word after this. The car reached the mansion and they arrived in front of it. Straighten your facial expression, if you don't want to make a spectacle of yourself, Asher told Amelia while getting out of the car before her and Damien. Here, take my handkerchief and wipe your eyes. Damien handed it to her, and she obliged, wiping her slightly puffy eyes and applied some light makeup quickly on her face. She did not know what was waiting for her inside, but she did not want to embarrass herself anymore. Amelia was a very prideful person, but this pride of hers did not work on Asher, who was like a small walking trauma for her. Asher waited for both of them to come out and decided to check his system notification. Objective 1. Have a bad impression on Kevin, Elena and Eva. 2. Humiliate Kevin Whiteheart or intimidate him. Reward, 500 fate points. This was the quest he accepted when he was waiting in the lounge at the airport. So now I have 3,730 fate points, still quite far from 10,000 points. Asher spoke in his mind. Ping. Objective: make enemies with 3 elite families or hurt Elena Rothschild. Reward: 2,000 fate points. Time limit: 1 week. Do you want to accept this quest? Y/N. 1 week. It seems the birthday party will be more fun for me now. Asher smirked. Yes, he said while accepting the quest, and saw Amelia, who was now coming out from the car with Damien beside her. Idiaris's inverted question mark. Amelia emerged from the car, with Damien by her side. Her expression was blank, but the light makeup slightly concealed her puffy eyes. Although she intended to snitch on Asher to their parents, she decided to conceal it for now, as there was a guest in the mansion. Asher signaled for both of them to follow him and turned towards the living room area of the mansion. They passed through many servants who greeted Asher and the 2 people behind him. Although Amelia had been away for 2 years, most of the servants recognized her face. It was rare for the Greville family to hire new servants. To lower the chances of having a spy in the mansion, the Greville family usually allowed the families of their employees to live in their own accommodation on their huge estate, which was half a kilometer in size. They arrived at the living room and saw 2 small 10-year-olds with their parents. Nathan was absent this time, as he was busy with his regular training routine. They were surprised to see the 2 kids, but what shocked both of them was their eye color and hair. What? Who are these kids? Amelia had multiple thoughts crossing her mind. Damien, on the other hand, was waiting for someone to explain the situation to him. It's a long story, but they are the kids of your Uncle Ivar, and Asher found them. Arthur decided to clarify before his daughter came to some strange conclusion. Sylvie just chuckled, seeing Arthur. What? Uncle Ivar had kids? Damien shouted. Yeah, let me explain. Sylvie decided to explain the whole story to them. Damien's presence was not really a bother to them. Damien's full name was Damien Seymour, and his family, although not elite, was still a powerful family, the same as were close friends with the Grevilles, as Arthur and the Seymours had were classmates and best friends when they were young. Damien would frequently visit and play with Amelia and Asher. Although Asher ignored him most of the time, he found a balance where Asher was not irritated by his presence, and he could still spend some time with him. Due to Damien's lack of nosiness, Asher eventually accepted him as a friend. During Sylvie's explanation, the twins also judged Amelia and Damien. They had already been informed of who these 2 were, and Lucas and Livia wanted to make a good impression on them as well. Asher, on the other hand, was on his phone the entire time, checking information for his new company, Aztech, and other complicated matters. Oh, they must have suffered so much, Amelia said, her eyes watering as she listened to the story of the twins. Despite her persona of being indifferent, which she copied from Asher, deep down she was a very emotional girl. Damien knew that she intentionally hid her true self and always wore a fake mask, but he decided not to question her about it. Livia was excited to meet Amelia, but Lucas felt somewhat uncomfortable around her. This was not the case with Damien or anyone else in the room. He couldn't think of a reason why he felt this way, but the discomfort was small enough that he could ignore it. Damien was sitting between Asher and Amelia. He saw Amelia get up and move towards the twins to hug them. Amelia didn't remember much about her Uncle Ivar, but she decided in that moment, upon hearing their story, that she would treat them like her own siblings. Deep down, she wanted another sibling to converse with, as Asher was obviously not an option for her. This situation was ideal for her. Asher also knew that this way, Amelia was least likely to follow the previous path, and he would not have to kill her, as Damien would most likely resent him for doing so. As long as she doesn't interfere with my path, she will live, but the moment she comes in my path, forgive me, old friend, but she would have to die, Asher thought in his mind while glancing at Damien and Amelia and remembering his past. His killing intent was about to break out, but he reeled it in quickly. These days, Asher was having a hard time killing people. His inner madness was driving him down a path of slaughter. These symptoms have begun again, Asher said to himself. but he knew the cure for his unstable emotions going haywire, and he would have to wait at least until he joined the academy. "We need to introduce their existence to the world carefully," Arthur said with a serious face. Amelia now knew why Asher had refused to bring her friends here. The chances of information being leaked were too high, and considering others' outlooks on illegitimate children, the twins' lives could experience many troubles in the future. She still didn't forgive him, but her anger was gone. "We can introduce them at my birthday party," Asher spoke as he put down his phone. "Yes, and they should also go through their awakening as early as possible," Damien spoke after thinking for a while. Although Damien was also 14 years old like Asher, his thought process was a bit higher than his age group, which was one of the reasons he could stay friends with Asher. "I was also thinking about this for Lucas, but I want to ask Livia about her thoughts on awakening as well," Sylvie spoke as she patted Livia, who was sitting beside Amelia. "I also want to become strong and help Lucas," Livia shouted, clenching her fist. She finally had the chance to support Lucas and didn't want to waste it. Seeing her determination, Lucas decided not to stop her, as getting stronger would help her avoid troubles as well. "But you still need to rest at least for a week and get clearance from the doctor before going through awakening, okay?" Sylvie pinched Livia's nose while telling her, Livia nodded at Sylvie's request. "Good girl." Sylvie patted her head. "But Amelia, did something happen? Your eyes were red when you came in?" Sylvie lifted her head towards Amelia and asked her. Asher was not bothered about whether Amelia would lie or not. He didn't care how others, or even his own family, perceived him. They could think of him as a demon and he would still be fine with it. "Oh, it was nothing, just some minor problems. Leave that aside. We should go shopping with Livia and Lucas." Amelia clapped her hands and decided to change the topic. Although Arthur and Sylvie could guess what might have happened, they decided not to interfere right now. They were also troubled by Amelia and Asher's sour relationship. "Yes, but you must be tired today. Get some rest and let Damien get some as well." Sylvie decided to go along with Amelia for now, but she would definitely question her later for the truth. Although being a doting mother, she knew frequent scolding was also required in good parenting. Damien also decided not to speak against Asher and not mention the part about him openly making enemies with 3 elite families' children. "Yeah, although I also want to chat with you all and I need to leave to meet my family as well." Damien decided to leave Amelia and Asher, and don't worry, nobody will know about their existence until Asher's birthday party. Although he knew they trusted him, he still decided to assure them nevertheless, "Don't worry, you are like family to us as well, and we trust you enough to send you with Amelia." Arthur spoke while teasing him a little. Damien's ears were red, and he wanted to leave any time now. "Don't tease him, and Damien, say our greetings to your parents as well," Sylvie spoke while elbowing Arthur, leaving the twins confused by this conversation, but they did not voice it. Damien said his goodbye to them and signaled Asher to follow him outside. "Asher, do you have a moment?" he asked. Asher nodded and decided to follow him outside. "I know your reasons for today's action, but you acted a bit strange. You wouldn't make enemies with them like that normally." He was already noticing something different with Asher. "Don't worry about it, it's just that their faces annoyed me." Asher decided to make a random excuse to him. Damien knew he wanted to dodge this topic. "Okay, you must have your reasons, but try to be more lenient with Amelia," Damien spoke, "and I think you should find another girl, unlike that uncultured fool you've been chasing for years," Asher told him with his indifferent face. "Amelia is not uncultured," Damien shouted but stopped immediately and looked around him to see if anyone saw him. Yeah, don't worry about all this, I know what I'm doing," Asher told him and left him. Damien also felt like he couldn't be more pushy with Asher for now, so he decided to leave in the car prepared for him. Author's note: I want to mention that in the first volume, there might be more focus on side characters than necessary. However, this will change in the Academy arc of Volume 2, where Asher's point of view will be the main focus. It was 5 a.m. in the morning and Asher was meditating during his training. After Amelia said she would take the twins shopping, Sylvie told Asher to accompany them, which he wanted to refuse, but he knew his mother would not take no for an answer. This was her way of getting all four of them to get comfortable with each other. He decided to do his early training and get ready before the afternoon, when they would go out shopping. He was circulating and sensing his mana veins when he felt a different type of energy for a moment, but that feeling disappeared very quickly. He tried to sense it again, but he could not feel it again. System, do you know about the strange energy I just felt? Asher asked. Host needs to level up the system for this information. Insufficient authority. He frowned but could not do anything about it. He decided to ignore it for now until he got a more clear hold on that energy. He would try by himself until he could ask the system about it. Sensing that it was time to end his training, he decided to go for a shower and dress up. He washed up, dried his damp hair, and changed his clothes for a casual outing. He came down to the living room and saw Nathan, who was chatting with Amelia. Nathan had just come out of his training in the morning. Arthur and Sylvie had already left due to their work. Grandpa, are you super strong? Livia asked with shining eyes. It seems after yesterday's discussion about their awakening, Arthur decided that the twins could also train with Nathan while he would train Asher. Of course, I am the strongest in the world. If someone troubles you, just tell me and I will deal with it, Nathan proudly said while laughing. Don't fall for it. Although grandfather is strong, there are 10 more people like him. Amelia tried to correct Nathan's lie, as if, and where is your little hamster who follows you? Nathan decided to tease Amelia a bit. He is not a hamster, and his name is Damien. Amelia shouted. Why don't you shout like that at your older brother? It seems young people only tend to bully weak old men nowadays, Nathan said while acting pitiful. Who said I cannot shout at him, and how are you a weak old man? Amelia spoke hurriedly. If she could, she would have pounced on Nathan by now, but she wanted to give a reliable older sister image to the twins. This was the reason Nathan was having fun teasing her. Don't lie, if he was in front of you, you would be hiding by now. Nathan scoffed at Amelia. I am not afraid of him, Amelia told him while slightly raising her voice. It seems you have nothing to do except wasting your time chatting here. A cold voice was heard by Amelia, who immediately recognized it. Her heart started beating faster. She wanted to run out of this situation but her pride would not allow it. No, I was just replying to grandfather. Amelia immediately tried to correct her statement. Okay, then get ready to go shopping, Asher said, having already noticed Nathan's little play, but he was in no mood to play along with it. What a grumpy brat, Nathan thought, disappointed that Asher was not willing to play along. If you're so free, why don't you help Dad with the guild's work? Asher replied with an indifferent face. Oh, I forgot about my training today. Kids, I'll see you later, as I need to train now, Nathan said, immediately disappearing from the couch. The twins were surprised by his actions and were also fascinated at the same time. Asher ignored it and told the 3 of them to follow him. They got in Asher's Rolls Royce and Demi was sitting in the front seat. Lucas was sitting beside Asher and Livia was sitting with Amelia in front of them. Do we really need clothes? I mean, the clothes we have now are very soft and enough, Livia asked Amelia. She found Amelia easy to talk to than Asher, who always maintained a cold face. Yes, now that you're a part of our family, we also need your clothes for brother's birthday party as well, Amelia told her and also explained why it was important for them to have their own clothes. It was more of a status kind of thing. They were going to be introduced to the world at the party as of us kids, and if their appearance were lacking, others might assume that they could be easily bullied or harmed. That's why the timing of this news needed to be controlled. They arrived at Rizal Mall, which was the biggest mall in Saran. All of the branded accessories and clothes were present here. It was in the shape of a huge oval-looking building. Many people could be seen going in and out of this place. Their car stopped at the VIP parking lot, which was reserved for the rich only. They got out and looked at the marvelous sight of the building. Many stores and brands could be seen. The building consisted of 7 floors. The twins were looking around, seeing many attractions and things. Livia was very excited seeing all these things. Lucas was also looking at many shops. The twins were wearing some black sunglasses to hide their eye color. Even this trip to the mall had some purpose behind it. They could have easily called a designer at their estate, but they needed a little spark before the fire that would be announced at the party. They arrived at the topmost floor, which was reserved for VIPs only. Many rich families could be seen here. Every shop only consisted of their premium and most expensive products. Many people recognized Asher and Amelia as the siblings were famous in Saran, especially Asher. "Look, isn't he the famous cold devil of the Greville?" Many people started chatting among themselves. "It seems the siblings also came for shopping today." One person talked among his group. "Wow, he looks so dreamy." Several girls were fanboying over Asher, and even some young boys were admiring the looks of Amelia, but they didn't have the guts to say it. They knew that one slip of tongue and the wrath of the Greville family might fall upon them. Sigh, poor boys. But who are those kids with them? Many people were starting to notice the twins, but their eyes were covered, so they thought they were close relatives or friends of the Greville. Asher and the others arrived at the most expensive and premium-looking clothing store in all of Samaria, called Liver. This store only made custom-tailored clothes for its limited clientele, which consisted of only highly influential families. This clothing brand was owned and named after the Liver family, which, despite not being an elite family, was fairly rich and influential. Entering the store, a middle-aged lady came to greet Asher and Amelia. "We welcome young Master Asher and young Mistress Amelia, as well as the esteemed guests who are with you," the lady said, already educated with the faces and names of the influential people. Although she did not recognize the twins, knowing they were with them, she greeted them with respect. "Don't mind them, it's their secret outing and we would like to keep it that way." Asher spoke with his indifferent look. "As you wish, what would you like to see?" the lady asked, not inquiring about the twins' identities. "We need some branded clothes for them and a suit for our upcoming party next week." Amelia decided to take charge from there. She was better than Asher at such things, so she decided to choose the clothes for the twins. The store was quite big and, because it only accepted limited clients, there were no other people. They could see various mannequins wearing luxurious and beautiful clothes. Lucas wasn't interested much in all this, but Livia was looking around with a smile on her face. Asher and Amelia were given some hologram tablets, which consisted of the catalog, to go through and see some samples. The lady called some assistants who took the measurements of Livia and Lucas. Lucas was a bit uncomfortable with others touching him, but decided to brace it. Amelia was already choosing the designs for the dresses and suits for the twins. After some selection and input from the twins about their favorite colors, they finally decided on a dress and a suit. Amelia and Asher already had their dresses and suits ready, and today's shopping was only for the twins, though Amelia also decided to get some dresses for herself. After all the choosing was done, the lady sat on the couch, which was prepared for them. "Do you have any suggestions you want to apply?" she asked Amelia and Asher. "I want you to design a tiara and crown for these two," Asher spoke, "and I don't need to remind you, choose the most expensive gems you have at the moment for it," he told her. This was the main reason for coming today. The gems that the Liver family had could be called some of the most beautiful and most expensive ones. Their collection of gems was a source of jealousy for many people. Only the limited customers of the Liver brand could purchase them. "Young Master Asher, it would cost you around 2.7 billion or, excluding the cost of the making of the crown and the tiara, which would add up to around 3 billion or," the lady quickly calculated the cost. The twins were busy trying on some dresses, and if they could hear this amount, they might have fainted on the spot. "Don't worry about the cost and get it ready with the dresses for those two," Asher spoke and got up from his seat. "Emmy, get all the bills and necessary things done and make sure there is no delay in this," he told Emmy, who immediately went with the lady to get some things done. Amelia went back to try on some dresses. "Didn't we buy too much there?" Livia asked Amelia as they munched on snacks in the living room of their estate. "Oh, it's not much. We might need to do more shopping when winter comes. Anyway," Amelia replied. Lucas, who was listening to their conversation, was frightened. He was mentally exhausted from the countless trial runs he had gone through before Amelia decided on his clothing. He wanted to ask for help from Asher, but he saw Asher's indifferent gaze and decided not to. Amelia could never have fun with Asher, so she was super excited for sibling time with the twins. She had already decided to complete her bucket list, which could not be completed with Asher. It seems there were some tough times ahead for Lucas. As for Livia, she was completely fine with Amelia. The three of them kept chatting as Asher was not there. Outside the mansion, Asher could be seen discussing something with Emmy and Stephen, the head butler of the Greville family. "Stephen, send invites to the family heads on this list," Asher said, handing him the list of people he wanted invited to the party. His parents had given him the authority to manage the guest list, as they did not want someone Asher found annoying at his own birthday party. "As you wish, young master," Stephen replied, taking the list and adding it to the original list. "Tell Dad and Mom that I want this party to have a separate section for adults and younger people," Asher said. Stephen nodded and went back. Stephen would usually follow Arthur, but due to the party, he was staying in the estate to manage everything. The party was in 4 days, and the invitations were going to be sent out. The announcement of the party had already been made, and every wealthy family was looking forward to receiving an invitation. Even the other elite families who wanted to get in good terms with the Greville family were looking forward to receiving an invitation. But this party was particularly important because it was Asher's 14th birthday, and he was the oldest and most likely heir candidate for the Greville family. His last big celebration was when he turned 5, and this was his 14th birthday. Asher would be busy at the academy when he turned 15, so his family decided to give the party on his 14th birthday. Usually, this party was to announce Asher as the heir of the family, like in his past life. Although he was not an awakened person, his family believed in his capabilities, so they decided to make him the heir. Nevertheless, this made Amelia angry because she thought that despite being a lazy person, Asher was more favored than her. Although their parents decided Asher as the heir because he was capable of making mature decisions and had a strong business acumen despite his young age. But as the world only favored the strong, Amelia thought the same. She was a talented person, which was the reason she was joining the World Academy at the same time as Asher. But Arthur knew that Asher was more talented than her. Asher learned his basic sword training just by watching him move. He knew his son was highly talented, but his lack of interest was the reason he was behind Amelia. But Amelia, who was clouded by her emotions at the time, could not acknowledge this fact. This time, however, it was different. Amelia was surprised when she heard that Asher had started his mana training after she arrived. "What, brother decided to awaken himself?" She sprang from the couch as this news baffled her. She subconsciously knew of Asher's terrifying talent, which was the reason she wanted a head start from him. Despite knowing about his talents, she never wanted to admit she was less talented than Asher. Seeing this much shocked her. "If you tell her about his monstrous feat, she might die from the shock," Nathan laughed. "What feat?" Amelia questioned Arthur. Seeing his daughter, Arthur sighed and decided to tell her the truth. He broke the old man's record for awakening. His time was 5 hours and 12 minutes. Arthur told her everything, thinking he would not mind her knowing the truth. "What?" Amelia was shocked to her core, although her own time was around 3 hours 27 minutes. Which showcased her great talents. She was already known as one of the top talents of this generation, but because she had gone through awakening herself, she knew what kind of perseverance was needed on top of pure talent. She slumped back on the couch and had a grim expression. As it was early in the morning, the twins were still sleeping. Only Arthur, Sylvie, and Nathan were present there. "Don't get sad now, you are also talented. Remember when I told you, your hard work will never betray you?" Sylvie tried to comfort her daughter. She knew that her reaction would not be good, learning that a person who neglected hard work, unlike you, will become more powerful just because his talent was unheard of. "Yeah, you silly girl, that brat is so lazy he would not even pick up a sword if the world was peaceful." Nathan also tried to cheer her up. Asher was not lazy, he was just uninterested in everything. In his eyes, from the moment he was born, Everything seemed more irritating to him for some reason as he grew up. To calm his thoughts down, he became indifferent and cold to everyone as his defense mechanism. Due to his unusually high intelligence from a young age, he understood that he was different from other people, and only by masking his inner self, he could live among his family. Yeah, what if he is more talented? I will work harder than him. And don't I also know that brother was always more talented than me, and honestly I expected him to be better than me at awakening, but seeing that he even broke Grandpa's record proves his worth. Amelia was not dumb to not know why her parents decided to tell her about Asher's awakening. She knew that Asher was the best candidate for the heir position of Greville family, and they continued chatting about Amelia's life at her academy to lighten the atmosphere. Asher was already done with all of his duties. It was around midnight and he was about to sleep, but he got a text, so he decided to check it out. He opened his Pistagram account and saw his DMs. Your painting is ready. How do you want me to deliver it? Just send it to your nearest package delivery service. I will get it from there. Okay, I will send you the details of the delivery service near me. Contact.jpg. If you don't like the painting, I can refund you anytime. I am sure I will like it. If you like it and want some more paintings drawn, please contact me. Bye. Asher chuckled at the responses, and seeing that the account has gone offline, he decided to sleep for now. This night his inner mind was a bit calmer than other days. Meanwhile, in a lavish-looking room, a blond man with a beard could be seen talking to someone on his phone. His room was full of expensive antiques, and on his desk, some documents could be seen. Father, I know that you want to have a good relationship with the Grevilles, but I will not go to such a rude person's party. A voice of a girl could be heard. Elena, I don't know why you consider that boy rude. I am already not forcing you for an engagement, but not even attending the party is something I cannot accept. I don't care about how you feel, just attend this party and socialize a bit, then you can come back from there. The middle-aged man spoke. He was the family head of the Rothschild family, James Rothschild. Okay, Dad, but I will take Kevin with me, and you cannot say no to me. Elena clearly told her father about her intentions. Do whatever you want, just make sure that Whiteheart's boy doesn't do something embarrassing at the party. James sighed and gave in to Elena's demand. He cut the phone call and called his younger brother, Louis. Go to Saran and attend the party of the Grevilles with Elena, and make sure she doesn't come under any harm, he said to his younger brother, Louis Rothschild. What, you want me to go on a bodyguard mission? I am an S-rank hunter, for God's sake, Louis spoke, showing his annoyed expression. Listening to him, James, who was an SS-rank hunter, released his pressure and said, So, should I take your answer as a no? He asked. Arg, I will go, no need to get mad at me. Louis hurriedly left his room. I hope the rumors about that Asher Greville are not true, and if they are, investing in the Whiteheart family might not be as great an idea as before. He sighed and continued doing his work. Do we really have to go? Kevin asked Elena. They were staying in a private villa owned by the Rothschild family. Every elite family, and some rich families, had their own villa in Saran, as it was the location of the World Academy. Sigh, Kevin, now that the Whiteheart family is also a part of one of the elite families, you need to maintain your image more carefully from now on. Going to such events, whether we like it or not, is one of our duties as members of an elite family, Eva tried to explain to Kevin, who was still against going to Asher's birthday party. Don't worry, Father told me that Uncle Louis will accompany us there, so we can leave after staying there for a while, Elena told Kevin. That guy is so arrogant for a person who has not even gone through his awakening yet, Kevin scoffed while talking about Asher, but his presence was scary for some reason. Eva thought in her mind, let's forget about it. You know, we might be classmates when we enroll in the World Academy, so we should at least try to get along with him. Eva didn't want a conflict between Williams and Greville, so she wanted to use this party as a chance to smooth things over. Whatever, if that guy comes to the academy, I will show what my fists can do when there is no bodyguard around him, Kevin arrogantly said. Even though he might sound arrogant, he was considered one of the prodigies because he was close to breaking the record of Nathan Greville. His record was around 4 hours. This was one of the few reasons why Rothschild was allying with the White Hart family. Elena also somewhat liked Kevin, so her father didn't mind the two youngsters spending time together, which would come in handy in the future. Eva was the childhood friend of Elena, so she also spent quite a lot of time with Kevin and they became friends pretty fast. "Don't worry, I am actually planning something to help Amelia, but I wasn't sure whether to commit to my plans, but it seems fine now," Elena smiled and said to Kevin, who was confused about what she was planning. "What are you planning, Elena?" Eva asked her. "It's a secret, Tilda," she spoke, then got out of the room they were in while being happy for some reason. Eva knew Elena was quite a vengeful person, and whenever she planned something like this, she wouldn't tell anyone. "I hope she doesn't cause some huge ruckus at the party," Eva sighed and walked out of the living room with Kevin. Meanwhile, in the major association tower. "So you're saying we should also send a person to show our appreciation towards the Greville family?" A man who looked to be in his 50s asked the man in front of him. "I mean, why not? You already know about him breaking the record of Nathaniel Greville. We might as well make a good impression on them." Edward Amories, the major association elder who helped Asher in his awakening, replied to the man seated in front of him. The man was the chairman of the major association, one of the SSS rank hunters in this world, renowned for his magic and referred to by the title of Archmage. His name was Silvus Grandus, and he had silver hair with deep yellow amber eyes. Despite being such an important figure in this world, he did not belong to any family and had no relatives. He was an orphan who climbed up the ranks to become one of the most powerful people in this world. Due to him being a commoner, he did not like to mingle with the elite families much and his sole focus was on managing the major association. Sigh, although I don't like that muscle-eyed swordsman, that doesn't mean his grandson would be like him. I hope not, but anyways, you can go to represent the major association as this will not alert all the other powers because you already have a good relation with the Greville. Silvus told Edward his opinion. Only Edward could talk to Silvus this casually, because he was one of the people Silvus taught and nurtured himself. Although Silvus could be seen as a 50-year-old fit man, his actual age even surpassed Nathan by a few years, who was around 80 years old already. Due to their higher ranks, humans could live longer, but unlike what you might think, mana did not help with the longevity of a person. It sure could allow you to perform miracles and look considerably younger than your age when stepped into adulthood, but life force never mingled with mana. Nobody knew why, despite being able to enrich their bodies with mana and even changing their anatomy, they could never free themselves from their mortal shackles. But despite that, a person with a higher rank could live till 200 years old if they did not die. This world only consisted of humans, but there were records describing some other species known only to elite families and the association higher-ups. When the world first experienced a mana outbreak, the destruction of most of civilization was inevitable, but some records of the people from the past were handed down to the next generation and were never open to the public now. Only those in power knew about such records. "I wonder why there's so many talented people in this generation alone." He sighed and closed his eyes to do his training. He couldn't help but think about the records that were passed down. Who knows what the future might entail for us? He continued his training, closing his inner thoughts. "Emmy, retrieve the parcel from here before my birthday party. Use whatever means to get it before the party starts." Asher ordered Emmy to retrieve the painting he ordered. He wanted it as a gift for his birthday. "As you wish, young master." Emmy nodded at his request and left him after getting the information needed. "Argh!" Asher groaned and held his forehead. His surroundings were getting cold due to his bloodlust leaking out. Fortunately, he was in his secluded training chambers and Emmy had left, so nobody could sense it. "Fuck, the symptoms are even worse than they were in my previous life." His indifferent face broke and a frown could be seen on his face. "Till next year, hold on ... till next year," he repeated to himself. He went back to do his mana training. He was practicing his mana manipulation. He needed more effort to fool Nathan about his bloodline when the time for his 2 weeks of training comes. Although the rank of his mana flow skill was not increasing because he was not utilizing this skill for his increase in manipulation, he would not increase his mana flow skill level until he got into the World Academy. His rank has broken into F rank, and from here, simple mana training alone would not help him much. But he was not in a rush until his training with Nathan. He wanted to set a solid foundation which will increase his speed of increasing his rank in the future. When a person broke into a new rank around his mana core, a ring will be formed. This ring was how their rank was calculated, but multiple factors such as a person's mana pool, his innate talent, and his usage of skills with other factors would result in power disparity among the people in the same rank. This was the reason why a person's rank was not calculated only based on his mana core status. Vertical bar Fate Devourer System Vertical bar. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 7, EXP 07000. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption Rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time Sealed. Body Constitution, Mana Core Rank E. Shop, Quests, Synthesis. Dash. Attributes. Strength, 32, greater than 40. Agility, 27, greater than 30. Endurance, 40, greater than 45. Intelligence, 55. Mana, 45, greater than 60. Stamina, 40, greater than 47. Charm, 57, greater than 60. Fate, 3730. AP, 30. SP, 12. Dash. His attributes increased due to his increase in his rank, except for intelligence. Every stat had changed. He could feel his body was lighter and his mana pool had also increased. Doesn't seem too bad, Asher thought. He had already calmed his nerves down quite a bit. He continued doing his training after closing his status. In that way, 2 days passed and today was the day the party was going to happen. Many servants could be seen running around the place. Stephen, make sure there are no compromises in the security around the estate. Arthur ordered Stephen, who nodded at his request. Arthur did not go to work today and Sylvie was spending her time with Amelia and the twins. He was sitting in his office and was going through some documents. Knock, knock. Come in, Arthur said. Young Master Asher has gone out without security and left a message that says he will return before the party. One of the servants conveyed the message to Arthur. Arthur dropped his pen and looked at the servant and said, "What? Idiosis inverted question mark. How did nobody notice him going out?" Arthur summoned Emmy and Stephen and asked them how Asher managed to slip past the security of the estate. Young Master told me to let him be alone in the training chambers and requested that I remove other servants from the vicinity, Emmy told him with her head held down. Where the hell has he gone? Arthur was looking at the message that Asher had left outside the training hall in his phone. He had gone out without security and without his phone as well. Usually, Arthur would not panic if Asher had just taken his phone with him as he could have had it tracked. This was the reason Asher left his phone as well. Tell the security team to search for him, but don't let other people know that Asher is missing. He ordered Stephen. Emmy, you go stay with Sylvie and tell her about this as well, he said, already having a headache considering if Asher somehow got late or missed this party, it would cause him unnecessary troubles. I just hope he doesn't get into any trouble. He sat down on his seat and closed his eyes to calm his mind. Emmy left with Stephen, who ordered the shadow guards of the Greville family to search for Asher. They were trained hunters whose sole purpose was to guard the Greville family and follow the orders of the family head. Even Nathan could not command these guards to do something. Only Arthur, who sat as the successor of Nathan, had the authority to command them. They were people who were bound by a mana oath contract from a young age. These people were generally orphans with no backing, and only elite families and other high council seat holders were allowed to bound people with mana oaths. Mana oaths could be broken, but the moment they will alert the other party, the moment one of these shadow guards will even have thoughts of betrayal about the Greville family, Arthur will know about the oath being broken. Slavery was not allowed in this world. No matter who you were and or how much power you held, if the world knew such person dabbled into slavery, they would face heavy criticism from the masses as well as other major powers. Hundreds of years ago when the first mana breakout happened, such things were common issues. So long ago the High Council was formed. This consisted of all the major power holders in the world who enacted certain rules and regulations for everyone to follow. Meanwhile, a young boy with a black hoodie hiding his face could be seen walking in a mountain range. This young boy was none other than Asher. He was walking along a forest path and arrived at a particular place and stopped. Seems like this was the place where the dungeon will appear in a month or two. Asher felt the mana in the surroundings of the place. He wanted to observe the phenomenon of dungeon gate forming. Nobody could do it in the world as who would know where a new dungeon would appear. He felt the mana around the place and found nothing odd with it. The mana is stable around here, so gate forming is not related to mana instability as I thought before. Although the real reason he came out of his estate was to calm his mind and let loose in some place, he knew if during the party his bloodlust came out, others, and even his parents might suspect something strange in him. Let's hunt some beasts. He took out a sword from his space ring. An E-rank sword he used when he had gone into the dungeon was still with him. Usually, you needed to return such weapons, but the officer didn't dare ask Asher to give back the weapon as he technically owned everything of the Abyss Guild. Asher channeled his mana in his eyes and legs and quickly moved past many trees. Beasts here were not as strong as peak G-rank monsters, but they could still kill a normal human. Although Asher wanted a tougher opponent, he could not enter a dungeon without others noticing him, and to calm his bloodlust, these beasts would do just fine for him. He saw a pack of 10 wolves sitting around and jumped in the middle of them. This move was basically suicidal, as he would jump in between 10 beasts. Although they were not comparable to peak G-rank wolves in the dungeon, but they were equivalent to mid-G-rank wolves, he immediately released his bloodlust, which froze the wolves as they jumped away from Asher. He carefully released his killing intent so as to not freak out the wolves too much. "Come on puppies, don't run now, give me some fight," he said with his eyes showing shining crimson red. The wolves were cautious, but because Asher was the one who infiltrated their den, they were quite mad at him. 3 wolves jumped together at him. Seeing them jumping, he quickly backstepped and slashed 2 of them at the same time. His sword traveled in a wide U-path beheading the 2 beasts. Seeing 2 of their kin dead, all the wolves were glaring and making sound at him. Grrghhh. Grrghhhh. 5 of them rushed at him from all directions. Seeing their charge, Asher stood still and waited for a second before using his mana in his legs to jump upwards. He was airborne, and seeing him that way, the wolves were waiting for him to come on the ground. He could not change his trajectory mid-air, and so the wolves only looked above waiting for him. Woo! He breathed out mid-air and rotated his body, making himself turn and slash 3 of the wolves. 2 of them died instantly and 1 was dripping blood all over the place. He used the force of his sword to shift his body to the left and land behind the 3 wolves which were left. He didn't waste any time and quickly dashed towards and killing the other wolves easily. He tried to use his bloodline on one of the dead wolves. No higher stat found. Cannot absorb. TCH, so weak. He wiped the blood off his face and moved further into the forest. All the animals in this mountain range were around below mid-G rank, so he hunted many such beasts, taking their carcass into his space ring, although he did not need them, but letting them rot here was not an option as well. He wanted no one to know about his presence in this forest. He had already carefully removed his traces while going out of the estate. Even the shadow guards would not be able to trace him back. This much will be enough for now. Asher was breathing roughly as he ran around a lot to hunt some beasts. He was soaked in blood from head to toe. He arrived at the lake near the forest and washed himself before going back in the city, as he would alert everybody walking with blood all over him. 2 hours more until they arrive at the faked trail I left behind, he thought as he dressed up in new clothes he had already stored in his ring before arriving here. He rested for a couple of minutes and meditated to recover his mana. After a 15-minute rest, he exited the forest and arrived at the city. He took a cab and stopped at T-Point Street somewhere in Saran. I have 30 extra minutes. He looked at the time and there was still some time before the shadow guards would arrive here, although they could find him quite quickly, doing it without causing a commotion and making others aware of Asher's disappearance was quite tough. He knew this and played his card right. His personality was antisocial, and he would use whatever excuse to distract Arthur from questioning him, but he was sure after today's party, his disappearance would be the least troubling issue to Arthur. "Young master, we need to take you back." Asher, who was sitting in a cafe drinking a coffee, heard a voice behind him. He saw two men with black hoodies and covered faces. Their sudden appearance alarmed other customers, but Asher knew who they were, so he was calm. "There's still some time before the party. I will go there after finishing my coffee." He took a sip of his coffee calmly, and listening to him, the two men immediately disappeared from their locations. Other customers were startled by this, but nobody wanted trouble, so they did not voice it. "Nice coffee," Asher said while slowly finishing his coffee. He had wasted so much time that it was already 7:30 p.m. in the evening. The shadow guards were also thinking about what to do because they would be late if he delayed it anymore. The coffee shop owner had already given him 5 cups of coffee. He was surprised by his appearance. Some people even tried to take his pictures, but the shadow guards always stopped them. Fortunately, Asher got up after finishing his 6th coffee. Was he even human, drinking 6 cups of coffee? He tipped the cafe owner, who was surprised to see the amount he tipped, but before he could thank him, Asher was already out of the cafe and left with his guards. He arrived at the estate, which was decorated everywhere. Their cars entered from another path, which was different from the path the guests would take. He exited his car and saw Arthur, who was wearing a white suit. "Why did you leave without the guards, my dear son?" Arthur smiled and asked him. Asher thought to himself, "This will be annoying." "Dear son, could you please enlighten your father on where you went?" Arthur said, still smiling. He wanted to scold him so much, but if he did, Sylvie would probably eat him alive, saying, "How dare you scold him on his birthday party?" "I was feeling a bit irritated, so I wanted to roam around outside a bit," Asher said with an indifferent face. Asher obviously knew that he wouldn't get in much trouble for going outside without security, as Arthur would not question him anymore. "But you should have taken Emmy with you, at least," Arthur said, not wanting to restrict the freedom of his kids. However, because they were a powerful family, they obviously garnered hate from others. Asher could have been targeted by people if the news of him disappearing was leaked. "Let's not argue further. I need to dress for the occasion as well," Asher told him and, with a calm face, moved past him. Did his rebellious stage begin or what? Arthur wondered what to do with his son. "Asher. Where were you?" Sylvie immediately appeared close to him as soon as she saw Asher from the living room. "Mom, I am fine, can you let go of me?" Asher said while moving away from Sylvie's grip, who held him tightly and was checking if everything was fine with him. "But you still need to answer my question." Sylvie met Asher's eyes and demanded an answer. "I was just strolling around, refreshing my mind a bit. I wanted a moment alone, so I left the guards and went alone," he said with an indifferent face, showing no emotion. So even his lie was impossible to be spotted unless you somehow had means to detect a lie. "Can I go? I need to dress up as well." He looked at Sylvie, who was wearing a beautiful red dress, coupled with red earrings. With her black hair and black eyes, she looked absolutely gorgeous. "Okay, my handsome son, I will not trouble you anymore, but don't do it again." Sylvie kissed Asher's forehead and let him go. Arthur was watching the scene between the mother and son pair with a stupid expression. "You spoil him too much." Arthur came close and told Sylvie, "I know, but I don't want him to feel caged. So my heart can't handle scolding him either," Sylvie told him as she looked at Asher, who was going up to his room. Asher arrived in front of his room and saw Emmy, who was walking back and forth in front of his room. She saw Asher and finally let out a breath of relief. "Young master," she arrived in front of Asher, "you need to get ready as soon as possible. Emmy urged Asher to get dressed up, although the party would begin at midnight, but he needed to arrive early to greet the guests and socialize with them. Calm down, Emmy. I will go take a shower and just get the suit sent to my room. I will get ready myself, Asher said to her with an indifferent face. He did not want to get dressed by others. He hated other people touching him, especially when his inner self was already that of an adult. And make sure the gift I told you to retrieve is delivered to me during my gift ceremony. As you wish, young master. But Emmy wanted to say something, but she was cut off as Asher already entered his room. She sighed and gave in, and asked the maid to send the suit directly into the room. She also needed to check on the twins who were still not ready. Asher took a bath and put on his suit. He wore a black suit with a black shirt, and a red tie. His whole outfit complemented his black hair and crimson-red eyes. He looked extremely attractive in normal casual clothes, but wearing formal attire complemented his charm even more. Almost forgot this thing, Asher said as he took a pair of black gloves and put them on. He came down from his room and saw Lucas waiting for him. Apparently, Amelia and Livia were still getting ready, so they were late. Arthur and Sylvie had already gone to greet the guests who were coming. Every guest was from a rich family or represented an influential person. Nathan wasn't going to attend the party with the others. He would be drinking with more important guests, while Arthur greeted the rest with Sylvie. Can I go with you? Lucas hesitantly asked Asher. Asher looked at him with an indifferent face, which made Lucas think he would reject him. He walked past Lucas and stopped, then said, "Why are you still standing there? Follow me, or you can just stay here." Hearing him, Lucas' expression brightened and he immediately followed Asher like a duckling. They entered their cars to go to the spot in the estate where the party was going to be held. The estate was a 500 meters radius, and so they took a car to go to the villa where the party was being held. Greville had a separate villa for occasions and from their family use. This villa was even more beautiful and bigger than the family villa. It cost around 1 billion, or making the two villas Asher bought pale in comparison, but they, despite being smaller than this, had their own charm. This villa was made this big to accommodate various guests, and some of the rooms were even enhanced with soundproofing runes, which was the room Nathan was staying in. It would work wonders suppressing his loud voice. Meanwhile, in a luxurious SUV, 3 people could be seen sitting and chatting together. Elena, why don't you tell me what you will do at the party? Eva asked Elena. It's a surprise. Just wait and watch it, she said while swaying her head left and right happily. Don't worry, Eva, I will protect her if any troublesome thing happens, Kevin said while shrugging his shoulder. Just don't mess things up too badly, as this could even affect our whole families. Eva sighed and ignored the happy Elena. Louis Rothschild had already arrived at the party a bit earlier than them because he needed to arrive a bit early to show respect towards the Greville family. The youngsters were not bound by such traditions, so nobody minded them arriving a bit late. They reached the venue and saw several reporters who were flashing their cameras. Some media channels were invited and permitted to record outside the venue, but media was not allowed inside. They walked past the media while arranged security made sure their path was not blocked. Look, it's the daughters of the Rothschild and Williams families, one of the reporters said while looking at the group of 3 young people. Even the famous Kevin Whiteheart, who is rumored to be a prodigy-level talent, is accompanying her, the other reporter spoke. The group of 3 people walked past the reporters and arrived at the venue. It was around 10:30 p.m. They were greeted by a bunch of maids and they passed through them after they showed them their invites. Wow, Kevin looked around and saw many activities going on. Every guest had their own tables and a waiter assigned to them. A variety of cuisines could be seen being served. Famous artists were seen performing on the stage to keep the guests entertained. Look, it's Elena Rothschild and Eva Williams. Many young boys started chatting up seeing the 2 beautiful girls. Elena was wearing a blue dress which complemented her blonde hair and blue eyes, and Eva was wearing a purple dress which looked cute coupled with her blue hair and black eyes. Eva usually wore glasses, so her no glasses look was refreshing for others to see. Kaya, it's the prodigy of the Whiteheart family, Kevin Whiteheart. Some of the girls were fanboying over Kevin. The trio obviously ignored others and sat together at their reserved chairs. As they were from elite families, their seating was more near to the artist's stage, and two waiters were serving them together. At least the event is good. Just the guy it's for is so annoying, Kevin spoke while sipping on the juice he was drinking from his glass. Hush, Kevin. Eva elbowed Kevin as many other people were keeping their attention on them, and being heard like this was not a good thing for their reputation. Whatever, even the people invited here are annoying. Kevin saw many young boys were stealing glances at Elena and Eva, which irritated him, and a frown appeared on his face which went unnoticed as he changed his expressions quickly. Let's just enjoy the party for now, shall we? Elena spoke and distracted the two of them. As they were talking, the music went on, and people were socializing with each other talking about recent events. Kevin just talked with Elena and Eva as they politely refused many people who came to join their seats. In the meantime, Asher joined Arthur, who was greeting other guests, and Sylvie was talking to a group of ladies. Here comes young Master Greville. One of the men talking to Arthur greeted Asher. Lucas had already gone to the room he would stay in with Livia and Amelia until the announcement was made. Oh, Asher here, meet Mr. Wilsberg, and Arthur introduced every person in the group. Asher did not like to mingle with others, so he kept his greetings short. Everybody knew about his nature, so they did not feel too surprised by his demeanor. Still the same cold devil, huh? A voice came from a certain person, and everyone turned to watch who this person was. Many hours ago, at the Rothschild Villa in Saran. Uncle, you just need to cause some issues like you do everywhere. I will handle the rest, don't worry. Elena tried to reason with Louis, who was clearly disagreeing with her. Don't you know that if my brother heard that I helped you like that, my life would be in a very sweet danger, my lovely niece? Louis was clearly annoyed by Elena's plan. If you don't help me now, do not forget that I might just tell further about every ruckus you did behind his eyes, Elena said, giving him a look. As Elena usually attended many events with Louis, she had helped him many times by lying in front of James to save Louis. TCH, you and your father, both of you think of me as some accessory for your plans. Louis grumbled towards Elena's reply. Will you help me or not? Elena pressured him even more. Whatever, do what you want. But remember to not take things too far, okay? Louis made sure Elena would strictly follow the plan without testing her luck. Everybody turned to see who was the brave soul to say such things in front of the Grevilles. They saw a handsome-looking blonde man who was holding a glass of wine and was wearing a royal blue suit. This man was none other than Louis Rothschild, the younger brother of James Rothschild, who was the head of the Rothschild family. Oh, now don't take it negatively, will you? He jokingly said to the group of people. Arthur looked at him with eyes and saw Louis shrugging his shoulders. Asher didn't react at all to Louis's comments. He indifferently looked at Louis for a moment, then ignored him. Whoa, don't glare at me like that, it was a compliment only. His sarcastic voice made people gulp their own saliva, sensing the tension in the air. Louis was walking on a thin line, speaking like this against the Greville family in their own estate. Don't worry, we don't take uncultured people's words to our hearts, as it only causes you a headache to argue with them. Arthur voiced his opinion. Hearing this, Louis was irritated. He was known as the troublemaker of the Rothschild family, who had a loose tongue and did not respect others much. Hearing such insults made him lose control, and he leaked some of his aura in slight anger. Who are you calling uncultured? Arthur Greville. Louis's voice was cold and his aura made all the adults present turn their attention towards him. Sensing his aura, Arthur released his own SS rank aura and suppressed his presence, which made some weak people sigh in relief. Although Louis was not the opponent of Arthur, the Rothschild family was as powerful as the Greville. There were some factors that made Greville slightly more powerful than the Rothschild, but they were considered equal in the eyes of the masses. I wonder who that person might be. Arthur's usual carefree voice was absent. His expression was cold and he looked slightly like Asher in that moment. Now. Cool off, gentlemen. A different voice came and a man in his 50s entered the venue. Everybody was surprised after recognizing his identity. He was none other than Edward Amories, the famous disciple of the Mage Association chairman, and was greatly known for his exceptional control of magic. He is Edward Amories, the elder of the Mage Association. Wait, isn't this the first time someone from the Mage Association has attended such events? Yeah, didn't the chairman of the Mage Association dislike all the elite families? But Edward Amories had some friendly relations with the Greville. Maybe that's why? Many people started muttering amongst themselves. Seeing Edward, both Louis and Arthur took their auras back. Louis was also surprised to see a Mage Association elder, who was closely related to its chairman, came to such social events. Old man Edward, it's a surprise seeing you attend this event. Arthur ignored Louis's presence and went to greet Edward. They shook hands, and Edward also talked with the other people in the group. Seeing so much commotion, Louis decided to step back and not cause any more trouble. He was only S rank, and if he pushed his luck more, there was a lot of chance that Arthur's sword will find his neck soon. I have done as you asked, my dear niece, but I hope you can explain all this to my older brother as well. But it's not like I didn't try to stop you, so it's not my fault if you cause a mess here, Louis told himself as he walked away from the group. Louis was also glad that the infamous wife of Arthur was away. He was glad that he only had to argue with Arthur, who would only use his sword against him. But Sylvie was different. If she heard him, Rothschild would find it quite difficult to move around some area after this party. Louis's reputation was very low, as he was known for his low temper and untamable attitude. This made others avoid him, and he sipped his drink alone after sitting at his reserve table. The adult section was different, as every elite family had their own area reserved for them, although only some Rothschild sent someone as their representative to this party. Many high-rank hunters gathering in one area might cause issues. That's why most people usually avoided such events. The last happy occasion for the Greville where all the elite families attended was the wedding of Sylvie and Arthur, as this marked the alliance of Raven and the Greville. Asher also greeted Edward and Arthur, and Edward talked with each other. Almost everyone wanted to chat with Edward, as he was quite a solitary person and meeting was a rare opportunity, but they didn't want to disturb their talks, so they controlled their emotions. It's almost time for the gift ceremony, Arthur reminded Asher, and left Edward to enjoy the party. It was almost time for the cake-cutting ceremony, and Amelia and the twins also arrived at the party. This was a joint event for adults and young people, so they gathered in the beautiful garden area of the villa. People were confused seeing two kids with black glasses in the night standing with Amelia. The twins instantly noticed many people staring at them, but Amelia held their hands to calm their nerves. This was their first time standing like this in front of people, so it was natural for them to be nervous at such time. Many youngsters were awestruck seeing Amelia in her white dress. Even Kevin was surprised at seeing how beautiful Amelia looked. He wanted to talk to her but decided to wait until the event ended. As you all know, today my son Asher von Raven Greville turns 14, and this party is to celebrate his 14th birthday, Arthur said in his speech with Sylvie standing beside him. The sound of the clock hitting 12 a.m. in the midnight was heard, and many magical celebrations could be seen. Young people were surprised by such delicate preparation of this event. Happy birthday, Ash. Arthur and Sylvie wished Asher a happy birthday, which he thanked them with a calm face. The twins and Amelia also wished him. Although he was internally bored, his body language didn't show his inner thoughts. People started clapping and many people arrived to give him their gifts. Damien was also one of the people who arrived to wish him and give his gifts. Happy birthday, Ash, this is your gift from me. Damien gave him the key to a supercar, which had limited models. Some people recognized the key and were surprised by the gift. Asher had a hobby of collecting supercars, so this was going to be his second best gift in his mind. Many people arrived and gave him various artifacts, gems, and other expensive things. It was all a pretense to forge a healthy relationship with the Greville, so Asher just indifferently accepted them. Stephen immediately took the gifts and moved them so Asher could accept others as well. Monster Boy, this is one of the elixir treasures of rank S which will help you when you reach D rank soon in the future. Edward's voice was only audible to Asher and his parents who were close to him. Sylvie did not like the word monster but ignored it as she knew Edward was one of the people who helped Asher with awakening and was in debt to Nathan for saving his life. "Thank you, old man Edward." Asher showed his basic courtesy and accepted the gift. Other people were surprised seeing this gift which made their own gifts pale in comparison. Many girls also tried to talk to him while giving him their gifts, but they were only met by his indifferent gaze, so they gave up soon. At last, Elena and Louis, with Eva and Kevin, were seen coming towards Asher. "Happy birthday to you." Elena's words could be considered rude, but Asher obviously ignored her and gave no reaction, which further angered Elena. "Happy birthday to the young master." Asher, Eva, and even Louis' greetings were normal, but Asher gave them the same treatment as Elena. Kevin was already annoyed at Asher, so he decided to greet him just like Elena. But he also forgot that White Heart was not the same as Rothschild, and Sylvie, who saw this, made a casual remark in her mind about the White Heart family. Asher smirked internally, sensing his mother's intention. Louis presented a gift to Asher as it was the tradition for all the guests who attended the event. "Arthur's boy, this is a rare piece of defense artifact of rank A, hope you like it." People were surprised by such an expensive gift. Seeing people muttering among them made Elena make a smug expression in her mind, although it might not be much. "But this is a rare ice stone crystal from the Williams family, one of Eva's servants, which were allowed only for the elite families." Passed the gift to Stephen, who held it. This ice stone would help the person use ice attribute magic more freely and was greatly beneficial for smithing as well. This rare stone was something only a few could afford to gift like this, and Williams were capable of doing this much. "This is a red fire mana gem of rank A from the White Heart family." One of Kevin's servants handed over the gem. People were surprised by a rank A mana gem, which was quite expensive for even some of the people who attended there. Sensing other people's reaction, Kevin smiled internally in his mind. "Of course, this is the might of the White Heart family," he spoke to himself, handing his gift. He glanced at Amelia, who was standing beside Damien for a moment, and saw her excited to see her friends, which made him happy as well. "So what was the best gift according to young Master Asher?" One of the people spoke up. Asher stood up and looked at the 3 gifts he had just received, and looked towards Amy, who nodded, seeing Asher looking at her. Meanwhile, in one of the secured rooms of the villa, a few people could be seen drinking and talking with each other. Suddenly, they felt the aura of an S-rank hunter, which was immediately followed by the aura of an SS-rank hunter. Did something happen outside? One of the people spoke while putting his drink on the table. "Ha ha ha ha. It seems the youngsters are having fun." Nathan spoke while drinking from his glass. "If Sir Nathan is fine, then it should not be a big issue." Seeing Nathan's nonchalant answer, they immediately let go of the matter. It was not because they were afraid of Nathan, although Nathan could kill everybody in the room in the blink of an eye, but they believed in him due to the fact that if a fight would happen, Nathan, being a SSS rank hunter, could stop it before they even took a step further. The people in the room were friends of Nathan who came to meet him after knowing that he was attending his grandson's birthday party. Many of these people held a considerable amount of power in the economy of Somaria. The group continued on talking among each other, ignoring the ruckus happening outside. After the gift ceremony of a big family, it was a tradition to select the best gift. Everyone was looking forward to whose gift Asher would choose. "I think he would choose the elixir," one of the women talked among the group of ladies. "Young Master Kevin's gift is also worthy of being the best gift." One of the women beside her expressed her opinion. "Rothschild are not lacking behind either, and don't forget the Williams are there as well. So which elite family would have the honor of the best gift?" People started chatting as all the gifts were presented. Kevin also could hear praising his gift, although he disliked Asher so far, but he needed to fulfill the wishes of his family, and this gift was indeed given for making favorable connections with the Greville, as they were the most powerful elite family in Somaria. Emmy arrived soon after she left, and behind her was a maid who was holding a canvas-like structure which was covered with a black cloth. She took the canvas and came towards Asher. Everybody present there were confused by this new development. I appreciate all the gifts so far, but for the best gift tonight, I have chosen the most pleasing gift I have received. He took the black cloth off and the canvas revealed a painting. Everybody was confused by seeing the painting. Some were speculating it could be an expensive artist's painting, but nobody could recognize it. It depicted a far-stretched grassland on a sunny day where a tree stood in the center. 2 cats could be seen napping under the shade of the tree. It gave a calm summertime feeling. "This is by far the best gift I have received today," Asher announced, seeing a painting of an unknown artist being more valuable than the gifts presented earlier offended quite a lot of people in the crowd, but nobody could dare voice their opinions. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems like the White Hart family lost to a painting," a young boy laughed among his group, although he was immediately stopped by his parents, but Kevin, who heard his voice, could only hold his anger inside him. This was a social event, and he was representing his family here, and this meant he could only be on his best behavior, unlike the time when he tried to attack Asher at the airport. Listening to the young boy's remarks, many of his peers started giggling among each other. They were already jealous of Kevin, as he was rumored to be a prodigy and was surrounded by 2 of the most beautiful girls at the party. Although they could not confront him because of his status, they used Asher as a shield to insult and mock Kevin. "It seems young Master Asher does not put our families in his eyes." Elena noticed Kevin being insulted, so she decided to carry out her plan. "How is this painting worth more than our gifts? Are you trying to mock our families?" Elena questioned Asher. "You brought it upon yourself," she thought to herself. Seeing Kevin being ridiculed made her angry, and she was not going to sit around and watch Asher mock them. "So what?" Asher replied with an indifferent face. "Why should I bother with your families? It's my party, and this is Sarah and Miss Rothschild. I guess you already know the consequences of what happens when somebody speaks carelessly in front of me. Enough to not repeat the same mistakes again." Asher mocked Elena in front of everyone. Many people were shocked by the way Asher ridiculed one of the most powerful families in front of all these people. Elena's behavior could be considered rude, but Asher was plainly threatening her in front of everybody. Hearing this, Kevin forgot about saving the reputation of his family and was ready to return Asher's words and stepped forward, but he was stopped by Elena. "I heard the grandson of the sword god was quite talented in his sword talent. You even learned it just by watching the person demonstrate the moves to you." Elena spoke with a smirk on her face. "What are you trying to imply, Elena?" Amelia spoke to calm the 2 parties. She did not want them to argue with each other and wanted to stop the fire before it spread further. "Stop, and what do you want with that information, Miss Rothschild?" Asher stopped Amelia from speaking further. His cold gaze landed on Elena again. I heard about your talent and wanted to see if it was true or not. I wanted to have a friendly bout with you after the party." But Elena was speaking. But Asher cut her off. "Stop being annoying and tell me what you want. I don't have so much time to entertain your tantrums." Asher's indifference ignited even more anger inside Elena. "Why don't we have hand-to-hand combat duel right here, right now?" Elena challenged Asher. "Elena, what are you doing?" Eva tried to stop the fight. She did not think Elena would outright ask for a duel with Asher. As the news of Asher's awakening was not spread, everyone assumed Asher to be an unawakened person. Even Eva thought of Asher as an unawakened person. "Don't worry, I would not use my mana against you, but if you are too afraid to fight me, I would not force you," Elena asked worriedly, although inside she was smiling, thinking of how she would trap Asher into accepting the duel. Arthur and Sylvie were silent. They did not intervene slightly in this matter. They knew about Asher's strength, so they did not see a reason to stop this. This might be a good way for Asher to announce himself as an awakened person. Arthur thought to himself, "Isn't it bad for him to fight an awakened person?" Several people were muttering among themselves, "No need, we can have this duel. Emmy, take this painting away from here." Asher agreed to Elena's challenge. "Oh, it seems like you are quite confident in yourself, kid, but I hope the adults won't interfere in the duel of the youngsters." Louis looked at Arthur and spoke mockingly. "Mom, Dad, No need to interfere in the duel, Asher indifferently said and moved from his position. If the young people want to resolve it between themselves, then what could I say? Arthur obviously knew Asher's strength after his dungeon trip, so he was confident that Asher could beat Elena, who was known as a person following the path of a mage. Sylvie also did not speak against it. Amelia could do nothing now that her parents also agreed upon this. The twins were anxious as to why suddenly this blonde girl wanted to fight Tasha. Lucas, especially, found Elena and Kevin quite annoying. Stephen, arrange for the duel to happen right now. Arthur signaled Stephen. The other guests couldn't follow what just happened. Just a couple of moments ago, they were celebrating, and now two people from elite families were going to have a duel. Eva could only sigh, watching her Elena, who went to get changed into her training suit as she already brought a nano armor suit for herself. Kevin was looking forward to seeing the beaten face of Asher already. He was confident that Elena would be able to beat Asher, who was known for disinterest in awakening in hand-to-hand combat. Emmy had already brought her nano-suit bracelet, so she got ready quite quickly. Elena, don't go overboard, okay? Louis seriously told Elena as she was leaving the room given to her to change into the training suit. I know, I will only mock him in this duel. Winning is not my goal. I want to see how he will look after acting so cocky till now. It seemed that her anger for Asher had already turned into hate. She arrived, seeing a square area of 20 meters where she would have a mock battle with Asher. They could not use weapons. She saw Asher, who was still in his suit and did not change into a proper training armor. Are you backing out now? Elena mockingly asked Tasha. Come here and fight. No need to run that mouth of yours so much. Asher stepped into the training area while other guests were spectating and guessing who the winner would be. Elena wanted to say something but she stopped. All right, let's see this arrogant attitude of yours when you face me. Elena also stepped into the ring. Louis stood on the other side of Asher behind Elena with Kevin and Eva. Arthur and Sylvie were already sitting on their seats. Most of the young children were excited to watch this duel. Adults were the same, although nobody was voicing it. They also wanted to know how good Asher was. Will he be fine? Damien asked Amelia, as he also didn't know about Asher's awakening like the others present here. Don't worry, Ash is strong enough to defeat her, Sylvie replied to Damien's question. Stephen stood in the middle of Asher and Elena, who were 15 meters away from each other. He stood and signaled the start of the mock battle. 3, 2, 1 start. Stephen disappeared from the duel field in an instant, due to him being a higher-ranked person as well. I will now teach you how to behave. Elena was speaking when suddenly Asher dashed towards her. Wait, he can use mana? One of the guests spoke loudly. People were shocked to see Asher, who used the mana in his legs to propel himself towards Elena. Asher instantly arrived in front of Elena, who did not have the proper stance yet. He immediately threw a punch in her stomach, levitating her above the ground. That's why I told you to shut that mouth of yours, Asher said, not even waiting for Elena to recover. Elena, who was in pain, gathered her mana in the last moment, which helped her negate most of the pain that passed through the training suit. This suit was only for training purposes, so its damage negation was low. What? This kid is already an awakened person. Louis was panicking at this moment. This was not the plan Elena had told her. For their plan to humiliate Asher, him being an unawakened person was an important key. Elena only wanted to exchange some moves and defeat Asher quickly, but she can still defeat him. Louis calmed herself, remembering that her niece was not called a genius for no reason. Elena stood up and ignored the slight pain in her guts. She took a proper stance and prepared to attack Asher. Asher stood still, coldly gazing at Elena. She dashed towards Asher and sidestepped just before she reached him and threw a punch at him. Asher saw through her feints and bent his body a bit backwards, dodging her attack. Asher immediately took the chance to rotate his whole body at this moment and kicked Elena, who flew away from Asher. Weak, Asher muttered to himself, looking down on Elena. How dare you? Elena, who stood up, was going to argue with him but Asher did not give her a chance. Asher threw multiple punches targeting every part of her arm. Elena kept blocking his attacks, but the pain was building up. Eventually, due to pain, she put her guard down for a moment and Asher did a roundhouse kick at Elena's jaw. Blood was dripping from Elena's nose. She was breathing heavily while standing up, struggling to move her hands to block the next attacks. Looking like this, everybody knew that Asher had won the mock battle. Many young people cheered for him, but some fans of Elena stayed quiet. "Let me educate you on what happens when you run your mouth too much." Asher's voice shocked Louis, Kevin, and Eva, who were shocked as well. They were shocked to see Elena lose this badly. Asher did not care about whether the quest was completed or not, and at this moment, he only wanted to take care of the person standing in front of him more cruelly. Asher dashed, seeing which, Elena immediately panicked and closed her eyes and put her guard up. Asher did not care about her defense. He now channeled mana into his feet and punched and connected a kick to her face at the same time. The training armor could only negate so much damage. But Asher's aggressive attacks did not give enough time for Elena to recover her stance. "Wait, why is he not stopping the duel?" one of the kids who admired Elena asked his friends hurriedly. "Yeah, didn't he already win this mock's battle?" Many people were confused as to why Stephen was not stopping the battle. "Amelia, can you stop this duel? It's clear that Elena has lost already," Eva worriedly asked Amelia. "Sorry, stopping this duel is not in my hands anymore," Amelia told them as she gestured towards her parents who were indifferently watching the fight. "But can't you at least try?" Kevin shamelessly asked her, as he couldn't bear to watch Elena getting beaten up anymore. "What? Why would she help you now when Elena herself didn't stop it when she tried to stop the duel from happening?" Damien was shocked by Asher's power, but Kevin's request made him snap out of it. Kevin was about to say something but, "He is right, it was you guys who started this, and now only my parents can stop my brother. Other than them, I doubt he would listen to anyone else." Amelia didn't want to argue anymore. Seeing this, Eva and Kevin could only step back and hope that Asher wouldn't trample on Elena's pride anymore, but their belief that this was a friendly mock battle with only their pride on the line was shattered soon. Elena's breathing was rough, and her face was ragged with blood smeared all over her mouth. Asher had been targeting her shoulders after messing up her face. Only a minute had passed, and everyone present was silent. Asher got close to Elena, who could not hold her right hand up anymore. Asher's attack had made her right hand limp. He struck his elbow on her chin and immediately twisted his body, landing a kick on her face, making Elena's whole body twist in the air, and she fell to the ground on her face. Asher stomped his leg on her face, and before he could attack her face again. "Stop this instant." Louis Rothschild flared all his rank S pressure. Seeing Asher's true motive, he immediately targeted Asher, not even caring about the other low-rank people around him. Eva and Kevin also signaled their guards to go and intervene right now. Many high-rank guards flared their mana and were ready to fight if the Greville tried to stop them. "Don't you dare!" Louis was shouting in anger when suddenly, bam! An immense flood of pressure flooded the whole villa. Nobody could move except the Greville family and their servants, who somehow were fine. Louis and the other bodyguards fell to their knees, blood came out of their mouths. Then suddenly, a voice could be heard. "It seems that the Greville are not feared anymore." Nathan appeared, and Louis looked up barely and saw who it was. What he saw made his face pale. Nathan, seeing everything had calmed down, took his pressure back. His pressure was like a flood coming through, eradicating everything in its path. "Nathaniel von Greville?" One of the guests who was aware of the faces of important people shouted, seeing the appearance of Nathan. "We greet the seat holder of Greville." Several voices were heard together. Seat holder was a special position. Nathan should have been the family head, but for some reason, Arthur was called the family head. Why was that? It was because Nathaniel von Greville was someone who represented the Greville in the High Council. Every person who was given the opportunity to be a part of the High Council was called a seat holder. Seat holder was a title of utmost authority, and because of being a seat holder, Nathan passed the family head title to Arthur. I greet the seat holder of the Greville. Louis felt weak under the gaze of Nathan. Rank SSS was not something anybody just by efforts and time could reach. People were born to be rank SSS. Some people still try to break the barriers of SS rank despite that being their potential, but the wall they met was not something they could conquer. Kevin and Eva were seeing Nathan for the first time, although they knew who he was, but seeing him up close, they felt fear for the first time in their life. All their life being protected by their families made them forget that this was a strong eat-the-weak type world. It seems that the people have forgotten what we Greville are famous for. Nathan laughed and looked at Arthur, who smirked in response. Rothschild, was it? Even your seat holder doesn't dare fight me. Why are you, despite being a weakling, making so much noise in my house? Nathan's voice was like that of an emperor. His title of the Sword God was given to him by his peers, SSS rank hunters, not the masses. They knew what a monster Nathan was and nobody provoked him for one reason: the Greville family. Although they may have seemed like a good family who cared for each other and treated their servants fairly, even going as far as to provide their family protection in their huge estate, in reality, they were the most feared family out of all the elite families. Although after Ava's heroic death and all these years of no one provoking the Greville family, people had forgotten their past, the path they had made out of the blood of their enemies. Bam! Everybody turned to see who was stupid enough to cause trouble now, and they saw Asher, who had just kicked Elena and made her back hit the barrier field of the dual space. Elena, who barely got up and had her hair in front of her face which was covered with her own blood, could only lift her left hand barely. Seeing Asher approaching her awakened her survival instinct. She broke the rules of the duel and used a low-tiered fire spell, Fireball. Elena muttered barely, and a ball materialized in front of her and shot forward at Asher. People subconsciously thought that the Greville family would stop the duel now, but nobody moved, nobody interfered with the duel. Even Sylvie didn't move to help Asher. Damien was worried about his friend, but the barrier would not allow him to step in and help Asher. Eva and Kevin were still in fear of Nathan, so they did not speak, but they were glad Elena broke the rule. Asher easily dodged the spell that came his way and slowly walked as he dodged the barrage of fireballs coming towards him. Stop, don't come near me. Elena's previous princess attitude was now gone. The only thing she felt towards Asher was fear. She was almost out of mana now and, seeing the opportunity, Asher immediately closed the distance between them. He grabbed Elena's neck and lifted her up. Elena struggled as she tried to remove his grip from her neck. She could only use her left hand and tried to use her legs, but everything was useless. His grip was not budging, and this made Louis's face even paler. Please stop this duel. Louis shamefully held his head down and asked Asher directly. Looking at Louis, Asher dropped Elena's half-unconscious body to the side and turned towards him and said, "As I have said before, I don't like people who use their mouth too much." His cold gaze and indifferent voice chilled the spine of many people. Idiris's inverted question mark. Louis was burning with anger. All he wanted to do at that moment was kill Asher. Not only had he been unable to protect his niece, a 14-year-old girl, but Asher had humiliated him in front of so many people. Louis, known as a troublemaker of the Rothschild family and nicknamed the Untamed Beast, was now on his knees. "Get out of here," Asher said coldly to Louis. Louis was biting his teeth and controlling himself from attacking Asher. He knew that if he tried to harm Asher, Nathan would likely injure him, or worse, kill him. "Let's just leave," Eva said, barely maintaining her composure despite the chaotic situation. "We cannot leave like this. Look at Elena, we have to." Kevin began to speak, but, "Kevin, let's just leave," Eva shouted at him, making him shut his mouth. It was the first time she had ever yelled at him like that. "Guards, attend to Elena and heal any major injuries." Eva immediately signaled to her own guards, as everyone from the Rothschild family, including Louis, was unable to move under Nathan's pressure. Amelia could not bear to look at Elena's condition and decided to avert her eyes when Asher began attacking her, but the twins, Livia and Lucas, were fine. Even the adults at the party were shocked by Asher's cruelty, despite his young age. However, Livia and Lucas remained calm and watched the duel without looking away. Unlike Amelia, Lucas was used to seeing people commit murders and had even been badly beaten himself. Livia knew how many times he had returned to their small home with wounds all over his body. She would try to help Lucas by attending to his wounds, which was the only thing she could do before becoming bedridden due to her illness. Their rough life had changed their outlook on life. At that moment, they seemed more fitting for the name Greville. In comparison to Amelia, Asher looked at Eva's guards attending to the unconscious Elena. He removed his blood-stained gloves and threw them on the ground. He indifferently moved towards his family. "Stephen, make sure our guests can find the right exit for them." Arthur stood up and spoke. Seeing his son stand up, Nathan immediately released the pressure, and everyone could finally breathe properly. The young boys who had admired Elena had been thinking of avenging her when Asher first punched her, but after seeing the whole thing play out, nobody was thinking of challenging Asher next. Kevin, who had wanted to challenge Asher, was stopped by Eva. Although he wanted to argue, he thought about his family and their reputation and decided not to challenge Asher yet. "We have an announcement to make, so everybody please move on to the hall area." Arthur spoke and addressed the guests. "Say my best regards to your families." Arthur spoke before leaving with Asher and the rest. "We will." Eva spoke as she watched Louis, who was freed now, move out with female guards carrying Elena carefully. Kevin also followed behind him, leaving Eva alone there. As for the rest of the guests, the night is still young, so you geese should enjoy. Nathan laughed and disappeared from the place, going back to his own private room. The party kept going on, but Eva, Kevin, and Louis had already left. The media outside was not present there, so nobody captured the image of the injured Elena, but this news would be out for the world soon. This would surely be a shock for many people. Asher went to his changing room to change his suit, which had Elena's blood on it. He was already feeling less burdened mentally. He was actually glad he had gone hunting before the party, as it helped him control his bloodlust greatly today. He was sure that if he had fought Elena normally, she would have died for sure. Ding. Dash. Objective: make enemies with 3 elite families or hurt Elena Rothschild. Reward: 2,000 fate points. Time limit: 1 week. Dash. Asher looked at his quest completion notification and changed into a new suit. He arrived in the hall, where the performances of various artists could be seen, but the mood of the party was somber. All those in attendance knew that a feud would be brewing between 2 elite families. Although Greville did not care about facing retaliation from their enemies, Rothschild also had a seat holder of their own. Asher entered the hall and caught the attention of everyone present. Arthur, who had been talking with Sylvie and Damien, greeted him. "Everyone, I am glad you took the time to attend our party and I hope you have enjoyed it so far," Arthur said with a smile on his face. Though his inner battle freak was proud of his son, he would not show it to Asher to maintain his stoic image. His words caused many guests to cough as they were sipping their drinks. This party was probably the most chaotic one they had attended in their lives. Injuring a person from an elite family badly and carrying on like nothing had happened was something only the Greville could do. Many enemies who were waiting for their chance to attack the Greville would definitely take the chance to ally with the Rothschild now that they would be in bad terms with the Greville very soon. "Although the mood has soured a bit, I have an important announcement to make," Arthur said as Stephen allowed some of the reporters who belonged to famous media channels into the hall. These people had been told to rest in the room they were given until they were called in, so they missed the chance to take proof of Elena's condition. Although they were happy to be given the chance to even record this much, some of the reporters were surprised at the management of the party, but they did not turn their cameras away from Arthur. "We will now announce my son Asher as the official heir of the Greville family from this day onwards," Arthur said, and many people clapped in response. All of them knew Asher would probably become the heir now that he was also an awakened person, which denied the advantage Amelia had over him. Asher nodded his head. His official heir ceremony would happen at the age of 18 when he would become an adult. This was an announcement that confirmed that Asher now represented his entire family in every step he took. "But we have one more piece of news," Arthur continued. "As you all know, my little brother, the one hailed as a hero by the whole world. Ivar von Greville died young without any successors. Arthur's words made many people remember the name of the deceased family member of the Greville family. Ivar's name was famous in the whole world, and even the young people knew who he was, as his tale was told in many academies to inspire young people. Lucas and Livia felt a strange emotion in their hearts that made them happy but was bitter for them at the same time. Even though they had never met their father, both of them held love in their hearts for their parents. Their mother had made sure that they knew what kind of man their father was, so growing up they did not grow to hate their own father. Recently we discovered that Ivar did have children, and they were recently found by us, Arthur said, gesturing for the twins to come forward. Lucas and Livia arrived in front of Arthur and removed their black glasses, revealing their crimson-red eyes. What? The famous Ivar Greville had kids? I knew something was fishy about those two, but who is their mother? People were chatting, but Arthur's voice stopped their discussion. These two are the daughter and son of my brother Ivar, and now they will officially be a part of the Greville family. Arthur gestured for Sylvie to continue. Unfortunately, the mother of these two beautiful children is not alive anymore, and to respect her, we will not disclose her information to the public until the twins reach adulthood. Sylvie's statement ensured that the twins would have enough time to become strong enough to handle any negative reactions to their mother's identity as a commoner. So, can both of you introduce yourselves to all of our guests? Sylvie smiled at the twins while patting their heads. Hello, my name is Livia von Greville, and it's nice to meet you all, Livia said cutely, causing some women in the crowd to cheer. My name is Lucas von Greville, and I am her twin brother. Lucas kept his introduction short. From now on, our Greville family has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Arthur's authoritative voice made it clear that the twins were fully supported by the Greville family. Many people, including Edward Amories, came up to congratulate and greet the twins. Livia cheerfully replied to everyone, but Lucas, who had been influenced by Asher's behavior, kept his interactions short with others. If I had known about it in advance, I would have brought some gifts for you kids as well, Edward said while warmly greeting the 2 children. The party suddenly gained its energy, and this made people forget about the duel that happened just now. Seeing everyone done with their greetings, Arthur reminded Sylvie about something, causing her to gather the attention of everyone present. We have prepared a small welcome gift for these adorable cuties, Sylvie said while signaling Stephen. Her statement made others curious, and the reporters, who were flabbergasted by the twins' identities, waited to find out what the gift was. Everyone present at the party was baffled by all the events that had happened until now. As all the invited guests were from a rich background, they knew that if their reaction to the twins were considered disrespectful by the Grevilles, their future would be rough. Although the Grevilles could not control how the whole world would react to the twins, they were powerful enough to make sure no one influential messed with them. Nathan came into the main hall with some of the big names of Somaria. Many people were surprised to see the old men who ran major industries in Somaria walking behind Nathan. They may not have looked as young as Nathan, but the power they held made many people respect them. It seems all the big shots are present except for the seat holders' families. One of the guests quietly talked among his group. The main hall was quite big as multiple events were going on. Everybody, meet my grandchildren. You have already met Asher and Amelia, but let me introduce them to you. Nathan's voice carried his pride as he introduced them. As a father, he was naturally sad when Ivar died, and his death made him spend most of his time exploring and clearing dungeons to soothe his frustration. Ivar's death made him realize many of his regrets and mistakes, and he was going to make sure none of his grandchildren, including the twins, went through them. This young boy is Lucas, and this little cute girl is named Livia, Nathan said as the twins cutely shook hands with the group Nathan arrived with. These two carry the same eyes as Ivar did when he was young. One of the old fellows laughed as he met the twins, who were happy listening to it. Don't they? My brother always had that kind of gaze. Arthur also mingled with them as he also knew most of them. Arthur, we should start the ceremony now. Sylvie interrupted the group before their talks took off to no return. Oh, I apologize. We should start. Arthur meekly said to Sylvie. The group of old men chuckled seeing him. Even the sword prodigy is afraid of his wife, it seems? The old man who commented on the twins' eyes said again, listening to him. Arthur just shrugged his shoulders. Sylvie arrived at the center with a drink in her hand. Seeing her, all the guests who were busy talking or enjoying the event stopped and looked at her. As you all know, they have missed our blood ceremony that happens when a Greville turns 5 years old, Sylvie said. The blood ceremony, unlike its name, was just a normal ceremony where a crown or tiara was presented on their 5th birthday. Lucas and Livia's birthday had already passed, so they needed to do this ceremony on Ash's birthday party. Although unfortunately Ava and their mother are not here with us to present it to them, but we have decided that my father will do their crowning ceremony representing my brother. Arthur stepped beside Sylvie as he looked at Emmy who was carrying 2 covered items on red cushion plates. Sylvie uncovered the items in Emmy's hand revealing the beautiful pair of a crown and a tiara. The crown had a river blue gemstone embedded in it, and the tiara had a lava red gemstone embedded in it. The crown and tiara were made from platinum and had several beautiful engravings on it. Some of the engravings were runes, and small mana stones of similar color were placed on them as well. Wow! They look so beautiful. The girl in the hall said, her eyes shining as she looked at them. Aren't those gemstones and engravings the trademark of the Liver family? One of the women among the guests spoke. I remember seeing the catalogue of the Liver family, but these gems are not even available for sale. Another woman replied, wow, as expected from the Greville family. Even the Liver family gave them their exclusive gems. People were talking a lot about this because they knew that only a select few could actually buy from the Liver family. For other rich people, they would go to their different branch companies, which were also quite famous. The young people also got excited listening to their talks as they also knew about the famous Liver family. Nathan and the twins arrived at the stage. Many cameras were pointed at them, recording the whole ceremony. Arthur and Sylvie stood behind Nathan, holding a crown and tiara in their hands, respectively. Asher was sitting with Damien and Amelia at their own table. Damn, Ash, how much did those 2 gems cost you? Damien said, looking at him. Around 3 billion or, Asher told him. What? Damien looked at Amelia, who confirmed it. How many cars could we have bought with that? I bet even Lucas would have liked a car more than a crown. Damien looked sad. This is a tradition, and we can buy him any car he wants. And don't forget Livia, she looked so happy when I chose the design for her, Amelia said, looking a bit angry as she argued with Damien, who quickly agreed with her to avoid any arguments. Even though Ivar is not in this world anymore, but his actions saved many, Nathan started speaking, which stopped Amelia, as everybody looked in his direction. We may have found you a bit late, but here in the presence of all these people, I can say nobody in this world can look down on you. These crowns not only symbolize your status but your pride as a Greville as well. Nathan stopped as he took the crown and tiara and placed them on their heads. Lucas and Livia looked at Nathan as he stopped and saw many people clapping for them. Although they were not used to the crowd and standing on stage, they did not let their nervousness show on their faces. Many old men, and Edward, who was also interacting with them, also clapped. Asher, Amelia and Damien also stood up to congratulate the twins, and the party went on. Meanwhile, in a mansion somewhere in some area, in a room that had bookshelves filled with different books, which looked like an office room, as many documents and papers could be seen on the table, an old-looking man, who seemed to be in his 60s, was reading a book. Knock knock. Come in, the man said as a person wearing a butler uniform came in. His voice was authoritative, which depicted he was no simple man. We have received news regarding young Master Asher, the butler said respectfully to the man. This man was none other than Alfred Raven, the father of Sylvie and the seat holder who represented the Raven family in the High Council. Although Raven's strength was a bit on the weaker side, the amount of information they held, due to their information guild, led to them having a seat in the High Council and earned them the respect and fear of many other families. Just like Sylvie, he had black hair and black eyes, but his presence was like that of a wise emperor, unlike Nathan who gave off the aura of a tyrant. He was a peak SS rank hunter. Oh, now what did my grandchild do that made you come so late and disturb my reading time? The old man looked up at his butler as he put his book down. Young Master Asher had a clash with Elena Rothschild and her friends, Eva Williams and Kevin Whiteheart. He had a duel with Elena Rothschild in which she was injured badly. Sir Nathan stopped Louis Rothschild a bit harshly when he tried to attack the young master who was beating his niece. The butler did not sugarcoat his words as he knew the man at the table did not like wasting his time on meaningless things. Who started the fight? He asked. It was Elena Rothschild who wanted a mock battle, and it seems that she was confident because nobody knew of the young master's awakening, his butler replied. Then it was her fault, but just send a gift in the name of the Raven family to James Rothschild. Nathan can handle their seat holder. As for the Williams, they will not involve themselves in this matter, and Whiteheart are not a threat to us, so just ignore them, Alfred said as he took his book back in his hands. Although there might be some clashes as Rothschild are not weak, but James Rothschild, despite being young, has a good head on his shoulders. He will not make any wrong moves because of his stupid daughter. He stopped but then remembered something. And don't tell Sylvie's mother about this for now. She is just like Sylvie. If she heard that Asher got hurt in any way, many headaches would come my way, he told his butler. But master, she is the family head, and I need the butler's nervous voice was stopped by Alfred. Oh, I am not telling you not to tell her, but tell her later. I will make sure she doesn't kill you, so don't worry. Alfred smiled at his butler, who was already crying in his mind. Have a peaceful night, master. The butler bowed and left the room. It seems that the next time I meet that kid, I need to teach him not to learn things from his musclehead grandfather and become more like me. Alfred continued reading his book. Irises Eva and Kevin were sitting in the car on their way back home, without Elena who was with Louis, who had taken her to their mansion to heal her injuries. Their personal teams of healers were enough to treat Elena's injuries, as she had no internal injuries. Her broken bones could be fixed within a few days using potions. There were potions that could fix internal injuries quickly, but to withstand the mana in them, you needed to be of a higher rank. Why did you stop me? I could have avenged Elena right there. Kevin, who had been silent for a while, spoke up after a long time. Eva looked at him and sighed. She can get away with it because the Rothschilds have a similar status to the Grevilles. But do you want to drag your family into this mess because of this? Her answer made Kevin realize her point. Kevin, I am also quite angry right now, but we can have our chance when the World Academy starts, she continued. Elena only lost because we didn't know that damn bastard was already an awakened person. Eva gritted her teeth. Kevin was surprised, as Eva usually never used such words, as she was always calm despite the situation. But it seemed like seeing her friend like that had made her quite angry. Don't worry, even if Amelia tries to stop me, I will avenge Elena at the World Academy. Kevin spoke. Yeah, my family would also not interfere in this matter when we enter there, Eva said. As the World Academy was a gathering of talents and duels were common there, the mood was a bit heavy, so they didn't speak much during the ride. Louis, who was sitting on a chair beside Elena, who was sleeping on the bed, looked at her and clenched his hands so much that blood started dripping from them. Damn, why did I agree to her plan? If only I had stopped her. He saw the maids enter to take care of Elena, so he stopped talking and stood up and left the room. He arrived in his bedroom and walked around from one end to another. His emotions were out of control as he felt his ego taking over his rationality at this moment. How will I explain all this to James? He threw a vase at the wall angrily. His mind was not working properly, as anger clouded his judgment. He took his phone and sent a text. Contract for assassination. Target, Asher Greville. Price, doesn't matter. In an underground building in some unknown continent, a person received a text on his system and opened it, as it was from a VIP member. Contract for assassination. I should just send it to the boss directly. The man forwarded the message to his boss. Seeing the message was from a VIP, in a gym-like room, a shirtless man with a spider tattoo on his back was practicing his reflexes against a training golem. but he stopped as he saw a text on his phone. He took his towel to wipe his sweat and picked up his phone to check it out. Contract from a VIP, sounds like some money. He laughed and started to check the description of the job. Target, Asher Greville Greville. What the F? Who is this retard that posted this job to us? He couldn't know the name of the person who posted this job, as the client's identity remained hidden for such shady organizations. He dialed a number and spoke. Whoever sent this contract, reject it and block him. That bastard is trying to get us all killed, he shouted at his underling, who didn't know what had gone so wrong for his boss to react so much. Okay boss. He immediately sent the message back to the client. Louis, who received a text, looked at his phone. Contract rejected and you have been blocked. Seeing the text, Louis' anger once again rose up as he threw his phone at the wall, breaking his phone and making a hole in the wall at the same time. Listening to the commotions, some of the guards came in, but Louis, who was annoyed, just sent them back angrily. I will return this humiliation back, Louis said as he remembered the indifferent face of Asher telling him to get out. It was late in the morning and everyone had gone back. The twins had gone back to sleep and Damien also left after chatting with Amelia and Asher a bit. Asher was in the living room sitting across the rest of his family. Now brat, tell me, how did you become even more of a battle freak than your father? Nathan spoke. Watch your words, old man, or next time my sword might just break those old bones of yours. Arthur immediately spoke to defend himself. Can we not do this? Amelia, who was clearly tired from all this, voiced her opinion. Yeah, but I need to say this now. Amelia, you should stay away from those kids. Seeing that they don't even know how to respect others while attending their events shows their future a lot, Sylvie told Amelia, but they were not like this when I met them 6 months ago back in Dismar. Amelia tried to defend them a bit, and Asher, be a bit more moderate at the World Academy. We cannot interfere with their rules, Sylvie advised him, to which Asher just nodded. So when do we start their training? Arthur questioned Nathan. Let the kids rest today. Me and this brat can start tomorrow, Nathan replied. They talked some more. Most of the time it was just Nathan and Arthur giving each other cheap comebacks. Amelia didn't bother stopping them anymore, as she felt this would drain more of her energy. Asher got up and decided to leave the room, but he stopped as he heard Sylvie. Asher, you didn't tell us who sent you that painting? Sylvie remembered and decided to ask him. Nothing, just a painter I came across on my Instagram profile. Asher smiled and walked back to his room. There was a good 10 seconds of silence in the living room. He smiled. Amelia had her mouth opened as she pointed at the staircase. Did you guys see what I saw? Nathan was stupendously looking at Arthur and Sylvie. He smiled for the second time now. Sylvie spoke as she was more happy than surprised than her first time. For her, it seemed that her son was finally opening his locked heart. Second time? Amelia shocked turned her head towards Sylvie. But who was that gift from to bring out this side of him? Arthur was curious as he thought about it. I don't think he would tell us, so let's respect his wishes for now, Sylvie warned Arthur as she knew him best. Nathan was silent as he thought about many things and decided to leave the room. I will go back to my room for now. He immediately disappeared from the room, leaving the 3 baffled people behind. As he arrived in his personal chambers, he sat down on his seat and closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. He is showing emotions now, so should I teach him my own arts or not? Nathan pondered this. He was not sure whether to teach Asher the Greville family art or the style which gained him the title of the Sword God. Although Nathan, being a great sword user, could not actually fully teach Asher his swordsmanship, but the basics were the same. The only issue was Nathan being worried about Asher's nature. Nathan always felt that Asher didn't feel attached to anything, which made him skeptical about teaching such deadly arts to him. Although he was famous for cruelty towards his enemies and his deadly sword arts, he never let his bloodlust cloud his emotions. But seeing Asher gave him some doubts, but his last smile unknowingly helped Nathan arrive at his conclusion. Even his movements today were the best implementations of what he watched and learned in his training when he was young. But in reality, That was not the full potential of Asher. He was skilled in attacking people with the intention of killing them in his mind, so he was holding back a lot to not target Elena's vital points intentionally while fighting. Asher, who had just arrived in his room, walked up to the painting and looked at it for a minute before changing into more casual clothes. Unlike other members of his family, Asher disliked having maids come into his room for small tasks, so he restricted access to his room unless it was important or he had called for someone. He enjoyed his alone time, as it allowed him to think things through. He stared at the painting for a long time and finally spoke, "Should I just interfere with everything?" Asher immediately dismissed the thought. Although he liked to get things done quickly, he knew that what he felt about the future might not be the same for others. "Let's wait until the academy to start my plan," he said as he took his phone and sent a message of thanks to the person who painted this picture. His face appeared calm, but it was not indifferent, although slightly. His chaotic thoughts and raging bloodlust were calmer for now. It was still afternoon and he didn't want to waste his time, so he decided to go do his daily training. It was early in the morning and Asher, who had just arrived at the training ground, spotted the twins who were also waiting for Nathan to arrive. The training ground was a huge room covered in white tiles and with a transparent rooftop. Nathan arrived shortly after. He was wearing a white shirt and pants which did not hide his large muscles. His sharp red eyes and his height of 6'8" made him very imposing to anyone who saw him. Amelia, who was a mage, did not attend this session as she would not be learning sword art. The twins were going to learn basic martial arts and breathing techniques that would help them when they went through their awakening. So only Asher would learn from Nathan for the 2 weeks and the twins would only come for Nathan to correct their mistakes. "Brats, get ready because my training is not soft at all." Nathan laughed as he channeled his mana to make a barrier that prevented anyone from noticing what was happening inside it. This was his extra measure for safety because he was going to teach them the method that had been passed down through the Greville family for generations. The method Nathan was going to teach the twins helped mages, but it helped sword users the most. Only after their awakening would their path be decided. If a person had a larger mana pool and fewer mana veins, they would choose the path of a mage. If a person had more mana veins and less mana pool, they would train their body more to increase their weapon mastery. Although several other reasons also made people choose many different paths. Seeing that the twins were excited about their first class, Nathan looked at them and said, "This edgy brother of yours will demonstrate the basic martial art technique for you too," Nathan jokingly said. He turned and looked at Asher. The twin looked towards Asher. Lucas was the most excited to learn from Asher as he already took him as his role model. Okay, Asher did not reject his demands and started doing various moves. He started with the basic posture and slowly moved his legs and hands. The coordination and form were truly enchanting. The twins watched him, impressed by his beautiful demonstration. Even Nathan was praising Asher in his mind. "This brat learned this in a day. I wonder how much time will these two take?" Nathan pondered. "Right, so you watched it, now try to move as he did." Nathan spoke as Asher stopped. "What?" The twins looked at each other and then looked back at Nathan. They only watched it once and half of the time they were busy admiring Asher, so they missed what he was doing. "Yeah, you heard it right." Nathan's aura was domineering, so the twins quietly started doing as he asked them to. Lucas and Livia tried to copy what they remembered from seeing Asher, but unlike Asher, they looked so bad that Nathan had to stop them and tell them to start again. "No, stretch your leg more, don't break your posture, maintain your breathing, feel your body more and stop relying on your eyes for everything." Nathan kept correcting them many times before they got their posture and form right. He told them to keep practicing until they were comfortable in that form before moving on to the next steps. "Now let's start with you." Nathan grinned as he looked at Asher. "Do you want to spar with me first so that I can see your weak points?" Nathan asked Asher. "I have no issues," he replied with an indifferent face. "TSK, let's see how long you can remain this calm in front of me," Nathan said as he picked up a wooden sword, which was not his main weapon. "A great sword, now pick a sword." Asher did not pick a real sword like Nathan, he also picked a wooden sword. He swung it around to get the feel of its weight and took a stance toward Nathan. "So you want me to attack first? That's quite cheeky of you, brat, but I don't mind," Nathan said as he prepared to hold back during the duel. He knew that even his normal strike could take Asher's life, so he was careful as he charged toward him. Nathan kept one hand behind his back and only attacked with the sword in his right hand. Asher carefully dodged Nathan's strikes by backstepping. He knew that blocking the attack would be pointless, so he decided to dodge it until he couldn't. "Let's see what you are hiding." Nathan was determined to clear his doubts regarding Asher. Asher stopped after going back 6 steps and quickly backtracked to his right and immediately attacked Nathan, who moved his sword in an unorthodox manner and successfully cancelled Asher's strike. What was that? Asher thought as he calmly watched Nathan's move. Even he couldn't see through Nathan's strike. Nathan had cancelled his momentum before moving his sword at an awkward angle, but the momentum was still there. Nathan started attacking Asher more vigorously. He wasn't going easy on him at all. It seemed he was trying to confirm something with the way he was attacking. Asher knew what Nathan wanted to see, but he wouldn't show it to him so soon. Thud. Asher dodged 3 of Nathan's strikes, but the last one was not dodgeable, so he decided to counter it. The sword's force pushed him back and broke his stance. "What happened? Is this all you have?" Nathan mocked him as he kept striking him. He decreased the force behind his attacks so Asher could counter them. Asher was keeping his killing intent locked in, but Nathan's ruthless attacks were not helping him at all. It was enough time for him to show what Nathan wanted to see. He knew that Nathan was suspicious of him and wouldn't let him leave until he got what he wanted. "If you want to see it that much, I will show you," Asher thought as he immediately took a big leap away from Nathan. He channeled his mana into his legs and pushed himself away from Nathan, who stopped to see what Asher would do next. A small notification popped up in front of him and disappeared quickly. Asher stopped and let his hands go, breaking his previous stance and changing the way he was breathing. His eyes were now sharp, and his hand kept the sword pointed toward the ground. He started walking towards Nathan, who was waiting to see Asher's next move. Asher immediately charged towards Nathan at a high speed, but Nathan's eyes could see his slow movements easily. At the exact moment Asher's sword was about to touch Nathan's sword, he immediately shifted his weight and used his left leg to turn and attack Nathan from the left side. His attack was immediately followed by various side steps and relentless attacks on Nathan's vitals. Nathan could see the movement of Asher, but he couldn't predict it. Although his sword arts were better than Asher's, he could counter it. He noticed that Asher's attack not only forced him to counter it, as he always aimed for his vitals, but his grip was getting pressured. Although this small pressure could not affect Nathan, he suddenly stopped and looked at Asher, who stopped as well. "Where did you learn this sword art?" Nathan's eyes turned serious as he used his pressure on Asher so he couldn't lie. "I created it." Asher looked Nathan in the eye, and his indifferent attitude did not change. Although his breathing was fast from the duel earlier, he was fine. "How? Don't lie to me. This sword art cannot be created by a mere 14-year-old who hasn't even held a sword for more than a month in his life." Nathan stood near Asher and looked down, his red eyes meeting Asher's. The atmosphere grew so cold that the twins, who were far away from the two of them, felt scared. Asher didn't budge, as he hadn't lied about it, although he didn't show it fully. This art was indeed created by him. "If you don't want to believe me then don't. I have nothing to prove to anyone," Asher said as he turned to leave the training grounds. Did he really create it himself? Nathan muttered to himself. He was sure nobody could learn this much from 1 month of sword practice, but he then remembered that Asher had broken even his record of awakening. Maybe he really did it, Nathan thought. "Wait, brat, although I still doubt it, but if you have created that art of yours, you might be more suitable for the title of the sword god." Nathan admitted that Asher might one day surpass him. Asher turned and looked at Nathan. "Although your sword seems to target a human rather than a monster," Nathan knew from the moment he countered Asher's art. "Don't know, never seen somebody fight a monster." Maybe that's why. Asher lied to Nathan, but his expressionless face couldn't give him away. After all, he couldn't say the truth, that he had killed more humans than beasts in his previous life. Although your sword art is good, it's still lacking. Maybe you can find some inspiration from my sword art, Nathan said while thinking, and continued. Brat, if you want to learn my sword, I will teach you, but remember the training I will put you through will make every fiber of your being scream to quit. Can you handle it? Nathan knew what his sword art could do, so he decided to warn Asher. Don't underestimate me too much, Asher said, as he looked at Nathan. His cold gaze met Nathan, who laughed, seeing the unwavering attitude of Asher. Mind you, young boy, but even both your father and your late uncle failed to learn it from me, Nathan told him. But seeing you, I feel like you can inherit my sword, and maybe you could even improve it further, Nathan told him. Idiaris's inverted question mark. Seeing that Asher was determined enough to learn from him, Nathan told the twins to leave for the day. He also told them that he would lecture them on another training ground within the estate. His sword art required a strong body and mental fortitude, and the way he would train Asher would definitely harm the unawakened twins if they stayed in the vicinity. I will train you for a week straight without stopping. Here, take this. Nathan threw a bracelet towards Asher. This has everything you will eat during the training. You will get no sleep and only this much food and water. Nathan made the barrier around the training ground stronger. So, what do I need to do? Asher asked Nathan. First, I need to push you to your body's limits before we start anything, Nathan said as he increased the pressure on Asher. He limited the pressure so Asher could still move, but doing multiple things at the same time was a difficult task. Woo, I'm ready. Asher took a deep breath and adjusted to the pressure. They began the duel again, but this time Asher didn't start with basic swordsmanship. Instead, he used his own sword art on Nathan. Asher kept dodging Nathan's strikes and tried to attack his vitals. Although Nathan could easily throw him, he still showed some openings intentionally for Asher to try to exploit. Keep your mind sharp, don't lose focus. Nathan increased his speed a bit. Clang clang. Asher kept getting pushed back and Nathan struck the sword from above, forcing Asher to block the strike. But the moment Asher blocked it, Nathan kicked him in the gut, making him fly towards the barrier's boundary. The force behind Nathan's attack was greater than what Asher could handle for now. Cough cough. Asher was on the ground coughing, but he got up and took his stance. Nathan kept attacking and made Asher fall to the ground again and again. Nathan smiled, seeing Asher stand up despite being thrown around multiple times. Their duel lasted for an hour. Blood was dripping from Asher's face and he had multiple small wounds on his body. Despite being a wooden sword, Nathan's attack was sharp. Asher was not holding back anymore, but his rank C sword art could not handle the sword god. He was still only an early F rank, so there were limited things he could do. Try harder, brat. If you give up now, you'll never learn this in your life, Nathan said as he waited for Asher to get up again. I'm ready. Asher had a calm expression but his mouth was full of blood. His arms were tired from blocking multiple attacks, making his reaction sluggish. Nathan kept attacking Asher's blind spots to measure his reactions. Nathan was surprised to see that Asher, despite his state, could still react well enough. The floor around Asher was covered with his sweat and blood. Although this much amount of bleeding would not harm Asher much, but he would still feel weak losing so much blood during the fight. It's enough for now. Sit down here with your legs crossed. Nathan stopped. Close your eyes and let me widen your mana veins with my mana. It will be painful, but don't lose focus of where my mana is going or all this will be useless, Nathan instructed strictly. Asher sat down and closed his eyes, removing his shirt. He felt Nathan's boiling mana flood into his body. The moment Nathan channeled his mana into Asher's mana veins, Asher felt a huge amount of pain, but this amount of pain was bearable for him. His mana veins are already widened. Nathan was surprised by Asher's body. He didn't know that Asher's new bloodline had already recreated his mana veins to support his new abilities. Asher was capable of being both a mage and swordsman, and his huge mana pool and dense mana veins would not hinder his progress in either path. Nathan's mana was flowing through Asher's body, unlocking some of his blocked veins. His mana was forcibly opening the blockages, a process so dangerous that only Nathan, with the help of his bloodline's ability to control mana, could perform it. Thin threads of mana could be seen throughout Asher's body if someone looked through his skin. Asher's body was releasing blood from his pores. This was different from awakening, as Nathan was disrupting the natural path of Asher's mana circulation and creating new paths by forcibly opening the blocked veins. Many notifications popped up, but Asher carefully felt what Nathan was doing. He was sure that even his dad and Devourer could not do this, and he was right. This was only the foundation of what Nathan would make him go through before starting to teach him his sword art. After an hour, Nathan stopped and said, "Try to channel your mana the way I just showed you, but control your breathing while doing so." Nathan stepped aside as Asher, who was sitting shirtless and covered in bruises and blood, focused on channeling his mana from his mana core. He felt all the previous pain and tiredness leave his body as his stamina increased rapidly. How? Asher was surprised that a normal mana circulation method could achieve this. "This is not any normal circulation technique, brat. This is something only I know in this whole world, and only someone with the blood of the Greville can learn this technique without dying. Our mana-manipulating bloodline abilities allow us to perform this technique without damaging our mana veins and becoming cripples," Nathan explained. "But Dad would have achieved this much as well." Asher knew that this was not the difficult part of the training. "You are correct. My sword art is not something you can master." Nathan knew that Asher would not be able to learn his sword art, though you can learn it and apply it to your own art, creating something new. Nathan, who was a great sword user like Arthur, knew the limitations of his sword art. "What is a sword to you, boy?" Nathan asked as he looked at Asher. "A sword is a medium to reflect my inner self," Asher truthfully answered, as his sword art was an imitation of his inner madness. "Correct. A sword without intent and will is a useless piece of metal," Nathan said as he took a wooden sword and slashed the air in the training ground, breaking the sword due to the sheer force of the attack. "This is what brute force will do to you. But if you reflect your own self in it, even the weakest sword could kill the mightiest," Nathan said as he took another wooden sword and slashed the air again, causing a massive crack in the training ground. He waved his hands, removing the dust that rose due to his attack. "You saw it right. In our previous duel, I changed the trajectory of my sword without changing its momentum, which should have been impossible to begin with." Nathan looked at Asher, who nodded. He still couldn't comprehend how Nathan managed to do it. "Do you know the difference between a sword and a great sword, apart from their size?" Nathan asked. "Their center of mass is different, which makes swinging each of them completely different from one another," Asher replied. He had tried to learn the great sword in his previous life, but eventually chose the sword because it suited him better. "That's right. This also results in different momentum between the two weapons in each swing," Nathan added as he demonstrated his technique to Asher. He slashed the sword diagonally, but at the end of the swing, his sword moved in the opposite direction without losing its original momentum. "This is the first technique of my sword, and I call it the phantom swing," Nathan told Asher, who was observing the technique, trying to understand how it worked. "Although there are other techniques, they are not suitable for you as a single-handed sword user," Nathan advised. "Do you remember the circulation technique I taught you?" Nathan asked Asher. "Try closing your eyes and sense the mana distortion in the space around you," Nathan suggested. He stepped away from Asher to give him room to sense the mana in his surroundings. "This kid, he's a monster. He learned what took me days in just an hour," Nathan muttered to himself. Asher closed his eyes and held the sword. He tried to sense the mana particles in the space around him. He could sense millions of small globs of white particles, but the concentration required made him feel slightly dizzy, despite feeling nauseous and his head heavy. Asher's high intelligence stat, which was way above the average person's, allowed him to persist for a short while. Opening his eyes, he looked at Nathan and asked, "What's next?" "Idiasis inverted question mark. It seems this part of the training will be easy for you," Nathan said, not surprised, as everyone knew that Asher's intelligence was high from a young age. "Use the circulation technique while dueling with me now," Nathan said, holding his sword towards Asher. Okay, Asher said, taking a deep breath and focusing on controlling the flow of mana. It was a bit difficult because his mana flow was only rank C. Asher changed his stance, shifting his body weight to his right leg instead of his left. His crimson-red eyes were focused on his sword and Nathan. He made sure to keep his killing intent locked inside him. He would not be able to explain why his bloodlust was so high to an experienced person like Nathan. Focus on your sword's momentum, brat. Nathan struck Asher, who tried to dodge but the wooden sword grazed him, leaving a wound due to the force behind the strike. Nathan's control prevented the sword from breaking. Momentum. Asher repeated Nathan's words as he tried to understand what he meant. After 3 moves, Nathan allowed Asher to attack. Unlike his previous attempts, Asher changed the tempo of his sword, mixing different tempos. He was starting to grasp what Nathan was explaining, but still didn't understand how Nathan shifted the momentum without stopping it. His mind explored all the possibilities as he changed the way he swung his sword. What your eyes may see might be an illusion, brat. Nathan deflected his sword, pushing Asher back. Illusion? Asher muttered to himself, knowing Nathan wasn't talking about illusion magic. What if your whole strike was a feint attack? Nathan dropped another hint. Asher tried to swing his sword, trying various imitations. Even small things like this were increasing his sword expertise. Nathan was a little surprised to see Asher's growth in such a short time. Nathan was a prodigy in sword and nobody could claim the title of a sword god instead of him. Even Asher's talent for swords was less than Nathan, but because he regressed into the past, made Nathan assume that Asher was a bit more talented than him. Even a regressor like Asher only seemed a bit more talented to Nathan when he compared him with Asher. Nathan was a true monster, and this was the reason nobody in the world wanted to fight him. Although Nathan could not claim the title of the strongest human alive, even the strongest would avoid him if they could. Asher's area of expertise was his comprehension skills. He could walk the path of sword and mage at the same time, excelling in both. His talent made him unstoppable in many fights, but what was even more terrifying was his way of doing things. He used mana to dope his body beyond his limits, filling the gap between him and those far stronger. He slowly killed himself to gain power. Asher's mental and pain tolerance was very high, and even Nathan did not expect him to remain conscious the whole time. Arthur and Ivar had lost consciousness many times during this training and unfortunately could not complete it as they were not able to handle what was about to come next. Alright, it seems like you got the gist, but this one technique did not earn me the title of Sword God, Nathan said, demonstrating his second technique. He took a great sword from the training grounds, which had all kinds of weapons to train with. He started swinging the great sword. But what shocked Asher was that Nathan was cutting through space itself without using a space spell. How? This should be impossible. Your main element was wind, not space. Asher was surprised, but his calmness did not break. Exactly, but who said only space magic could cut through space itself? Nathan questioned Asher. What if I create a vacuum and remove the very space around my sword? What will it pass through then? Nathan spoke. What Nathan said just now might seem easy to hear, but if somebody had such mental capacity to bear such things, there would be more space mages and they would not die so young due to mental exhaustion. But doing it as a spell might be possible, but adding it to your sword swing is not possible, Asher replied with what he knew from his knowledge. In theory, if I did such swings normally, within 12 such swings even my brain would explode into a paste. Nathan looked while he smiled, listening to Asher's reply. But runes can do it. His smile grew bigger as he said those words. But normal runes can never achieve this. No way. Ancient runes? Asher's eyes widened as he got what Nathan was implying. Remember the secrets only we elite families know? Nathan continued. Yes, the only person with such a rune is the principal of the World Academy, who is known for his spear arts. Asher also knew what the rune did, as the disciple of this person was someone who he knew well. Exactly, but that spear bastard is not the only one who has it. Only he was stupid enough to let the others know to open that academy. Nathan laughed. But this rune is different from what he has. It was something my father found when he cleared an SS rank dungeon. Nathan removed his shirt and channeled his rune, revealing a black dragon-like tattoo wrapping around his spine to the neck. This is one of our biggest secret, brat, and although I cannot teach my sword art to you, if you can handle this rune, you might create a sword art that is even more powerful than mine. Nathan channeled the rune and a small blackish orb appeared on his fingertips. This orb will make you fight your inner demons for your whole life whenever you rank up, and it will grow with you, Nathan explained. But this rune is sentient and it might not accept you like it rejected Arthur and Eva. The dark orb had some small tendrils coming out of it. You will go into a coma after you absorb it, but if you don't come out of this state even after 2 weeks, I will forcefully remove the rune from your body before you become comatose for your entire life, Nathan continued. The first part is a test of mental fortitude, which I believe you can do, but this rune will make you go through multiple mental trials. Although Arthur and Eva failed, but I did it, and I believe you can also go through it. But if you somehow are successful to gain the rune, let me warn you, every time you increase your mana cause rank you will go through an intense illusion of your pasts, but it will be fine because from a young age you don't have many hateful memories. Nathan did not think that this small thing would be a major obstacle for Asher, who had the memories of his previous life. So what do you want to do? This is a curse and blessing at the same time, and the choice is yours. Nathan looked at Asher to know his wish. I didn't know there were other ancient runes, but I might not get another chance like this. Asher thought in his mind, I can handle a little more madness if that's the price to get stronger. His enemies were not weak, and even in his previous life he was only able to kill half of them. I will go through it. Asher agreed to assimilate with the rune. Ha ha ha, spoken like a true Greville. Nathan was glad. It could have hurt my old bones to beat some courage into your mind if you have denied this. Nathan acted weak. Is this how the rune affects your mind? Asher could not help but think of it. Clear your thoughts, you ungrateful brat. Nathan stopped his act. Eat this pill. This will provide you with all the energy so you don't need to consume anything for 2 weeks. Nathan gave him a nutritional pill and Asher immediately swallowed it. It was something that hunters carried when they went into a dungeon. Sit down and clear your thoughts. When I give you the rune, don't give up fighting it, Nathan instructed him as Asher sat down and closed his eyes, clearing his thoughts. Nathan took the dark orb near Asher's forehead. The dark orb got absorbed through the skin and a strange black mark appeared on his forehead. Asher agreed when he saw there was nothing wrong in what the system detected. Suddenly Asher felt his whole body getting surrounded by cold liquid. The rune got absorbed into his brain and many unknown letters started appearing on his body. He felt like he was getting trapped inside a dark place with no source of light in it. He lost his sense of touch and could not even feel anything around him anymore. Good luck, brat. I hope you succeed. Asher could faintly hear Nathan's voice as he lost consciousness. Asher felt like he was floating in a vast space of darkness. One by one, his sense of touch, sight, and other senses disappeared. He had no sense of time or direction, and felt as though he had been there for hours. The system detected the strange behavior of the rune. Asher suddenly felt many voices calling him. He was going through a stream of his own memories. Hello Asher, don't kill me please, I will kill you. No. You know I felt strange when Demon, he is a demon. Suddenly, Asher heard many voices calling to him and saw faces of people he knew. Some of the memories were unpleasant and some so insignificant that he didn't even care what he had done to them. It felt like he was exploring something within himself. Although these memories were suddenly cut short and he would remember another one immediately, it felt like he was exploring something in himself. Less than energy detection confirmed more than. Less than devil's absorption rank SSS. Is being used more than. Less than rune is getting absorbed more than. Meanwhile, Nathan, who had been observing Asher for 6 hours, saw many runes on his body glowing. Is the rune accepting him so early? Nathan was surprised. What's happening to this boy? Nathan was unable to use his mana to check Asher's body as it would disrupt the bonding process with the rune. He watched as letters traveled all over Asher's body, from his neck to his legs. eventually changing into lines that formed a path from his neck to his legs. This is strange. I remember it didn't happen to me. Nathan was aware that normally, it would take at least a week for the rune to bond with Asher before the process of assimilation began, but due to Asher's new bloodline, his ability overpowered the rune and forced it to be absorbed directly. He was right. Normally Asher would have stayed in that dark space for at least a week if the rune accepted him. Only then the process of assimilation would have begun. This strange anomaly happened due to the new bloodline of Asher. The system used one of the sealed abilities of his bloodline to acquire the rune and directly absorb it. His bloodline ability overpowered the rune and forcefully absorbed it before the rune could delve deeper into his memories. Normal runes were different from ancient runes, as normal runes did not have any will of their own. Moreover, rune masters were rare and they were respected individuals. Learning runes was not a thing everyone could do, and making them was even more of a difficult task. Ancient runes, on the other hand, were a mystery. The only known person with such runes was the principal of the World Academy, who shared this knowledge with others. This knowledge made many people covet his powers, but who could harm him? He was a peak rank SSS hunter himself. Moreover, he was known as the strongest human alive. The ancient rune absorbed mana from Asher's body and created a runic circle on him, allowing him to maximize the efficiency of the rune and obtain all its abilities. Normally, the ancient rune would have only given Asher one capability related to his mana manipulation bloodline, but now, with his bloodline ability overpowering the rune, its full capability was unknown. Did he get a better mana manipulation ability than mine? He even sensed Livia's illness immediately. Nathan thought, confused. Well, we can find out when he reaches his second year at the academy anyways. Nathan decided to delay the training of the twins, as he felt that his attention was needed for Asher. He did not want to risk leaving him alone. In the living room of the Greville estate, Arthur was being confronted by Sylvie. He's fine, right? I couldn't even peek inside that barrier. Even Lucas and Livia's training is on hold, Sylvie worriedly asked. Don't worry, I went through it too when I was young. He'll be fine, Arthur reassured her as he sipped his morning tea. Yeah, don't worry, Mom. Amelia joined in. Lucas and Livia, why don't you guys do the basic training with me instead of that old man? Arthur suggested to the twins. Lucas and Livia looked at each other, then Lucas gave Arthur his phone. A hologram projected from it, showing a video from Nathan. You ungrateful son. If you take my students, make sure your bones are fine, because I will break them to the point where you'll sit on the guildmaster seat for the rest of your life, doing paperwork. Nathan grinned on the video as he spoke. Arthur was not a coward, so he came up with the idea of going against Nathan's thinking. This old man is just joking, huh? Do you think I'm afraid? Arthur scoffed at Nathan's warning in his mind. And in case you think I'm joking, let me apologize to Sylvie. Sorry, Sylvie, I might have to cripple your husband, but don't hold it against me, okay? Nathan acted sad, and the video cut off. This fuck, Arthur shouted, but he stopped seeing the young twins. Let's respect your grandfather's request if he wants to teach you guys personally. Arthur continued drinking his tea. Sylvie and Amelia wanted to laugh, but they knew better than to add fuel to the fire. The process of absorbing the rune lasted for 3 days straight, and Asher felt as if he had been in that vast space of darkness for weeks. Thanks to the system helping him, some of his senses had returned, reducing the strain on his mind. On the 4th day, Asher's whole body was covered in sweat. Multiple black lines connected to his neck, stopping around his ears, and his upper body. The runic lines started glowing again, and they covered Asher's entire head region. Inside the vast darkness, Asher could feel his brain being flooded with strange information. The ancient rune was the way knowledge was transferred, and in simpler terms, it was a medium used for transfer. Asher was absorbing the entirety of the rune without even knowing it, and Nathan also didn't know that the whole rune was being absorbed into Asher's mind. I hope you make it, brat, Nathan spoke as he watched Asher's unconscious body. At this time, apart from his sense of hearing and sight, he had regained every other sense. He could feel a unique type of mana flowing throughout his body. Inside his body, The ancient rune was merging the black lines with his mana veins as the black lines broke down into multiple small runes. These runes flowed through Asher's body's mana circulation path and finally stopped at his mana core, forming a runic ring around the center of the core. A floating ring of strange characters formed around his mana heart. The black lines on his lower body disappeared completely. Less than, runic formation, started. Greater than. Asher could feel the stinging pain near his heart as the runes were forcefully etched onto his mana core. One by one, the strange letters were absorbed into his core. After his core absorbed the rune, he felt as if his brain was being hammered. The rest of the black lines on his upper body started moving towards his head region slowly. Every time a rune's information was passed through his neurons, he felt as if his head was about to explode. His body was unconscious, and he was still trapped in the vast darkness, unable to move his body and just endure pain. Nathan noticed that Asher's fingers were trembling, but he was still unconscious. "Hang in, brat, you can do it," Nathan spoke. But Asher had no way of hearing him. Just like that, 3 days have passed. Asher's whole body was trembling in the vast darkness. He was in pain, but it was nothing compared to the pain he felt when he acquired his new bloodline. The trembling was due to his overworked neurons carrying a huge amount of information to his brain. Gaining knowledge of the rune was not like gaining information or memories. The rune imprinted its own abilities on his soul, rather than just giving him information. This meant every fiber of his being was adapting to the new abilities. It was like gaining a sword master's experience and becoming a sword master yourself without having to put in time and effort. Even if someone learned how to cast a spell, they still needed to convert that theory into something practical, which took time and effort. But the ancient rune removed that requirement. It was like gaining complete mastery over a spell just by learning it without casting it once. As the week came to an end, Asher had almost fully assimilated with the rune. His body had stopped trembling and most of the black lines had disappeared, with only a few remaining around his ears and forehead. Host received the rune of Irdin. Asher opened his eyes and looked at Nathan, who was proudly smiling back at him. "Congrats, brat, you've achieved something nobody in our family has done since me," Nathan exclaimed, quite happy for Asher that he momentarily forgot something important he wanted to ask him. Asher opened his eyes and saw Nathan, who congratulated him. Feeling tired and dizzy, he wanted to rest for a bit. He tried to stand up but found his body's reaction was delayed. "Don't move too much for now. Relax and clear your mind until you regain full control of your body, and don't try to use the rune right away," Nathan warned. "I have to go tell your parents about you, but your training is not over yet, brat, so don't run away." Nathan laughed before disappearing into thin air. Asher was covered in sweat, and the odor was unpleasant. After resting for a few minutes, he regained control of his body and was able to move all his limbs perfectly. He went to the shower room at the training grounds, turned on the water, and as the cold water hit his head, he moved his hair upwards. "Phew, let's see the gains from all of this," Asher thought to himself. "System, show me my status." He called out, eager to see his progress. Vertical bar Fate Devourer System Vertical bar. Name, Asher von Ravengreville. Level, 7, EXP 07000. Bloodline, Devil's Absorption Rank SSS. Blessing, Goddess of Time Sealed. Body Constitution, Mana Core Rank E. Shop, Quests, Synthesis. Dash. Attributes. Strength, 40+4. Agility, 30. Endurance, 45+5. Intelligence, 55+50. Mana, 60+6. Stamina, 47. Charm, 60. Fate, 5730. AP, 30. SP, 12. Dash. Skills, Time Dilution, Rank S, LVL1. Absorption, Rank S, LVL1. Ash Sword Art, Rank C. Mana Flow, Rank C. Rune of Irdin, New, Rank E. His fate points had increased by 2000 from the quest he completed during his birthday party. He also noticed an increase in his strength and mana stats after learning the mana circulation technique Nathan taught him. He knew he gained increased endurance stats from the whole experience Nathan made him go through. My intelligence increased by 50. Asher was surprised to see that his intelligence stat had increased the most. System, can you explain what happened when the rune entered my body? Asher asked. He had not forgotten that the system used one of his new bloodline sealed abilities, but as the system had told him, he should not have been able to use it until he increased it with skill points. Insufficient authority. Searching for other answers, the rune was trying to manipulate Asher's mind, so the system used one of the host's hidden blessings. This was a rare phenomenon and will not happen again. The system advises caution with sentient powers in the future. Asher was still not satisfied with the answer. He felt like the system was hiding information from him and he was not sure what it was. Can you interfere and use my abilities without my permission like this? The air around Asher changed and a chill spread through the atmosphere as some of his intense killing intent leaked out of his body. He hated being controlled by others. He hated bowing down to others. He did not know why, but every fiber of his being hated being forced to do something against his will. Call it arrogance. But Asher could not handle being controlled by others, no matter the circumstances. If the host's life is in danger or in unique situations where the host is unable to act, the system can use its abilities to assist. The system was created to assist in the journey and has no control over when it initiates or stops. Listening to the explanation, Asher calmed down and controlled his killing intent. Although he was still upset, if the system was really helping him, he had no reason to be angry. Arg, forget it. Explain what the rune does and why my intelligence stat increased so much, Asher said, still annoyed by his headache. He was not sure if the sudden increase in intelligence was the cause of it or if it was from the assimilation process he just went through. The host has gained a growth type rune. Activating Rune of Yrden. Asher watched as a black dragon-like tattoo appeared below his neck and traveled towards his right shoulder. He instantly felt that his headache was gone, and he could now easily use the knowledge he gained through the rune, elaborating its effects. Rune of Yrden, growth type. Greater than increased mastery of the space element. Greater than increased intelligence. Greater than growth equivalent to the mana core. Activation cost, mental drain. This rune is a growth type rune, and due to the host's rank SSS bloodline ability, you have unlocked the rune fully. The rune will grow with the rank of the host's mana core. Some of its abilities will be unsealed and the existing abilities will be strengthened as you increase the rank of your mana core. Increased space mastery. Asher's crimson-red eyes shone as a smirk appeared on his indifferent face. As the rune did not require any mana to activate, this would be one of his trump cards. His mental drain would already be low due to his absurdly high intelligence stat. One of the reasons many space element users died early was due to the drain they experienced when they used their spells. Meanwhile, outside in the living room, as the week had passed, Arthur and Sylvie were sitting and chatting when they noticed Nathan had arrived in front of them. The twins were sleeping and Amelia had gone out, so nobody except the couple was there. Old man, what happened? Did he pass? Arthur asked eagerly, wanting to know the result. Sigh. Control yourself, you mannerless son of mine. Asher has done what you and Ivar failed to do, Nathan said proudly. So is his training over? Sylvie asked, happy for Asher but wanting to confirm whether the training was complete or not. No, I will take one more week to train him thoroughly, but tell Lucas and Livia that they will also train with him now, Nathan continued. I didn't expect that brat to complete the whole process so quickly. So I will use the rest of the week to prepare him for his next dungeon run as well, Nathan said, already sitting on the dining table. Asher got out of his bath and started practicing his sword. After half an hour of talking with Arthur and Sylvie about some important stuff that had happened during the week, Nathan saw Asher training with his sword. It seems you have rested enough if you can swing your sword like this, Nathan commented. At his words, Asher stopped his training. I am trying to get the feel of what has changed after getting this rune, Asher said, as he saw Nathan pick up a sword near him. Watch, brat. I will demonstrate some of my techniques which you can imitate on your sword later, Nathan said, taking his stance. Asher was surprised to see that there was no gap visible to him in Nathan's stance, and anyone who was not more powerful than Nathan would have great difficulty injuring him. My first technique is the phantom swing, which you can imitate with a sword as well when you learn it later. Nathan swung his sword in multiple directions, going opposite to the previous one without cutting the force behind his attacks. Second technique, instead of maintaining the force of swings, amplify them into one strike. He took his great sword again and slashed slowly towards the barrier. Bam! Even though his strike seemed weak, the barrier shook and a loud noise of clashing between two hard objects could be heard. Don't focus on the technique too hard, get the meaning behind it and you can replicate it yourself in your sword art. Nathan moved a bit backwards. Third technique allows me to pass my sword through matter itself, which takes the first technique, and makes it seem like a child's play. Nathan threw a wooden sword into the air and passed his great sword through the wooden sword as he slashed it. The great sword easily went past the sword, as if it were going through water. This technique will require your advanced mastery in telekinesis and other teleportation space spells, and combining them together you can perform something similar to this. Nathan stopped as he watched Asher, who had his eyes fixed on Nathan's movement. I have a few more, but they are too destructive to teach here and they will not help you as a sword user as well. Combine your talent as a mage and apply it to your swordsmanship, Nathan said, as he put down the great sword. Okay, that's enough of these techniques. I've given you enough clues, and I'm confident you can enhance your sword art. Let me correct your basics. Nathan smiled as Asher looked confused. My basics are perfect. I haven't made any mistakes, Asher replied confidently. No one is perfect, and every sword has flaws. You must find those flaws and exploit them to gain an advantage over your enemy, Nathan countered. Come on, I'll use only basic sword techniques against you. Come at me, I will only use basic sword techniques to defeat you. Nathan controlled his power. Asher slashed towards Nathan from the right. He was also fighting with his basic techniques. He saw that Nathan's simple counter nullified his attack. He was expecting it, so immediately launched many similar attacks on him. His slashes were getting nullified and Nathan did nothing but counter him. Asher could now understand why Nathan said he could improve his basics even further, but Nathan underestimated the capabilities of Asher in his sword. His new high intelligence made him have a better control of his killing intent, so he decided to go a bit serious against him. His eyes sharpened and his attacks got more precise. He immediately started to trap Nathan into his feints, creating a fake pattern in his swings, and after 25 such exchange of their swords he attacked Nathan from an awkward position, making him take the blow on his hand as he could not use anything other than the basics of the swords. Seeing that Nathan who was defeated due to the sudden shift of pace by him, Asher gave Nathan an arrogant smirk. This fuck brat, Nathan was holding in his anger and forced himself to smile. Idiosis inverted question mark. During the duel, Nathan saw that Asher was trying to attack him from multiple angles. Hey, brat, you are 1,000 years too early to make me block you, Nathan thought as he countered each of Asher's strikes. But suddenly he noticed that Asher's behavior had changed and his gaze was a lot sharper. His gaze was similar to someone who had a lot of experience fighting others. Asher's attacks were becoming unpredictable, but Nathan could still counter most of them. This kid is good. Nathan was having fun while easily countering Asher's attack, but he needed to be careful controlling his strength, if not he could have broken Asher's arm with a simple soft counter. Huh. He is following a rhythm. Nathan noticed the pattern in Asher's sword. It was easy for him to sense it. Show me what you got, brat, Nathan spoke to himself as he pushed Asher's sword back to him. This was the moment when Asher knew that Nathan was comfortable with fighting him, and with a huge part of his attention was kept on controlling his strength. The basics of the sword they were fighting on had strict footwork and strikes, so the range of motion was limited. Asher took advantage of this fact and altered his pattern and faked the swing on his left. I will give this one to you, brat. Nathan let Asher hit him, He knew if the gap between them was not so huge, this move of Asher would have definitely caught him off guard. Despite he could have countered that, his pride as a swordsman did not let him take this win from Asher. Asher also knew that Nathan let him win this intentionally, but he still smirked at him. This was the result of him not controlling his true emotions and letting them out partially. A person could only control their true self, not change it. Masking yourself into a different person had its limits, and Asher was one such person. His mocking expression annoyed Nathan. Nathan was not a saint. He might have seemed like a happy grandpa thus far, but there was a reason most powerhouses avoided him. Nathan, who also had the rune of Erdin, was constantly tormented by nightmares. Losing many people throughout his journey gave him many regrets, and his last ascension to rank SSS almost made him lose his mind. His way of acting silly was his escape from his nightmares, and Arthur, who also knew this, did not mind Nathan's constant insults and played along with him most of the times. Greville were famous for their cruel personalities throughout their history, and Nathan and Arthur both lived up to these rumors. The only normal person in the whole Greville family was probably Amelia, who was internally an honest and emotional person. This fuke brat. Nathan dangerously smiled at Asher. Ha 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 ha. It seems your basics are already perfect, so let's hone your sword versus my great sword. Nathan came close to Asher and stared down at him with his red eyes. Asher looked small in front of his huge build. Why not? Asher was not a coward, even though he knew he had provoked Nathan. He knew this was the best way for him to learn from Nathan. He already knew the fundamentals, but what he wanted to learn from Nathan could only be learned by both of them dueling. Brat, use your mana or anything you have. We will duel until the twins come for their practice, Nathan told him. Asher calmed his mind and decided to use the new mana circulation technique during the duel. He found that he could channel his mana better now. His new intelligence boost had increased his comprehension rate, which helped him connect all the new paths Nathan created with the existing ones. Less than mana circulation technique, rank or learn more than. He did not know what the rank given by the system was based on, but he knew that this circulation technique was better than the one he used in his previous life. Mana started coating his body and strengthening it. He focused his mana on his limbs and increased the force behind his attack. Asher dashed and attacked Nathan, who disappeared from his place and kicked him on the back. Thud. Asher landed on the ground as he crouched with one of his hands on the ground. Why so weak, brat? Nathan smirked back at him. Asher had a calm face, but he was not going to settle down with this much. He saw Nathan, who appeared in front of him, and saw his great sword coming towards him from above. He braced his legs, blocking the force. Asher used more mana as he strengthened his limbs even more. He pushed the great sword back but could not move Nathan from his position. Knowing this, he immediately took 2 steps back from his position. Clang clang. Asher and Nathan were sharing many blows, but Asher kept getting pushed back because the force behind the great sword was too much to completely nullify it. Asher was using their height difference to dodge most of the swings Nathan struck him with. Asher was timing his strikes because the reach of the great sword was greater than his sword. Come on, brat, show me that smug expression of yours. Nathan was not going to let Asher out easily. Call him petty, but he was having a blast tormenting Asher and removing his escape routes every time he attacked him. Asher was panting heavily, but his focus was not broken at all. He was used to fighting people while breaking his own body. This made him lose the sensation of stopping when he felt tired. They went like this for a whole 20 minutes, and Nathan found it surprising that Asher was not quitting at all. He decided to stop the duel by using the force behind his great sword to send Asher flying back when he tried to block it. Asher focused on his wrists and braced the impact, but he still crashed onto the wall. At this moment he was gasping for air, but he still stood up. There was a reason. Even after killing numerous people, Asher was still alive until the day he regressed, although his body was not able to keep up with his mentality. Let's stop, brat. Get some rest while I train those two. Nathan stopped as he looked at Lucas and Livia, who excitingly looked at both of them fighting for quite some time. Okay, Asher replied while breathing heavily. Okay, so did you two practice what I taught you? Nathan asked them. The twins looked up and replied, Yes, at the same time. Good job, brats. Now I will teach you guys some other things before your awakening next week. Nathan started teaching various martial arts which would help them regardless of the result they got from their awakening. Lucas wanted to follow the path of the sword as he admired Asher, but Livia on the other wanted to learn to wield the great sword. It was odd for a girl who liked cute things to get fascinated by Nathan's swordplay. After teaching the twin and Asher getting a rest of 2 hours, they again started their duel. Nathan held back a little, unlike his previous duel where he wanted to thrash Asher around. Asher tried various techniques he came up with. The whole week, Nathan had Asher focus solely on swordsmanship training. He didn't train him to improve his physical strength or mana. Nathan knew that there were others at the World Academy who could teach Asher better. After their last duel, Asher went to the shower room to wash his body covered with sweat. Multiple blue and black spots could be seen on his upper body. Nathan went ahead and made sure that Asher knew who was the boss in this family. This week, even though his sword mastery had increased quite a bit, he was still working on mixing this style of sword with his current one. He knew that he would be able to invent a new sword style if he went through more battles. As the water dripped down on his well-chiseled muscles, he was thinking of what he was going to do next. He knew that the dungeon in the mountain range he purchased would appear soon. He was now free to enter the dungeons of his level alone, but Emi would still follow him to the dungeon gate. Lucas will go through his awakening tomorrow. I can take him with me. Asher decided to take Lucas with him as he knew what he was capable of doing. He got out of the bath and finally exited the training ground after 2 weeks. He went back to his room because it was early in the afternoon and he decided to get some sleep before dinner. The curtains were shut but dim sunlight could pass through them, and which gave a woody vibe to the room. Asher had always disliked loud places. He looked at the painting which stood near his bed. After his increased mental strength he was able to place a lid on his inner madness, but he was unable to control it. Looking at the painting he felt that the burden on his mind, the constant thoughts that drove him mad, were gone. I should go to sleep for now. Dinner would be too chaotic due to the dungeon explosion anyways. Asher leaned down on his soft bed feeling drowsy. With his chaotic thoughts gone, he went to sleep. The dungeon explosion where Nathan should have died was going to happen during the time they were having their dinner. Asher woke up and changed into other clothes. He got ready to arrive in the dining room. As he entered the room, he noticed everyone was present there, including the twins. Livia was chatting with Amelia while Lucas was keeping it to himself. "Welcome, Ash. You look so thin." Sylvie got up and hugged Asher as she saw him after 2 weeks. "Hello, brother." Lucas and Livia also greeted him. "Come on, sit down now." Arthur, who was sitting, told Sylvie so that the dinner could start. Meanwhile, hours before in the Abyss Guild camp in Lost Lands. "When will the guild master return?" one of the hunter asked his team captain. "Anytime soon. Young master's party was already over 2 weeks ago," the team captain replied to him. "Hey, can't we explore the dungeon a bit more on our own?" one of the hunter who was eating his meal asked him. "Don't speak nonsense. The final authority lies with the guild master and his orders were to wait until he returns. If you wanna die at the hands of higher executives, go alone, don't ask me," the team captain immediately replied. The camp was located near the teleportation gate on the outer region of the Lost Lands, allowing for a quick retreat in case of emergency. The inner region had many high-ranking beasts that were dangerous at night. Nathan had instructed the team to stop exploring until he returned, as even the SS-ranked teleportation gate couldn't guarantee safety. Suddenly the alarm system which was established into the camp for any beast invasions at night and other threats started going off. "Warning, mana fluctuations high. Warning, mana fluctuations high. Warning." What happened? All of them stood up as they listened to the security alarm going off. "Mana fluctuations, but it was a blue gate," one of young hunter asked the team captain. "Forget it, evacuate right now," the team captain shouted. "Forget it, evacuate now." The captain shouted, "Leave the equipment, take the artifacts, and hurry to the teleportation gate. Hurry up." The SS rank dungeon gate in the outer region of the Lost Lands was glowing blue with cracks visible. This was a rare event known as a dungeon explosion, which usually happened in red gates. If the gate was left uncleared, a dungeon explosion would occur, followed by a dungeon breakout. The executives of the Abyss Guild had arrived near the teleportation gate, and as more people teleported out, the executives followed suit. The valuable artifacts and other items had already been picked up, so they could easily abandon the camp. Although there would be significant damage, the monetary loss would easily be recovered. The space inside the dungeon was filled with a white light as several space cracks appeared. The mana forced itself out from the gate, resulting in a huge explosion in the outer region that covered 1 kilometer and destroying half the camp. Boom! The mana spread around from the dungeon, and the resulted explosion destroyed everything in its path. Bright light illuminated the dark forests of the Lost Lands, waking up many beasts due to the shockwaves of the explosion. Most of the ecosystem surrounding the gate had turned into a huge crater. A spatial crack was noticed in the center of the crater, from which monsters could be observed emerging. Outside the teleportation gate, one of the executives spoke. "Call the guild master. We need to notify him about this immediately." The other hunters meanwhile were thanking their luck that they could escape in time. "We got so lucky." One of the hunters present said, "We would have been obliterated if the guild master hadn't gone back." He continued, "Who could have thought that this blue gate would become unstable suddenly?" The team captain replied as he counted to make sure every team member was present. The person managing the teleportation gate was surprised to see so many hunters appear out of nowhere, but upon seeing that they were from the Abyss Guild, he did not stop them. One of the executives present explained the situation to him, while the other executives were already collecting artifacts and calculating the damage. In the Greville estate, as they began their dinner, Stephen suddenly appeared in the dining room. "What happened?" Arthur asked his butler. "A mana explosion has occurred in the dungeon where Lord Nathaniel was exploring," Stephen immediately informed him. "What?" The atmosphere went cold as Nathan shouted, though he immediately regained his composure. "The damage is still being calculated, but the guild members have safely teleported, so no casualties have been found." Stephen finished his report. "Okay, I will take care of it." Arthur stood up, needing to ensure everything was all right. "I'm going to the site directly. The monsters might cross the border, so they will need me there." Nathan immediately disappeared from the dining room. Ding. Objective: save Nathaniel von Greville from dying. Rewards: 100 fate points. Penalty: -20 all stats, -80 fate points. Recalibrating the reward. Reward changed into 1000 fate points. Asher, still sitting in the living room, spoke in his mind. Why did the reward change? Fate reward is greater the more fate you have and lesser the less fate you have. Due to the fact that Asher had increased his fate points, he gained extra fate points for the quest of saving Nathan. "Kids, you go to sleep. I will take you guys for awakening tomorrow," Sylvie told the twins as she needed to help Arthur with the current situation. "Okay," the twins nodded as they finished their meal. "Stephen, increase the security around the estate, and tell Emmy to meet me." Sylvie also left to join Arthur. The dining room was now awkward, with only Amelia and the twins sitting opposite Asher, who was calmly eating his dinner. Amelia kept quiet, avoiding Asher as she always did to avoid making more trouble with him. The last duel with Elena was still fresh in her memories. "Brother, can I train with you?" Lucas asked Asher. Asher did not mind Lucas calling him brother as he got more comfortable with him. Lucas had helped Asher more than anyone in his previous life, even dying for him. Asher was not an ungrateful person, so he respected Lucas because of it. No, Asher denied Lucas. He knew Lucas was not going to follow the path of swordsmanship like him. His bloodline ability gave him a massive mana pool and his talent lay in the path of magic. Asher would not change it. Handing about to someone with a talent for spears would only limit their potential, and he had no need for wasted potential in his future plans. "Okay," Lucas looked a bit sad, but he did not argue with Asher and accepted his decision. Amelia wanted to say something, but she decided against it. She needed her shield, Damien, before speaking with Asher. Livia, on the other hand, wanted to learn from Nathan, but he had gone outside for an emergency. denying her the chance to learn from him. She would not be able to train with him until he returned to the estate, and she did not know when that would be. Outside the Greville estate, Arthur was driving his car with Sylvie sitting beside him. No one spoke as they drove to the guild building where Arthur and Sylvie's office was located. Arthur was in a strange mood, and Sylvie knew what he was thinking, but she remained silent. "Ha, that old man really dodged a bullet," Arthur laughed as he drove. He could have traveled to his office using his body, but driving his car helped relieve his stress. This was one of the reasons why many powerful people in the world, who could cover long distances in mere seconds, still drove around in their cars. "It's okay, Arthur," Sylvie said no more. Arthur knew Nathan could have died that day, and although people died in this world, losing someone close to you still made you sad and depressed. Losing Ivar was a painful experience for Arthur, which made him spend even more time battling monsters and risking his life in dungeons. Nathan, knowing this, made him the vice guild master, forcing him to manage the work from behind his desk. Asher headed to the training grounds instead of his room because he wasn't feeling sleepy. Amelia and the twins, however, were tired and went to sleep. The heightened security surprised the mansion's staff, but they were accustomed to it, so everything went smoothly. For the last 2 weeks, the entire Somme area and internet had been buzzing about the same topic, the leaked news of Asher's duel with Elena. Many people were speculating whether it would lead to a clash between the two elite families. The result of the duel between Asher and Elena had sparked intense speculation and discussion among the citizens of Somme area and the internet. The revelation of Ivar Greville having children had only added fuel to the fire. However, amidst all the chaos, one person was watching this news as a chance, the individual for whom Asher had gone to extra mile in his fight against Elena. Their identity remained a mystery, but their significance in the events to come was unmistakable. Arthur was occupied with establishing a new camp in the Lost Lands. The camp consisted of several buildings that facilitated the daily lives of hunters. The Abyss Guild's camp alone was worth billions of ore, but the abundance of resources in the Lost Lands made the investment worth it. Nathan was already battling the monsters that had emerged from the dungeon break. The high level of mana in the environment attracted many beasts to the outer region, but Nathan's goal was to defeat the boss monster. SS-rank monsters had the potential to destroy cities, and while the other hunters focused on eliminating the rest of the monsters, Nathan took on the boss monster. Sylvie had left Arthur because it was the day the twins were going to undergo their awakening. Unlike Asher, they would use a rank mana gem for the process. S-rank mana gems were highly valuable, and even A-rank mana gems were a luxury only the wealthiest people could afford. Most of the elite families used rank B mana gems for the awakening. It was early in the morning and Livia and Lucas were in the mana training room where Asher usually practiced his mana manipulation. Amelia was also present, as this was a significant day for the twins. Livia was a bit nervous, but Lucas was calm. Asher was there out of curiosity to see how long it would take for Lucas to complete his awakening. Sylvie asked the twins, "Do you remember how I taught you to manipulate the mana?" "Yes," Livia exclaimed, and Lucas nodded in agreement. The twins were comfortable with Sylvie as she treated them kindly. Without any parental figure, they were not used to relying on others. "Okay, Emmy, you help Livia, and I'll help Lucas," Sylvie instructed. Sylvie and Emmy would only control the flow of mana until the twins could handle it on their own. The twins sat down wearing gym clothes, with Sylvie and Emmy standing behind them. Only Emmy and other family members were present in the mana training room. They had already arranged the rank mana gems, which were bright yellow and had intense mana within them. These gems could aid rank B and rank A hunters in their progress, but only the purity of the mana mattered in awakening. Most of the mana would be used to create a mana heart, while the rest would be used gradually over time during the awakening. Emmy and Sylvie's role was to regulate the supply of mana so that the twins' mana veins were not overloaded, which could cause permanent injury. "We will begin now. Focus on feeling the flow of mana inside your body," Sylvie told the twins, who immediately followed her instructions. Asher watched as they absorbed the mana from the gem. He was surprised to see that Livia was keeping pace with Lucas's speed in creating a mana heart, although Asher's time for creating a mana heart was even less, as he was already familiar with the process. It seems I can take both of them in the dungeon if it goes like this, Asher thought to himself. He had expected only Lucas to perform well, but seeing Livia's progress, he realized that he could bring her along as well. Well, it doesn't matter, I can still go all out in front of them, Asher considered. He knew that the twins were unfamiliar with many things, so they would find Asher's use of his bloodline strange. His only concern was that if someone experienced like Emmy followed him, it could cause some difficulties, but that would change in the near future. Asher wasn't going to sit around and hide his powers. He knew that doing so would only create more problems in his future plans. The people he wanted to destroy were not weak, and he was only hesitant because he couldn't control his inner mind after his regression. However, the recent boost in his stats had relieved his problem to some extent. World Academy, Asher thought about his plans for the World Academy. The academy was located on a floating island above Saran, and entry and exit from it was strictly controlled. However, Asher knew a way around it. Students were not allowed to leave the island freely after enrolling in the World Academy, unless they were given a mission or there was a special event. Most of their time would be spent on the island. This often created diplomatic issues, as various powers in Sumeria could target the children of other powerful families outside Sumeria. However, knowing who owned the World Academy eliminated any such thoughts. Not only was the principal powerful, but the teachers and staff were also influential figures. Meanwhile in Rothschild Estate in Dismar, "How the hell can't you control a child?" James was shouting at Louis, and Elena was standing beside him with her head low. "I told you one thing only, don't make a mess there, and what I hear now, not only did you make a mess at the party in front of all those people, but Elena also lost badly to that Greville bastard." James was angry at the loss of reputation for the Rothschild family, as well as her daughter getting badly beaten by Asher. "I will take responsibility," and Louis was saying something, but James immediately used his SS rank pressure on him, causing him to get on his knees. "And do what? Create a bigger mess?" James' eyes were glaring at Louis. "Do you see this seal right here? I've been looking at this for a whole week." James threw a letter on Louis's face, and he saw the black envelope with a golden crow's sigil on it. "Forget Nathaniel Greville, we would also make enemies with the Raven as well," James shouted at him. "But Dad, I was only trying to." Elena tried to step in to calm her father, but, "Shut up, go in your room, and you are not allowed out of your room until I change my mind." James was controlling himself a lot. Okay, Elena had slight tears in the corner of her eyes, but she didn't want to argue with her angry father, so she decided to leave for now. "And Louis, don't make another mess for now, just stay low or go help with the guild work. You are not allowed to leave Dismar until you take my permission." Listening to James, Louis quietly walked out of James's office room. James was frustrated from the moment he heard this news 2 weeks ago. He immediately ordered Louis to bring Elena back to Dismar. The last thing he wanted was Elena creating another mess in Saran. This event was a huge blow to the reputation of the Rothschild family. "Greville," James muttered to himself as he sat back in his seat, "hurting my daughter in public. This time you made the wrong enemy, Arthur Greville." James' killing intent filled his room. James would not sit around and do nothing against the Greville. Although the influence Rothschild had in Sumeria was not even close to what Greville had, but in Dismar, it was different. "I was skeptical of holding hands with the Whiteheart family, but it seems we were meant to be enemies anyway." A flame appeared in his hands, burning down the letter that came in the black envelope in his hands. This was the warning letter Alfred Raven had sent to him. Although James knew that it was mostly Elena's fault, but after hearing how brutally Asher had injured her, he was not able to ignore it. Livia and Lucas were still going at the 3 hours 50-minute mark, but Livia stopped there. Amelia was surprised to see that Livia performed so well. Her body was red, and most of the baby fat in her face was gone, making her face look sharp. Lucas, on the other hand, was still going on. Most of their impurities had left their bodies, and Lucas was focusing on cleaning his mana veins. Lucas was surprised to see that he could form a mana core so easily and make it flow through his veins. This was due to his S-rank bloodline ability, which was centered around controlling his core. Asher knew that Lucas had an S-rank bloodline ability, but he did not know what ability Livia possessed. Amelia was happy to see that Livia was also a talented genius and quietly congratulated her as they waited for Lucas to complete his awakening. Lucas's whole body was red, and he was focusing on controlling the flow of his mana as he continued to consume the Rank mana gem. Seeing that he was able to control the mana so well, Amelia also stepped back and let him continue his work. At 4 hours and 9 minutes, Lucas stopped as well. He had surpassed Kevin's record, who was considered a prodigy of this generation. Sylvie and Amelia were happy to see that the twins were so talented, and this would help them make their own name in the future. Congratulations, Lucas and Livia. Sylvie hugged the twins, and they also hugged her in return. Can I train with a sword now? Lucas's eyes shone as he asked this question. Sylvie looked a bit troubled, but she needed to tell him now before his hopes grew bigger. Lucas, you have a huge mana pool, so you have the talent for magic. Sylvie calmly explained why he could not choose the path of swords. Okay, Lucas looked a bit gloomy. He wanted to practice and learn from Asher, who he saw as his idol, but it seemed he was not suited for the path of the sword. Oh, come on, being a mage is more fun. Amelia tried to cheer him up. Asher didn't say anything as he knew Lucas would be happier being a mage in the World Academy than being a swordsman. What path should I choose? Livia was eager to learn about her talents. You can choose the path of the sword, sweetheart. Sylvie checked her mana veins and told her. This made Lucas even sadder. He wanted to become a protector for Livia, not someone who would rely on her and cast spells from the back. He didn't like being a mage one bit. Don't worry, Lucas, I will protect you from now on. Livia puffed out her chest and tried to cheer up her brother. Lucas didn't reply and just smiled back at her. He was happy to see that Livia was cheerful. Okay, you guys go and practice now and feel the mana inside your body, Sylvie instructed them. Livia, if Grandpa Nathan comes back on time, you can learn from him, or Arthur will take some time to train you, and Lucas, you can learn from me after you finish consolidating the mana inside your body. Sylvie patted Lucas's head. I will see you guys a bit later. I need to inform Arthur about this good news as well. Sylvie smiled and left the room. 4 talents in the same family meant that the Grevilles had even more power in the future. Although there were others who were also talented, nobody had 4 such talented youngsters in their household. This also meant that the moment this news leaked, many powers could try to harm these kids. Sylvie was not only going to inform Arthur but assign personal guards, like Emmy, to the other 3 as well. Amelia already had some security following her around, but she did not have a personal bodyguard like Emmy. Although the twins and Amelia might not feel that comfortable with their new guards, it was a necessary step for their security. I will leave as well. You guys can carry on. Asher also left after Sylvie. Okay, I will stay with you guys if you encounter any problems. Amelia started instructing them based on her experience. Emmy, assign someone to keep watch in the mountain range I have bought recently, and if something happens there, inform me as soon as possible. Asher instructed Emmy. He was sure this was the month when the dungeon opened in the mountain range, and after that dungeon gate opened, Asher could finally carry out the plans he made for his new company. And get me a guy from the Information Guild, use my name for it. He knew that because Sylvie's family owned the biggest Information Guild, using his own name, he could get the information needed much faster rather than going for an anonymous approach. As you wish, young master. Emmy left to get the tasks done, and Asher went to his training grounds to practice his sword. When he trained alone, he could perform without holding back since there was no one to watch him. The training grounds were covered with runes and only authorized personnel could enter without setting off an alarm. A week went by, and Nathan returned to teach the twins. Sylvie had already taught Lucas about basic spells and what he could achieve with his current abilities. Currently, both twins were G-rank hunters, but Lucas had formed an F-rank core, which would allow him to reach F rank earlier than Livia, who had formed a G rank core. Nathan taught the twins the mana circulation technique, but it took them some time to perform it perfectly. Nathan was patient and waited for them to master the technique before moving forward. Arthur sometimes joined for a casual spar with Nathan to show the twins his moves, but Nathan always defeated him. They limited their strength to ensure the twins could observe and learn from their fights. Asher, who was intrigued, sometimes watched to analyze their fights and identify gaps in their attacks. Asher had never seen Nathan's swordsmanship in his previous life as he wasn't interested in training, and because of Nathan's sudden death, he could now see why their enemies showed their true colors after his death. Although Arthur was also an SS rank hunter, Nathan could easily overpower him. Asher could see the raw talent and effort behind Nathan's strength. After learning the mana circulation technique, Nathan also taught Livia, who was interested in using the great sword. Impressed by her enthusiasm, Nathan decided to teach her the basics. However, he was surprised at how quickly she learned, making him hesitate on whether to give her the rune. He decided to teach her a bit more and wait before making a decision. Meanwhile, Lucas focused on learning basic elemental spells to protect his family. He didn't lament his less talent for swords than magic. This continued for over 2 weeks. One evening, Asher came out of training and saw Emmy waiting for him. "Young master, a blue dungeon gate has appeared in the mountain range, and the mana readings show that it is a rank dungeon," Emmy reported. Finally, Asher thought, smiling inwardly, "I'll use it to test my training so far, register it under Aztech, and ask the twins if they want to join me." Emmy looked troubled. "But young master, it might be too soon for them to have such a scary experience. Don't forget what that kid did before we took him from that place, and don't worry, tell Mum about it, she will not deny it." Listening to his orders, Emmy nodded as she left to inform the twins. She had already accepted Asher as an anomaly, but she was not sure about taking the twins to a dungeon. "Yes, I will go." Lucas immediately agreed to go with Asher. Brother, but the dungeon is a dangerous place. We should train a bit more." Livia was unsure. They were only 10 years old and G-rank hunters, so going into an E-rank dungeon was not the best idea. "Don't worry, just follow Asher, but don't fight monsters above F rank. I'm sure you guys can defeat an F rank monster together." Sylvie knew that Asher wouldn't make them fight any monster above F rank, so she accepted his decision because the twins needed some experience to continue their training further. "Wait, I will also go with them. It will be dangerous if only the brother goes with them." Amelia decided to go with the twins. She was an F rank hunter herself, the same rank as Asher, so she could protect them just fine. "Okay, this will be a good bonding time for you guys." Sylvie was happy that Amelia would go with Asher, but they forgot that they hadn't told Asher about this. Asher had only told Emmy to ask the twins to come with him, as he wanted Lucas to get the first experience of facing a monster. This would help him realize his shortcomings and train with a goal in mind. "Okay, you guys can go tomorrow. Emmy, follow them to the dungeon gate, and, if you sense any irregularities in the dungeon, take the team inside to help them, and tell Asher to wear the safety device at all times," Sylvie ordered. Asher was busy with his training and didn't attend dinner, so he was still unaware of Amelia joining them. When morning arrived, Asher got ready for his dungeon run, wearing his black combat outfit with straps to hold his sword, a storage ring, and a nano armor bracelet. As he walked into the lobby, he saw Amelia and the twins dressed in their combat outfits. Although he expected only Lucas to come with him, he was surprised to see Amelia, a frown appearing on his face. "Why are you here?" he asked Amelia. "I came to follow you guys and protect the twins, just for assurance that nothing bad happens," Amelia replied quickly. Asher's cold gaze then turned towards Emmy. "Why wasn't I informed?" "I apologize, young master," Emmy said, hanging her head down. "I forgot to inform you about this." She didn't realize that Asher wanted to keep his powers hidden, and Amelia joining them was a problem for him. "Wait, don't scold her," Amelia interjected, seeing Emmy's apologetic face. "It was my idea, and Mum's, for me to go with you, but don't worry, I won't interfere with your fights." I'm just going to help these two since it's their first time," Amelia explained to Asher. Although Asher was already annoyed with the situation, he decided to let Amelia come with them. He had planned to take Lucas with him to get him comfortable with fighting F-rank monsters at G-rank, but he would have to change his plans. "Fine, but exit the dungeon when I tell you guys, and don't question my decisions," Asher said in an old voice, making everyone quiet. Lucas followed him quietly, but he was disappointed that his chance to accompany Asher throughout the dungeon was ruined. Amelia and Livia also followed behind him as Amy followed them with a security team with her.